Let's go. Let me switch this up. Switch account. To even. Let's see. I like this one back here. And then close this. I think I can close that and still be okay. Work with me. Mason Fuzzy. Yo, dude. Also, let me hook up my phone. Just gotta get this going. Dude, I took a very much needed nap like a couple hours ago. You got another secret rare today? That's nuts, Mason. That's crazy. Sold it for 4K. That's very solid. If you got an early delivery, that's awesome, dude. And with that amount of money, if you were able to time it right, you could have probably bought the whole set. Going for around 2K now, yeah. LMB Bats. First time in chat. Welcome, dude. Thanks for stopping by. I just started the stream. Dude, today was intense. The morning didn't get the comic drop. I woke up early and I couldn't fall back asleep, and so maybe a little excited for the Spider-Man drop. So I played the comic, kind of knew I was gonna lose. Didn't win the comic drop, didn't get a rebound. And did my usual stuff, and then when I got around to the Marvel Mighties drop, I won one, and then had to wait around, of course, forever for it. So I ended up getting a Spider-Man, and yeah, so I was just watching the market very closely. I might have pulled the trigger a little too soon. I did buy I have the whole set now. I had to buy it, but I did buy the set for, I bought my secret rare for like 2.3. I bought the Green Goblin. Green Goblin was like the very last thing I bought, just because I noticed like the price was going down and down and down, and like that's probably still the case here, right? Like part of me was also just like, I don't want to sit at my phone for the next 4 hours waiting to save, you know, a couple hundred gems on the Spider-Man 2099, right? Like I wanted to eat, I went to go hang out with friends and stuff, and I'm like, if I don't get it now and I turn on this phone 3 hours from now and the price is, you know, 2.8, I'm like, I'm gonna kick myself for it. So I just bought it right then, which I'm not concerned at all whatsoever. Like I have a feeling Spider-Man 2099, it could be 3K in a week or more. Not too concerned at all whatsoever. So yeah, I got the set. I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. Like I had to liquidate a lot of stuff to be able to finish this. Couple small things that I lost, but majority was at a profit, and this is kind of why I have the things I have, right? For flipping. So Veve Las Vegas, what's happening? Enjoy your night. Congrats, Mason. Yep, Mark bit the bullet, bought the secret rare. Miguel O'Hara 2.1. Is that what this is, or is this something completely different? I'm not sure what the Miguel O'Hara is, but yeah, so I went to go watch some of the game with friends, and then I know the other game is going on right now, but I'm just like, I went home, took a nap, and did not care to go back out again. And I would, I guess, kind of consider myself a Niners fan. I used to like them, then stopped, and like, I don't know, now I don't mind them again. So yeah, and I was like, you know what, I could either go out or I could live stream. Like, I'm pretty tired, I'd rather just live stream. But I got my energy drink here with my, I know it's kind of hard to see, with my Deadpool mug on it, Deadpool cup. Miguel O'Hara, okay, so it is Spider-Man, cool. Jason Fuzzy, what should I invest in? Like, you liquidated 4,000 gems and you don't know what to invest in? LBM Bats, sold Black Cat for 450 gems. I bought a Spider-Man at 210. Dude, that's fire. That is fire. That's a very solid pickup. I figured my price predictions were a bit on the high side. I think I was writing too much. I think two things that kind of went against me in my price predictions was not that I valued Spider-Man too high, but I also forgot too that like, hey, when Spider-Man's done, I think a lot of people had plans to buy other stuff. So I think the reason why the Disney cards ended up doing so well is because people were still liquidating other things and maybe FOMOing into the Disney cards when they saw the prices of those going up or whatever it was. But yeah, this was a pretty significant gem squeeze. And I considered going back and like buying some of the older stuff, but I don't know what it was, but I decided to stack the Spider-Mans, like no rhyme or reason. I know I had literally had an entire video saying like, buy the black and white series, buy the other Spider-Mans, buy Jim Lee Joker, buy Superman, buy whatever, you know, because it's gem squeezed to all hell right now. But I don't know, I figured the Marvel Mighties, I think the Spider-Mans could do well over the next week or so. I mean, any of the Spider-Mans will do well over the next week or so. So we'll see. But no, that's a heck of a move. LBM Bats, that's a heck of a move. I picked up the Mighty set too. I did. And I think what typically happens with stuff like this, I'll probably still keep the Spider-Man, but like what happened with me and my Steamboat Willie set, I ended up selling the lesser two pieces and keeping the higher rarity thing. And I think I'm gonna kind of, if I was to break the chain of the set, I'd probably keep the Green Goblin and the Spider-Man 2099 for the most part. I bought my Green Goblin for, I think, $870, so a bit higher than what it is now. Same thing with the Spider-Man 2099. I think people that won Green Goblin are still on the fence on whether they should sell it for another NFT. Like, I mean, you can sell Green Goblin and get a Ben Reilly or something like that, and some people might value the Ben Reilly more than the FA Green Goblin. I mean, it's up to them. So it's kind of interesting to think about. Mephisto NFT, hey, I thought you answered already before I joined, but did you get a drop? I got Spider-Man, sold it for 280, rebuy for 215. Yeah, I was not expecting the slingshot or like the rubber banding effect of the market to be as aggressive on this one. It definitely wasn't as intense as Disney, because I think if there wasn't such a significant gem squeeze in the market right now, I think people would be buying up the new stuff and it would be going up. It might take a few days or a week or so for people to realize, like, I do think Green Goblin should be more than Red Skull, as well as Doctor Doom, so I could definitely see Green Goblin. I mean, it's a more popular superhero, popular in relative terms, right? Has way less mints than both Red Skull and Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom peaked at like 1400. We can pull it up here really quick. That's not how you spell doctor. I kind of compared it to this analysis of Doctor Doom. I mean, Doctor Doom has 5,000 mints, and he peaked at, yeah, okay, 1350 or so, 3 times. So that's just some strong numbers. Like, it's not like he hit it once and then starts going down. Like, he's 3 peaks at 1350. I think Green Goblin arguably is like the more popular or the more recently popular superhero or villain. I think Green Goblin can definitely do better than this. I think after buys what they want, liquidates what they want, and they got what they want in the secondary market. I could see at some point Doctor Doom hitting like 1550, Green Goblin hitting like 17 or 1800, mainly due to the rarity of the mints and him being the main villain that is tied to Spider-Man. And if that happens, I see the Spider-Man 2099 pulling to, you know, 3K or something like that. It's hard to determine. It's the very first secret rare, and it's low mint. Arguably, it's a very, very cool looking NFT. I like that Spider-Man. Kind of like what Mark said. I already forgot the name. Miguel O'Hara. I don't know the full story behind him. I remember watching, I think I watched a Comics Explained or something about him somewhat recently, and he's a cool superhero as far as I know. Hold on, sorry, I gotta miss it. Got my friend texting me. So I got my My roommate won one. My roommate actually won a green Goblin, so that's good for him. And then he got our mutual friend involved. His work friend is also my friend. And he literally showed him all the techniques that I showed him about, like, all right, press or tap in between the two boxes. And he got an NFT today too, but he only got a Spider-Man, but he's stoked. Like, first try, you get an NFT, like, that's very impressive. And I told the guys, I'm like, you know, they're learning all the techniques, and it's like, it's so strange how I showed my friends prior and they were kind of on the fence, like they would go for the drop and, you know, kind of get frustrated. But like the second they win the drop, and they see the prices going up, and they see kind of the excitement like in the community and the secondary market and that kind of stuff, they're like, oh, this is kind of cool. You know, even my roommate was like, he's like, this whole NFT thing I just thought was so weird. And he's like, I've invested in Ethereum and this and that. Like, but investing in Spider-Man, investing in Batman, or investing in Ghostbusters or whatever it is, like, that's a bit more cool than investing in Ethereum or whatever it is, like, you know, other cryptocurrency. Because they're recognizable characters, right? For the most part. So music looks to be a little bit loud, so I'm just gonna turn it down for you guys. Let me know if that's good. If that's still too loud, let me know. I can turn it down on like this end, because it does seem like a bit loud. It's mostly supposed to be like background music, not to blare your ears out. And now he's starting to get into it. The gears are starting to turn in his head, like why this is exciting. And like, I never pressured anyone. I just told him like, hey, check out Veve. Here's some of the NFTs I got. You know, here's the AR features and why people think it's valuable. And, you know, people have already, there's actual sales of people doing it in or off app for, you know, tens of thousands of dollars. Pretty big deal. So, I mean, it's like up to you if you want to do it. If you want more help or do research, just ask me. I can send you the right way. So, only my roommate knows I have like a YouTube channel. The other people don't, you know, not that I care if they know or not, like it doesn't matter to me, but no, those are some solid flips to be made. And I do think the Spider-Man, the current ones are a bit undervalued for what they are. Like Spider-Man is the most successful IP that's on the platform right now. Of course, just price, but I say the most successful superhero, let's say that. Most successful superhero on the app right now. And yeah, and so maybe I overestimated initially on drop day, and maybe I kind of forgot the fact that other people are going to be buying into other NFTs that are underpriced right now. So because initially I said Spider-Man's were going to go for like 350 to 450. Ghost Spider would be like 300 to 400. The Spider Woman would probably be like 200 to 300, like on the lower. I knew Spider Woman would be the cheapest, just because I kind of remember seeing her, but like even I don't know who she is. Black Cat, I figured she'd probably be the same price as Spider-Man, maybe a tiny bit more. Green Goblin would probably be like 2K, and I legitimately thought that Spider-Man 2099 would be like 4K. It's like, yo, it's the first secret rare for the Marvel Mighties, and it's the second secret rare for the like Spider-Man IP. You know, I'm sure at some point someone's gonna put up memes and stuff like, oh, Spider-Man 2099 is cooler than the other secret rare and this and that, like, even though it's not animated. It would have been cool if it was animated. But yeah, it's the only other, I mean, there's two secret rare Spider-Mans now, in a way. So obviously one's Marvel Mighties, the other one isn't. So, and if you own one, you know, it's cool, congrats. And if you sold it and you're trying to invest in something else, like, that's super smart too. Like, I'm not going to trash anyone for taking profits. If you believe something else is going to be more profitable, or if you just like it more, like, as long as you don't it might take you a while, but like, you can liquidate 4K and invest in 400 Groots if you want to. Like, go for it. Let me catch up with chat. I just went off on a pretty significant tangent. Panop Lenny, what's your opinion on Groot Common? I think it's good. I kind of like the uncommons a bit more, just because it's animated. And I've said this dozens of times before, where I'm pretty sure it's the only animated uncommon on the platform. Some people will say Invisible Woman, like the Marvel Mighty version with like her hands and it kind of glows, but I don't think it actually has the animated tag on it, which I think is pretty different. So I know the price is a bit more. Looks like the price is probably about 60% more, something like that. So it's an extra like 20, that's about like 40% more for the uncommon and common. Like, hard stacking these, I do think Groot is probably one of the things that will give you like the best like gem for gem profit, but it's going to take you a while to sell them off, and you have to worry about 28,000 other people trying to undercut you. So You know, I think getting a few of these, but like getting into like the high double digits, like I don't know how many gems you have. I think it's pretty solid. In my opinion, I'd rather stretch the gems a bit further and probably invest in like storms, not the uncommon. Uncommon's okay, but I prefer the common. I know Groot is like the FA Guardians of the Galaxy, FA Groot, all that stuff, but I do think, you know, the FA Storm, who's also FA X-Men, is pretty good. I mean, she's peaked at 140 before prior. I mean, she's shown history of getting over 100 pretty easily, so I think she's pretty solid. It is pretty absurd that Groot is back down below box price again, at least the common. On the common side, so yeah, this gem squeeze is pretty real. And it actually might take for some people, it actually might take some time for these NFTs to get back up to their prior heights. Though NFTs that I mentioned in my video, which actually ended up doing like really well. I posted that video like, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours before the Spider-Man drop. And I think got like 1,000 views in like 30 minutes. No, not 30 minutes. No, I got like 100 views. What was it? I think my goal previously when I upload a video is like, okay, if I can get like 100 views within the first hour, like that's very good. And then I noticed, I think like 4 or 5 hours later, there was like 1,000 views or something like that, something in that region. And I was like, whoa, I did not expect it to do that well. So let me see here. Yeah, my video that I uploaded 8 hours ago has 2K views. And you know, for some content creators or other people in the Veve space, like that's a daily thing for them. But for someone like me, I'm like, holy moly, that's a lot of views. Like, I think it's just titled well. I'm trying to get better with like my thumbnails and just like making the topic like very simple. You know, these NFTs will boom. I think those are the ones that are going to recover the best after the Marvel Mighty explosion or price thing. So, Andre Guzik flipped Ghost Spider for 140. It made 30 gems profit. Solid, dude. That is good. If you can take profit, that's great. And I think there is still a bit of a gem squeeze like going on. I mean, as we see, like things are some of the NFTs are still shrinking. Like Ghost Spider right now is going for 130. I'm trying to see some of the other ones. You know. You have to kind of have your ear to the ground, but you can play those swings. Jeez, is this back up to yeah, this was at $2,000 not too long ago. But yeah, if you can play those swings, sometimes, especially if you get an early delivery, like our man Mason Fuzzy, it sounded like he got another secret rare and an early delivery. You know, sometimes you can sell one of those high-end. If you're early in the market, you can sell one for probably 2 to 3 times the cost of what it should be. Sell it, wait a couple hours, and then like literally rebuy the whole set and have some gems to spare. Like that's a good deal as well. Let's see. Hodnege. Sorry if I butchered your name. Really considered selling some stuff to get the third FA Joker. I wouldn't ape into it too hard. Like if you have to sell a bunch of things at a loss, you know, maybe hold off on it. It also depends on like what you're selling to get it. I still think under 1,400 is a very good price point. Obviously, when it was at like high 1.2s, when it was in like the 1.3, like low 1.3s, that's better. But I even if this went up to 1.5, I would still say that's a good buy. Once it gets up to 1.6. At that point, I do think there's some other things you could buy, considering if like the price kind of stays low, that you could flip instead to get a bit more profit. So yeah, I'm not sure what you're selling off, but if you feel confident and if you are gonna kind of ape into one thing, FA Joker isn't bad. At least you're not aping into like decon skateboards or like Cryptkins or something weird in one of my opinions. When do you think the market pump will happen? Maybe after this week when all the drops are done? I don't think it has anything to do with these next drops. These next drops are pretty inexpensive, except for that that dragon one, right? I had a friend tell me, I honestly haven't looked into it at all. I don't even know what it is, who it's by, but my friend just texted me. He's like, what's this new dragon drop by this like independent artist? It's like 120 gems. I'm like, oh, interesting. I I mean, I have enough to, I mean, I could play that drop, but I mean, the next two drops are going to be 6 gems. The stamps are 6 gems. The next stamp is 6 gems. The comics are 7. Like, so I don't think the market is waiting on those kind of drops. Like, stamps are kind of on the low end in my opinion of NFTs. I still have yet to make a tier list of like at least maybe one of NFT categories, but we'll have to see. Maybe I'll do one with NFT categories, like in a grander scheme, but then maybe I'll do some tier lists of like more specific NFTs within those categories, because you know, if I put you know, I could put like Batman Black and White, or like pretty much all the Batman NFTs at the top. Like the Black and White series, I could boom, smack it at the top. But even within that series, there's obviously grails, but then there's also some NFTs that kind of struggle to work their way up, right? Yeah. C3PO price prediction. Safa, Tracos. Price predictions, like, it's hard for me to do price predictions with someone that actually studies like the market very closely, and you see all kinds of swings in the market. Like, all it takes is one tweet, one announcement, one something to completely swing the price one way or another. And honestly, like, without a timeline or anything like that. But I will say golden moments, I wouldn't be surprised if a good amount of them increase anywhere between 20 to 30%. Between now and the end of next week. And I think certain ones like Iron Man and Elsa could go up like 50%, like minimum. It's hard to tell, but I'm not sure how long it's going to take for people to recover from this gem squeeze, or people, I'm so sorry if it's loud. I got the window open in my room because it is pretty hot when you got all these lights going on in my computer. I think people might just need like a day or two to kind of just figure out their bearings when it comes to like what they want to purchase and stuff. I think there are some people like aping or FOMOing pretty hard into like certain NFTs right now, so they're kind of like just figuring out what to do. So C3PO, I don't know where he's at now, but let me see. So yeah, like without a timeline, I don't know if you mean a week from now, 10 years from now, 6 months. C3PO's at $4 grand right now. Like, I wouldn't surprise. I mean, he's already up like 8%. I remember he was in like the 3.7 category for a while, maybe even like 3.6. It wouldn't surprise me if he was at like 43, maybe even like 4,500 by the end of the week. It's hard to tell. Mark, so sold some stock. We'll have 6K. Thoughts on FAs I should buy? Thanks. Love to hear your opinion. Thanks, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, one of my friends did the same too. He's aping pretty hard into Veve right now, and he's like, dude, I'm running out of gems. I want to hold these NFTs and stuff. He's like, I don't know, like I have a bunch of these stocks that are just like not doing well right now. It's like if I pull some of them out, like I'm down like 50%, and I'm like, I don't know, like there's plenty of NFTs on Veve that go up 100% in a few weeks. So it's up to you, dude. Like, I'm not gonna tell you to like pull stuff out for a loss, but and so I think he did the majority of his portfolio and did that. And I'm sure he has some in Omi or whatever. I haven't really talked to him that closely about it, but he was just kind of talking about it with me briefly. But let me see chat really quick, because that answer might be a little bit longer. Let me get back to you, Mark, really quick. Mark, right? Was it Mark that answered that? Yeah, so Mark, let me get to that in a second. Let me catch up with chat, because like I want to make sure I answer that question right. And I have to do price check like a handful of NFTs. Like I don't even know what's increased between now since the drop. Like, because immediately after the drop, not immediately, but after I bought the stuff I wanted, I had to go and hang out with some friends. I went here, ate some pizza, passed out, woke up, and like here I am. Like I haven't had a ton of time to like analyze all the stuff. So LMB Bats, I didn't expect Spider-Man and Ghost Spider above 100 gems. I thought so too. I thought they would be higher. Honestly, because there's a massive gem squeeze, people are splitting their gems into a bunch of different directions. If there was like another big announcement tomorrow, like I think Disney benefited actually greatly by being before Marvel Mighties, because obviously it's Disney, but I think people FOMO'd into the cards like pretty hard, and people were liquidating stuff to afford this. And right now, I think some people are doing both sides right now. Some people are liquidating their stuff to go into other NFTs right now. But I think Green Goblin will recover very well. I could see him at like 1.5K in the near future, and Black Cat maybe going a bit higher. But yeah, I saw these I saw these Marvel Mighties doing better than any of the other previous series. It's Spider-Man. It's the most successful IP on the app. It's Green Goblin. It's Spider-Man. I really like the look of Ghost Spider. I've seen her in some ads and some other cartoon snippets, but I haven't like watched a full-fledged show or a TV series or anything like that with her in it. And I've seen Spider-Man 2099. I mean, it's a really cool looking NFT, and because it was a secret rare, I knew it'd be a bit higher. I honestly thought it'd probably be a little bit closer, like 3.5, 4K, but it might get to that point. It might take a bit longer for it to get to that point, but I do think it's worth that much at some point. Taxi Corp Electric Taxis. If all Marvel Mighties are designed to go in Veve's first game with Marvel, do you think that the Common Spider-Man would be the most popular character in the game? Most likely. I would say so. I would say the most people will want it, but is it the most common? I would say no, just because it only has 15,000 mints. There's some of the other Marvel Mighties were pushing what, like 20 or like 30,000 mints. So I think just strictly due to like the supply, there might not there might not be like as many Spider-Mans as like Mr. Fantastic or something else. Why is this not working? Is this just like, hello? I have a feeling I might have to re-log in. Whenever it does something like this, sometimes there it is. Yeah. Maybe not. Guess not. Marvel Mighty. Okay, I guess it is pulling it up. Yeah, like already we have like Icarus. There's 18,000 here. If we look at, could have sworn something like the Fantastic Four. I know Captain America's got a lot too. Yeah, there's almost 30,000 things. 20,000 Invisible Womans, another 30,000 Mr. Fantastic. So, yeah, I would. Would he be the most common? Sure, but I think just by sheer supply, like he'll probably be like a mid-range, picked NFT. Do you think that the common? Yeah. Also, do you think these will be rentable in the game so players can do play to earn missions? I ask because the VV MCP tiers mentioned renting. Not sure how renting is going to really play out. Honestly, until I get some actual concrete announcements about the VVverse, I'm pretty hesitant to like talk about fighting games and heavy integration and winning points and renting it out and getting achievements. Like we haven't seen anything yet. Like people, a lot of these AMAs, like I love the community, but they just ask a lot of very speculative questions. Like, oh, can my car fly? Or like, can I change the colors on my NFT? And they're, I think VV's listening. They're like, okay. And they're like, well, sure, why not? Like, I mean, that's something that could happen. It might not be till 2026, but sure, like why not? Why not? And I'm a little bit more bullish on it now that I know Niantic might be involved, and if they've been working on it for the last 3 years, then okay, I could see something, but I still need to see something concrete about it, right? Because the way I see it right now, if literally only VV's been working on it, like they're not a game design studio. It takes even AAA game studios with 100+ designers and animators and all that stuff. Like it takes them years to make games, especially if you're talking with a level of integration and something that's related to VR. That takes a while. So, like, as much as I hate to say it, unless a Niantic or someone else has been working on it, or unless they outsource it to someone else in the past or soon, like I just see the VVverse, like its first iteration being like a glorified VR chat, or it's like you could walk around your vault in VR, but like don't expect to be able to like fly or do any kind of crazy interactions. Like maybe at best you would like have your avatar be your NFT, like, but like who knows if it'll actually clip to your body correctly and move with your butt. Like who knows? Until I see some like more concrete evidence, like I'm not too bullish on the idea of like the VVverse. I'd rather just invest in NFTs that I think are gonna, pay out the most, or do well, or other NFTs that I think people will find valuable, and leverage that rather than making a lot of speculative stuff about the VVverse. But then again, I could be wrong. Some people are very bullish on the idea, but so far we've been provided, at least in my mind, absolutely zero evidence of like the kind of stuff we can do in the Veve verse. You know, sometimes an IP or someone will come forward like, oh yeah, I would like to breed Labbits, and people are like, can you breed Labbits in the Veve verse? Like, can we do it? Are you gonna burn the old NFT and make a unique one? And then like, you know, they just pick up and just start running and running and running and running. It's like, there's no evidence here of any of this, and Veve hasn't confirmed anything, you know. And even then, even when they do try to talk about it, it's you know, very vague details about stuff. Like, yeah, we thought about doing something like this, and like, you know, we don't see any reason why eventually you could customize your NFT or add accessories or something. Why not? You know, no timeline, no nothing, no specifics, nothing like that. And you know, at least that's just me personally. So I'm not trying to shit on the Veve verse. Like, I'm very excited for it. Don't get me wrong. I'm probably the most bullish for like for real estate and stuff. And I think renting could be a thing if there is heavy gamification. But I think, like I said, until I see something where that is a long way off. And I think a lot of people that initially bought into those NFTs for like gamification, like most people are honestly probably going to end up selling those. Like, there's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens of popular drops between now and then, and people are going to be like, all right, all these NFTs I bought for the Veve verse, they're doing okay. I'm just going to sell them because like I need money for this drop, or I want to buy this NFT. Like, so I think at the end of the day, people are gonna buy stuff I think that they're gonna want, and not so much for the Veve verse. But that's just me. If that was the case, like if we really thought like hoverboards were going to be runnable and you can make all kinds of crazy passive income, like hoverboards would all be like over 500 gems right now, and like every vehicle would be over like 400 gems right now, but they're just not. So, and until we get information like that saying, hey, Veveverse is coming out, and we put a focus on runnable NFTs that people could use for transportation, specifically hoverboards and vehicles, those prices would quadruple overnight within the hour. But it's just not there yet. I know it's a long rant, but sorry, like that's just how I feel. What will Spider-Man be worth in 7 years? James Carbon, damn it. At least 9 gems. Mason Fuzzy, I got 3,400 gems and wondering what should I maybe to invest in. Wait. Oh no, okay, that was Mark. Mark said he had those. Really quick, like 3,400 gems, you can get uncommon Steamboat Willies. I mean, you know my list. So there's common Steamboat Willies, you can get Jim Lees. You're shy of getting like a Superman. I do think Iron Man, if Elsa is still 3,500 or 34, I don't think she's that cheap anymore. Oh no, a crash. All right, let's try this again. Looks like you might have missed the boat a little bit on Elsa. I think Iron Man is still very solid. Like, I would pick up an Iron Man and Jason Fabek if you want to just keep it like simple, 1 or 2 NFTs. But if you want to stack some other stuff, or if you believe in Disney a bit more, uncommon Happy Whistle Steamboat Willie is absurd. Like, it's at 1,000 and it had an all-time high of 1,800. I know I've been kind of like harping on I'm very bullish on Steamboat Willie. He's peaked at 1,800. I mean, he's repeatedly gone above 1,300. Like, I have no issue with him going above 1,300. You know, probably closer to 1,400, but he had an all-time high here. That means there's a lot of buyers that are between probably 1,200 and up to 1,800 that are going to hold, or at least they should hold, between this point and this point. So it might take a bit longer. And like, the listings have not skyrocketed. Like, the thing I like about this graph is like the listings haven't gone from 437 all the way up to like 650. It hasn't like done this. Like, it's actually stayed pretty even, a slight bump the last couple days just because of Marvel Mighties probably and Disney. But as this goes down, like the price will go up. Same thing with, I mean, you can't go wrong with the common either. Like, the common at 850. That is crazy. So those are good. What was the other one I said for like 1,000? Kind of wonder if Captain America, ultra rare. Ooh, Deadpool. That's the other one I said. Deadpool for, where's the ultra rare at? 600. Okay, it's a bit higher than it was prior, but not by much. Because I think before this was at like 550 at some point. All right, 580. I mean, this thing peaked at 950. And some people think, including myself, that the secret rare, which it already has, will take off. And I think if you're not able to afford the SR, you just piggyback off that success via the ultra rare, right? I'm not saying that if this goes up 1,000 gems, that this will go up 400 or 500 gems. Like it'll at least keep in tow, or at least keep a certain ratio comparatively to the secret rare. So I do think this one's very, very good. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones I mentioned before. I'm trying to think if there's any of the Black Man Back in Whites that are like around $1,000. Oh, the B button on my keyboard like only works half the time, so sometimes I have to double press it, which is why sometimes I put @man. A lot of people love the Becky Cloonan Batman. Like the fact she's at 2,200 is pretty significant. A lot of people really like her, probably because she's probably like the number 3 Batman after Todd and Rizzo. Like people see Becky Cloonan as like the number 3 Batman, probably followed by Joe Mad potentially. The only thing that's making me, I wouldn't even say hesitant, but like it is at an all-time high for listings. I know I ignore the stuff back there just because that was a totally different time. But yeah, I mean, she peaked at, I mean, 3,600, 2,200. It's hard to say. Kind of, I wouldn't say hesitant to recommend Wonder Woman. I think she'll do well. I just think Steamboat Willie and some of the other ones are going to recover a bit better. Kind of curious to see where Captain America is. America. Come on. There we go. Where's the ultra rare at? That's the one I've recommended. Below a K. This one's legitimately 50% off. I said that in my last video. Maybe I didn't see Captain America in my last one, but like this guy, he peaked at 2K. He's at 979. He is legitimately 50% off. I will admit, there was a lot of hype around Captain America back here. Like the secret rare just kind of pumped and like everything else followed. Will that same trend follow? Maybe. It's also not an FA, so it's a bit of not even like a riskier investment. Like everything's gonna do well. I do think Wonder Woman will probably do slightly better than Captain America, but if you are a firm believer in Captain America, it is animated. It could do pretty well. I don't know if there's any like new movie series or shows that are coming out about Captain America. So that could do well as well. I'm sure there's some other ones I can think of, but I don't want to get too behind on chat, which I feel like I already am. It's hard because when people do give price suggestions that are a decent amount of money, I want to make sure I give the right information. And again, none of this is financial advice. I'm just giving suggestions. I thought Spider-Man would be around 60 gems and the Ghost Spider around 40. Really? I hope the market will be another dip for Tuesday and Wednesday, trying to stack up with Spider-Man, Marvel Mighty. Potentially. I don't see the market dipping more for stamps. I don't see people turning their vaults upside down to get what they can out of it value-wise to like collect stamps. And plus, I don't think there's that many mints of this new one, right? They're pretty low for the most part. I think people got what they want, and you have to remember the initial gem squeeze is because of Disney, and then Marvel just made that squeeze even tighter, which was kind of nuts. But like now that those are both over, I think people are just trying to consolidate, figure out what to buy. Even my friend who I got, or my roommate's friend, like I said, our mutual friend, he got a Spider-Man. He's even messing with me right now. Like, hey, should I sell it? I'm like, dude, no. Like, A, it's your first NFT, and it's not, as of right now, it's not expensive enough for you to like to sell it and be able to invest in something like crazily better, right? Like I think Spider-Man last I saw was like 220 or something like that. Like you can't flip a Spider-Man and like find something else on the market that's gonna like turn that 200 into like 1,000 gems within a day, like or a week. Like it's just not gonna happen. So like just hold on to it, dude. Like Spider-Man's the most successful superhero on the app. Just chill, and if you decide to keep it, cool. Like it's your first NFT, like you should keep it. Unlike what I did, but so yeah, he's excited. Mark, I went into the market to buy Green Goblin, had 3 Green Goblins. Dow G had 3 Green Goblins in the market. Bots are killing this. We said we can't win a drop. We're doing the right thing. Veve needs to fix that. Just because someone has 3 listings, it doesn't mean they're a bot. It doesn't mean that. I could have bought. I could have bought, if I really wanted to, I could have bought 3 Green Goblins at the floor when it hit like 850 or 870 or something like that, and just relisted them when it was going back up, and I mean, no one's gonna think I'm a bot. At least I would hope so. Just because there's a lot of listings, it doesn't necessarily mean they're a bot. In my opinion, the bigger issues of the bots are the ones that are like usually private accounts. They only own one NFT. They have like no, and just because you have no icon doesn't mean you're a bot, obviously. But there's just signs you see, right? And because even if you do see a massive sell wall on like, typically you see it for like comics and other things like that. Like sometimes people just invest early and often. Sometimes people might have bought a certain comic. They might have bought 50 of them when it first released, when it's at its cheapest technically. And they just put up they buy it for 20 and they're like, all right, as long as I make X amount of profit, I'm just going to relist all of them for 30. And they just don't look at it for a month. And then eventually when it gets to that point in a month, people are like, see bots. And it's like, yes and no, but not really. So I see where you're coming from, Mark. But I would reserve judgment just because there's a lot of listings. It doesn't mean it's a bot. At the end of the day. And even if it does happen, like he's putting it out in the market, you can rebuy it. Like it's not like he's buying them and selling them off platform or buying them and burning them and like having less for everyone else or something weird, which if he did burn them, that would make the supply higher for everyone else, or not supply, the demand higher for everyone else. So I don't know. Don Hyon, what up, VV Vibes? Thanks for stopping by, dude. Geo the Legend, thoughts on Iron Man Adventure set? Great. Not too bullish on the logo, but Iron Man, I think in the near future, same thing with Elsa, is going to do an R2D2 where basically just 2.5Xs. It would not surprise me at some point if Iron Man just randomly jumps up to 6K. It would not surprise me at all whatsoever. Same thing with Elsa. If Elsa jumps up to 6K, something like that, it would not surprise me. I do think people are kind of sleeping on the fact that F.A. Iron Man, he's the leader of the Avengers. Even if people aren't a fan of Marvel, and if you're a fan of Disney, if you want the gold moment set, you got to buy your Iron Man. Maybe what's holding him back is the higher mints, but even then, that doesn't mean a ton, right? Like, it's not like R2D2 has like 3,000 mints. I mean, he still has, I think, like 8,000 something mints, so we'll see. But I really like Iron Man. I think it's one of the best purchases you can get for 2,500 if you just want to get a single NFT. If you want to get something else, or if you want to like get two of something and something cheaper, I suggest usually probably like ultra rare zombie hunter Spider-Man. That's like $1,000. I mean, there's so many there's actually quite a few Spider-Mans, around 1,000 last I saw, that are pretty decent pickup. Like you can get zombie hunter Spider-Man, a Steamboat Willie, and like a Jason Fabok for 2,500. That's solid. That's a Marvel, a DC, and a Disney. You get all three. The fact that Ben Riley's are still going down is like boggling my mind. There will be a market correction soon enough. I think people are just recovering now. And who knows, people could just be like swiping their credit cards, or like they're maxed out, or something happened. Like over the next couple of days, things could just moon. Who knows, right? Spider-Man jumping to action is up $1. 0.06%. Spider-Man hanging out's doing all right. But yeah, like that's my take on it. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, ultra rare. You can get Wonder Woman instead. Like whatever ones you believe in a bit more. I have a little bit more faith in like the Spider-Mans and Steamboat Willie over Wonder Woman, but you know. But I do think Wonder Woman might outperform Captain America a little bit. So like that's my personal like tier list, I guess, of superheroes. 8th like, I broke my FOMO rule and bought a Ghost Spider for 120. Dude, that's solid. What are you talking about? In my mind, when you think of like, oh, I FOMO'd into something, it's like, I bought Goofy at 4.5K, like something like that, which is still, in the grand scheme of things, a good purchase. But no, that's awesome, dude. Javon White, thoughts on 2099 Spider-Man? I think it's going to do great. It's the second Secret Rare Spider-Man that exists on the platform. You know, I think some people are going to meme and say it's better than the other. Obviously, it's not the case, but it does have less mints. Not of the other Secret Rare Spider-Man, but it has the second lowest mints, I believe, right? No, the ultra rare Ben Riley has 616, but regardless, it's definitely the most unique looking Spider-Man. That's for sure, and it's the first Secret Rare Marvel Mighties, the second Secret Rare Spider-Man. It has a lot going for it. I do like it a lot. I mean, I bought one at 2.3, so or 2350, whatever, somewhere in the middle. And I have the whole set, so I bought it. I only got the Spider-Man on drop, so. Some of the content creators have gotten pretty lucky recently. Some of them gotten like secret rares and stuff. It's kind of crazy. I don't know about this drop, but I know Cavell Anderson and Taps Trades, I believe both got Goofy on the drop. So that's good on them. James Rutkovsky. James Rutkovsky Jr. What's up? Sorry, I missed someone. AKA Bash. What's her thoughts on Ghost Spidey? I like her. I actually like the look of her. I think she'll be number 4. It'll obviously go Spider-Man 2099, Green Goblin, then Spider-Man, then Ghost Spider, then Black Cat, then Spider-Woman. That's my personal tier list. So I mean, being number 4 out of 6 isn't terrible. And I think she has a unique look. You know, I think now, like, if you're gonna buy her, now's a pretty good time. I don't see her dipping much lower, and if she does, I mean, so be it. But I do see a lot of the Spider-Man, like, Marvel Mighties, and it's an FA. Like, I think people forget, like, these are all FAs, and I do like the look. I think it's probably like my, other than like Black Suit, Spider-Man 29, all that stuff. Like, it's probably like one of my top 5 like Spider-Man looks, even though it's not Peter Parker Spider-Man, but it's like of the Spider-Mans. Whatever. I do like the look a lot. Okay, now I'm gonna read you, James. Thanks for the work that you put in for the community. Love the content. Keep up the good work. P.S. Bought a Dr. Doom for 1K today and a Green Goblin for 888. Do you think I did good? Dude, that's great. What are you talking about? I think very briefly, Dr. Doom went to like 950 briefly, but like he will go back up. I just showed it earlier. He had 3 candles or 3 highs of 1350. So he still has another 350 gems to grow. I think Green Goblin is actually going to do better in the long run. It might take a while to get that point than Dr. Doom, but I think they'll be neck and neck for a while. And like, those are not bad purchases at all. And I'm not saying you should, just get 2 Green Goblins. Like, if you got Dr. Doom to round out your set, or who knows, maybe Dr. Doom is going to be leading the pace for the villains when it comes to the Marvel Mighties. Dude, those are both solid. I do think those are great. That is another one I kind of did overlook, because Dr. Doom's actually a pretty decent pickup for 1K as well. Even though the numbers don't necessarily match, like Captain America and stuff, I think it could perform like on par with Captain America after a while. I do think Captain America Ultra Rare might outpace it in the long run, but I think in the short term it could do better. But again, dude, if there's any kind of announcement of gamification, Veveverse, literally anything, Marvel Mighties will explode. But for now, you know, it's not like people are losing conviction in it. It's just, we just haven't seen any evidence of anything happening recently. And it's hard to convince people, like, buy this NFT now because 6 years from now, you're going to be able to play it in some game that you pay Omi for occasionally. Like, people aren't going to have that conviction. I wouldn't have that conviction. Like, hold this NFT for 6 years. And like, of course it's going to go up in value, but who knows? Until we get some evidence, it's hard to know. Did good? Yeah, you did fine, James. Price prediction. Oh, price prediction to Ghost Spidey. Where's she at now? Or I probably already got it pulled up. Ghost Spidey. She's at 129 right now, but that was 40 minutes ago. The prices of these are still pretty erratic of what's going on right now. I wouldn't be surprised if she kind of settles around like 200-ish. Like over the next few days, maybe at the end of the week, maybe 250. Like, it would not surprise me at all whatsoever if she got to like 200, like by the end of the week. Overall, I think it's a surprise to a lot of people, but to be honest, like, just the Spider-Verse stuff, like everything Spider-Man related has been relevant for a while. It's just hard because, like, when was the last Fantastic Four movie? When was the last really good Captain America movies? And even then, Captain America, it's only, you know, I think people like the idea of, I don't want to say teams or anything like that. It seems silly, but I didn't watch any of the Captain America movies, like, to be honest. Like, I know Steve Rogers, I know the stories, at least like the MCU movies and stuff, but I didn't watch any of them. I still have yet to watch the most recent Spider-Man, but I've seen all the rest. Like, I don't know. I think people are more bullish on the idea of Green Goblin and all the different Spider-Mans and different iterations and stuff, rather than Fantastic Four. Because when was the last Fantastic Four movie? Like 9 years ago or something? 10 years ago? Like, Spider-Man's making stuff like every other year. Huddle those, James. Yes, hard agree. Good call, Bats. Mephisto, do you? I think the market will stay like this for a bit because Veve is continuing with nearly daily drops. I don't think there'll be huge pumps except for new whales might come. Exactly. And my friend brought up a good point, and he studies, Veve chats and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna double time it here in a bit. And Mark, I haven't forgot your question for 6K. Don't worry. He brought up a good point that like David Yu, I'm like, dude, how's it gonna play if like there's daily drops? Like, how are people gonna play everything? But like in an interview, I'm trying to remember a while back, he did say like he is gonna force people to choose a corner, choose a side. Not everyone can collect Marvel and DC and this and that. And you can't collect it all. And we're kind of getting to that speed where it might not happen this year. Like, some people that aren't whales might struggle a bit. Whales might be able to do it through part of next year, but it's like there's going to be a lot of drops and a lot of significant names and a ton of stuff happening. And so like if you're focusing on Marvel Mighties or just Marvel characters in general, and like let's say you get a Disney drop or a DC drop, what are you going to do? You're probably going to sell it because either you're not familiar with like the price of whatever it is. Like you can keep it, but it doesn't match the rest of your collection, right? So you're going to sell it to someone who does value DC. And there's just going to be so many FAs and characters and NFTs, comics, like, people are going to have to pick a corner. Like people just won't have enough money. Like you're going to win the drops way less consistently because of the queue system. So you have to buy it off the secondary market. And like, even though I bought the last 2 secret rares and stuff, I'm like out of money. Like I'm like out of gems. I still have stuff I can flip and all that stuff, but it's like I can't just buy sets forever. And to be honest, I was never a set guy, but I just like these last 2 sets, and I'm like, I was like, screw it, whatever. Like, and people are impulse buyers like me. Like it happens. I'm gonna double time it with chat because I'm falling behind. Where one of the stamp drops 120 gems. I thought it was like the dragon one. I could be wrong. I have not looked at all whatsoever at like the announcements. I probably should. Let me do it really quick just so I don't sound like ignorant this whole time. All right, just gonna look it up on my phone. Veve official. Imperial Lotus Dragon. Did they really say one of the stamp drops was 120 gems? So there's like the stamp art. Yeah, I mean, I see that. Drops Monday, 8 a.m. Okay, so it's tomorrow morning. But, are you talking about the Imperial Lotus Dragon thingy? That's not what I want. The one from Mr. I forgot. I don't even know the artist names. Is that the one you're talking about? I'm not entirely sure. Yes. So one of the stamp drops is 120 gems. Oh, sheet of stamps. Okay. I mean, in my opinion, it's always worth going for the drops. Kind of get a weird feeling it might be one of those that like I don't think it'll drop below box price, but like I'm not sure what the profit margin is going to look like. But in my opinion, it's worth at least trying for every drop. Even if it gets years from now and you focus on one thing, like play every drop. You never know if you're going to win, and you can sell it for a profit. So Andre, it was amazing to hear you. It's almost 4 a.m. so I gotta wake up for two horse. Cheers, see ya, mate. See ya, dude. I think you mean horse. Ed just finished the mighty set. Think I'm done for a while, dude. So is a lot of people. Like this was quite a mighty squeeze. This was a mighty squeeze. James, I've never sold anything. Still have my Todd. Okay, so you're a long time investor, or like you've been on the app for a while, it seems, or maybe you bought Todd early. Okay, Zach of all trades. Do you think Mickey and Friends will be golden moments? Will be golden moments. Too much corruption in the stock, derivative markets, short sellers can't short or just duplicate NFTs. I'm sure. Do I think Making Friends will be like golden moments? They won't be as high as golden moments, but they are definitely a collector's item through and through. You got the lenticular thing that's animated, which is a cool look. Gold trim, signature, the music. Like, there's so many things that just harken to like the personality of the character. Like it's so much of it on the card, so that's a super collector thing, to be honest. I've kind of joked around about it, but it's kind of like a boomer's collectible. Like I probably shouldn't joke around about it, but it's like if I showed this to my parents, I'd be like, oh, that's nice. That looks quite nice. I might collect those if I had like a physical version of it. Like, yeah, if they were really into Disney, they know Disney, but like they're not obsessive about it. But if I showed that to someone that did like Disney or was really into it, they had the season passes and all that crazy stuff, they would love that stuff. Ilmatics, what's good? VV vibes. You hit on drop. I got the Spider-Man. And my roommate got a green Goblin, the guy who I introduced to VV not too long ago. He won his second drop. He actually won the Mickey drop too, and he got a. What did he get? He was like joking. He was like, I want anything but that Daisy Duck. I think he just ended up with a Mickey, and then today he got a green Goblin, so good on him. What is your favorite NFT you own? As of right now, let me see. It used to be, I used to like Batman Who Laughs a lot. I used to have Dragon Girl, but I've kind of parted my ways with those. Maybe a little too soon. My favorite one that I own right now, I'd probably say. Which one would it be? It's probably a toss-up between. It's probably a toss-up between ultra rare Steamboat Willie or. I don't know. Yeah, probably ultra rare Steamboat Willie. Spider-Man 2099 looks sick. If he was animated, that might be my favorite. I mean, Spider-Man 2099 is a very close second. Oh, so you're set for life. Yeah, I'm not set for life, but. Nathaniel Walker, people are sitting on gems. I'm surprised not seeing the pump already. Market not exactly known for being patient for what I've seen. No big drops to save gems for right now. I think one of two things are happening, or potentially both. One, people are still liquidating, consolidating gems and things. I think some people are still selling off NFTs to buy some of the newer stuff. Maybe they're trying to FOMO into the old Disney cards and they're trying to take advantage of that now. Who knows? Or, which I think is a bit more likely, is people are very hesitant. February 27th. I think everyone knows what I mean by that. 25th anniversary of Pokemon. There's some recent interviews with Jeremy Padawar who never confirmed or denied it, but just said like, hey, if I've always based everything on logic, you know, and if you follow that logic, you know, who knows? He did say Pokemon would be on a blockchain at some point. Didn't say which one or where it would be hosted or anything like that. He just said Pokemon eventually will be on a blockchain. So sorry, there's like some fuzzies on my shirt and I'm trying to like get them off. So that's what he heard. I think that could be a proponent from it, and I think Pokemon is a powerful enough IP to basically potentially keep the market at bay for a full month. It can do that. I have no idea what I would do. I think some people are getting out in front of it by either saving gems. There could be some movement in the market over the next couple of weeks that people kind of either forget or don't really care about Pokemon. They don't think it's going to happen. But then there could be some people that are liquidating. They're just waiting. And February 25th or 26th, it doesn't happen. People might start buying stuff, or the announcement is on February 27th for, you know, early March. Who knows? Or it doesn't happen altogether. So that's what I think is going on. Even though it's like literally a full month away. Pokemon is a powerful enough IP that would happen. If they said Pokemon was coming out late March, so 2 months from now, market would still crash. In my opinion, market would still crash. Not as hard, but it would still go down significantly. If they gave people a 2-month heads up, it would still go down. Let's see. Rafael Martinez, do you think Mr. Fantastic and Zombie Captain America be underpriced at the moment? I just think there's better investments. I know they're both super cheap, right? Captain America, they're both probably like 50-ish stems, right? Hello. Zombie Captain America, this one. At this point, like, I'd rather pick up a Storm than a Zombie Captain America. And instead of Mr. Fantastic, I think Mr. Fantastic's fine. I was gonna say Groot, but I don't think so. I think Mr. Fantastic has more room to move, even though he does have a ton of mints, just like Groot. Yeah, I'd rather buy a storm, like a common storm, over commons Captain Zombie, Captain Zombie, Zombie Captain America. And then if we look at Mr. Fantastic, he's at 49. Yeah, so that puts you in the price point of Groot. At that point, it's like, do I want Groot or Mr. Fantastic or something else? I think Mr. Fantastic's fine. Are they underpriced? Yeah, everything's going to go up in price. It does seem a bit slow right now, strangely enough. Again, I think it's people just trying to consolidate or trying to do whatever with gems, but at the same time, it's Pokemon is like right over the hill. So it could be that. I hope that answers your question, James. Bats, I got lucky in life already, but Vivi's stuff, but this Vivi stuff is so cool. Thanks for the advice. Yep. Paid 1.8K for Todd. Seems like a good move. So yeah, dude, so you probably got that 4 months ago or something, I would imagine. You keep any comics too? I don't have any comics, or you're talking to James. Mark Bowman sold my rare Spider-Man for 1.7K and bought a Mickey, Donald, and Daisy. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you sold your Spider-Man and like stacked a bunch of Unicorno, like, not that I think Unicornos are bad, but it's, a bunch of like random decon stuff. Like, those are all very solid. If you were going to flip a Spider-Man, like, those are some good things to pick up. I do think Spider-Man has a lot of room to move. Like, I think it could push like 2.2, 2.3K, but so can Daisy, Donald, and Mickey. Like, those are all, those could all move a few hundred gems each as well in the near future. So not entirely sure, but I think that's fine. I think that's a good move. The Grow comics, okay, cool. Nathaniel Walker. I'm so glad someone besides me loves Vivi, but is also grounded in reality. So much hype and content is based on their own baseless fantasies and speculation. Some cool ideas, but not reality. Exactly. And I kind of follow the same thought a little bit of. I know Cody Thrive. He's a newer person in the community, probably not as knowledgeable about the specifics and like the very small nuances of the market and the overall like opinion of the community and this and that. But I will admit, like, there is, and you have to be sensible about this, is that Vivi, as positive as it is a bit of an echo chamber. People just talking about the same thing, nothing but positive. But you also have to be realistic too. Like, there's just no evidence of like the Vivi verse. Like, they've talked, like, it's gonna happen, but how advanced or how far along is it gonna be with its features and all that stuff? So it would be super cool if they said, hey, Vivi verse is coming out, early summer, and by the way, Niantic has been working on it for the last 3 years. That video you guys saw in 2018, we made an agreement. They've been working on it for a while, and these are all the cool features that are going to happen. Like, cool, great. Hoverboards are going to go up. Cars are going to go up. Marvel Mighties are going to go up. Like, in a way, like, I think all of the kind of like speculative things will go up in price, even if they don't mention it outright. Even just the saying that, like, hey, like, there will be some heavy features with NFTs. We're not going to say which ones, but there will be some features available. At least there's something. But if they come out and say, hey, Viviverse is coming out, you'll be able to move around and control your vault with, the hand paddles. I don't have an Oculus or anything like that. That's still not enough to get it done. It's like, yeah, I think you have to be realistic. And as much as people are like, oh, I spent $4,000 on Cryptkins and I bought nothing but Bigfoots. It's like, some people might be like, yeah, go for it. I might be like, not the best purchase. Like I know you saw an opportunity. Like, it's gonna take you forever to sell off. They're not the most popular thing, and you did nothing but like raise the price. Like, whatever it is, right? Like, you have to be realistic. Not crap on the guy for his decision, but you have to be realistic as well. Let's double time it. And Mark, I forgot about your question. I feel the same way about the comics, especially the first appearance of Deadpool. Yeah, looks like you guys are having a nice conversation. So I'm gonna let you all do that. Randy Diaz, is Zombie Spider-Man good pickup right now? Dude, it's great. He was at 490 like 12 days ago. I do think with just the way the market is reacting now, it might take him a while to recover. I mean, everything will. But I do think some of the Spider-Mans will be one of the first ones to recover in general. So I think it's a great pickup. I can't think of very many other things off the top of my head around that mark. that would do better. Maybe some of the black and white series like FA Robin, as well as like Darwin Cook Batman. Those are a bit cheaper. I still think trying to think, maybe like Deadpool plus Storm or something like that. Like that's all I can think of. That would do better. But like Darwin Cook, it's a bit cheaper. He's gone up to 360, but I mean Deadpool's has ran up to like 480 before, so I would still rather choose that over Darwin Cook or like this Robin. James Comics, yeah. Miguel Fernandez, I got a low mint mini and flipped it for 3K gems. Did I make a good, did I make a mistake or a good flip? I don't know how low of a mint, but taking profit is no issue. It's what you don't want to do is like flip a low mint mini and do nothing with those gems and like sit on it for like a month, right? Or a few weeks. Like you want to invest into something else that's going to earn you more gems in the meantime, right? Because mini's going up in price, but your gems aren't. So, no, I think that's solid. Like, I don't know how low the mint was, but as long as you invest into, yeah, for $3 grand, like I said before, I think Iron Man is very solid. Plus Jason Fabok, you can get 2 of the rare Spider-Mans. They're both 1,500 right now. Hell, you can get 3 uncommon Steamboat Willies if you want. Like, there's a lot of good stuff in the $1 grand area right now, to be honest. Yeah, as long as you just invest into something else, don't just let it sit there, ideally. And that's what I always say is, if you're going to sell something, have a plan for something else. Ideally, you know, that's kind of my thought process. Nathaniel Walker, I bought the SR cap and regret it. Love the animation, but no real catalyst for it, and not FA. Secret Rare Captain America. That's what I'm kind of thinking myself, which is why I literally recommended it. Like after Steamboat Willie, after Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Maybe I did say Wonder Woman's probably going to do better than Captain America. I do think there was that hype. I'm not sure how you might have bought it during the hype when it ran up to 5K or however the hell high, however high it went. I don't know, but yeah, it's unfortunate. That's why I don't like buying things when they're pumping. Like if it's already pumping, it's too late. Too many people know about it, and it could keep running. But for some reason in the market, so people just FOMO and they just like actually keep that thing keep running. So maybe it is a thing, but. And Hulk, okay, we need. Threw my Iron Man away before the January ran up. Feels so sick to my stomach right now. Dude, I had an Iron Man too. I sold them not too long ago, like a week ago for these drops. And then it's funny because like literally 2 days later, they brought on NFT Pride's brought on, I think her name is like Magic Collector or Magic Veve or something like that. So she's very knowledgeable about the Disney fan base and community. And then also that same day, or I think the day before that, Randy Shaw has brought on 2 of his friends that used to work at Disneyland for years and years and years. And, you know, they work with the community directly. One of them is also like a Disney collector and like a Discord of 100,000 people. And I was like, God, what did I just do? Did I just sell a golden moment Disney collectible to just have some gems left over for these drops? And like, I'm just gonna live with my decision. I think I've invested my gems pretty well. I got both full sets out of it. I had to liquidate some other things too, but I'm happy with what I've done, or like my stuff. Just learn from it. Don't beat yourself up too much. Just learn from it and just find the next thing. Because I sold the Vault at 9K and that thing's at 42K, which is worth more than my Vault right now. But I made the decision to sell it, so I actually had enough liquid to actually play the market. I wanted to do more than just have a one-track experience with Vault and like everything else. Like, because I don't have thousands of gems or even hundreds of dollars to like just throw in a VV every week. You know, I don't have that, that option. So I just use it as a story to tell other people that, I don't regret it, and you just learn from it and you move on, and take the stuff you did get from it and at least invest into things that could give you some more experience, right? And make a YouTube channel and pretend like you know what you're talking about. Like that's the best way to do it. And drink some Monster. Who's watching the game? I was earlier. Not anymore. That Chiefs and... What was it? Chiefs and God, I forgot who I was playing. I've not watched the NFL. Like, I used to play a lot of football, but then I kind of stopped watching it, not because of any particular reason, but just kind of stopped caring for it. But that was a crazy game. That was a pretty good game. That was earlier, but right now, like, I don't really care to watch it. Rams won. Nice. Good for them. Veve sucks for looking for your accounts. Yeah, it's terrible. Or just any name in general. Paulo, I don't know why. I don't know what to blow my 16K on Veve. LOL. It depends. Like, how much knowledge do you have on the Veve fan base? Like, have you been in Veve for a while and now you're going to invest 16K? Are you looking to stack? Are you looking to diversify? Do you want to just get 2 or 3 grails and just sit on those for a long term? Because I can help you out with that, Paulo. Like, the first thing that came to mind is obviously Todd. But then again, like, I don't know if you want to put basically 75% of your investment into one NFT unless you truly believe Todd is going to take off. In my personal opinion, I think Todd could hit. I know some people say 100K, but there's so many things that can go forward against it. But it wouldn't surprise me if he hit 60 or 80. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know. People have been kind of quiet on Todd recently. Not that he's like not going to do well, but he just hasn't had a run up recently. So lots of influencers got the SR on drop. It's either sus or that we have to be an incredible coincidence. I don't think it's like an incredible coincidence. The people that were on Veve early have learned they know the techniques. They know to invest in the faster internet, better phones, things like that. And on top of that, I think it's also just selective memory, right? 2,000, how many goofies were there? 4,444. Like, the people that posted, like, let's say only 40 people posted them on Twitter. That means there's still 99% of the other goofies that just didn't even put it on Twitter. They don't care, like, whatever. They're just gonna listen to the market. So it's like, of course, like, if any of the content creators win something, they're gonna post it, right? Including myself. I mean, I wanted Spider-Man. I probably should have said something, but I don't know. I don't care to. But if I got a sticker rarely, I probably would have posted it. So, I don't think it necessarily means sus, but I do think, yeah, they've been doing this for a while. They know to invest in better internet. They know the techniques. Blind box is one of the community favorites because all you have to do is just spam tap one area and you can actually win in a decent ratio. I mean, it's way better than the 0.25% that I have to win comics. So I've had terrible luck with comics. Never got a rebound in my life. So I think that's also what makes me relatable. Like, I don't win a lot either. Like, comics, I've won 2 comics in 3 months. Like, it is what it is. But that's how long I've been on the app for. So it's like 3.5 months. Next Fantastic Four movie coming out in a couple years, though. Okay, cool. That's Infinity Time in Veve Land, though. Yeah. Would you sell a Marvel #1 rare comic for a Steamboat Willie? I don't think so. I don't even know much about comics, and I'm saying no. Like, I would say no. I would say no. Sat Gaming. Like, I don't know much about comics, but a rare Marvel Comics #1, I would say no. Don Hyan, I would hold it. Yeah, I agree. Like, as much as I love Steamboat Willie, and I think he's probably one of the best investments for around $1,000, like, on the app, like, legitimately straight up. If someone said I have $1,000 to spend, I would be like, get Steamboat Willie. Common Spidey's good. Ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man's good too, but yeah. Hold I think comics are going to be making big moves in the near future too, like another dip. It's hard because comics are slow movers. They move slow, they spike up, they move slow. It's not like collectibles where there's a lot of movement, right? So I would hold that. Did you get the Killer Croc? Hell no. I did not get the Killer Croc. Shakespeare the Third. What up, Vibe? I've seen your new set. You're making moves. Landed a sorry, I'm like burping a lot because the energy drink. 1248 Green Goblin on drop. Thoughts? Dude, that's solid. I mean, it's not like a special mint or anything, but dude, it's a Green Goblin. It's better than a Spider-Man or a Spider-Woman or something. Like, that's my roommate got a Green Goblin on drop, so if you get better than the common, that's solid. Hi, what do you think of Ghost Spider price? I think she's a bit on the low end. I honestly think all of them are a bit on the low end. And I'm thinking, again, I'm not thinking like people are like price prediction for Spider-Man a year from now. I'm like, dude, it's been out for 12 hours. I don't know what, I have no idea what its price is going to be in a year, like let alone some of these other ones. I'm thinking more like a few days or maybe a week ahead with some of these. I could see Ghost Spider hitting like 200 in a few days. So I do think she's a bit undervalued. It's really hard to see her go below where she is now. Again, unless there is a significant IP announcement, superhero drop, something along those lines within the next couple weeks. But if that doesn't happen, I could see her keep going up. I like the look. She's probably one of my favorite looking ones, in my opinion. I like the look. Ended today with Spidey, Ghost Spider, and Green Goblin. Dude, that's solid. That's good thing. I don't want to say it. Yeah, it's like, you know, you managed to avoid the Spider Woman and the Black Cat. Black Cat's actually pretty cool. I think more of maybe the show, like people that actually watch the cartoons or people that like follow the comics very closely know the importance of Black Cat. But the average person doesn't, which is why I think most would undervalue her. I do think if people actually knew more about Black Cat, I think they would actually price her above Spider-Man. But for now, I think she's below Spider-Man, I believe. Because I could have sworn, didn't she? Was it her or someone else? I could have sworn like she also took like the super soldier serum as well. It's been a while since I've looked into Black Cat, but I know she's not just some random chick that put on a cat outfit. Like she's got some pretty good abilities and like martial capabilities. Kevin Edmondson, would you trade Ultra Rare Man Ace and Ultra Man Common for the Spider-Man 2099 SR? Let me look up those prices really quick. I'm gonna be a bit. I will admit I'm gonna be a bit biased. I'm not very bullish on Ultraman. Again, it's just way too speculative for me. I know people have been hyping this up. If you're gonna make those kind of moves, I think 2099 is not a bad investment, and like it's already moved up a couple hundred gems since we looked at it like an hour ago. I'm trying to think of like you're better off with like an Iron Man or something like that. Could Spider-Man 2099 surpass Iron Man? Maybe. I doubt it, but I don't know. I'm gonna be biased. I'm not a huge fan of Ultraman Ace. I would say next. In my opinion, like after this pump and like let's say Ultraman Ace peaks at like 2550 or like maybe 2600, like where was his all-time high? 2800. Like it might go there again. I don't know, like it just seems a bit speculative for me. If I had it, I'd wait for it to get to like 2550, 2600, maybe 2400. Like when you start the market start really pulling back, if there's, you know, me personally, that's where I would sell it. And then the common, only because this Ultraman Ace, I imagine, is a little bit harder to sell than the common. So I'd focus on selling this one first, get the gems, get the big dough first, and then sell the Ultraman if you need to make up the extra. And like at that point, I mean, you'd have like 2,800 to 3,000 gems. Like that's a solid amount to invest in. I don't know if you just want to ape into Spider-Man 2099 right away, but like I said, yeah, you can get Iron Man plus Jason Fatback, Steamboat Willie, Spider, you know, Ultra Rare, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. That's a mouthful. Ultra Rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Wonder Woman. Like, there's a lot of other good investments. You don't have to just ape into Spider-Man 2099. But if you had a gun to my head and you're like, which one's going to do better? I would say the Spider-Man. Like, if you came up to me and you're like, pick one. And I'm like, all right. You know, you're going to eat the fee, which sucks, but I'm not a huge speculative guy. Like, way too many things would have to fall into place for Ultraman to, like, really take off. Shakespeare the Third. Marvel Mighty Drop is exactly like Spider-Man and Friends, cartoons, and Disney Plus. Dude, it's almost like Disney and Marvel know what they're doing. I mean, kind of one and the same, but yeah. Brandon Jacobs just got a Grailment on Spider-Man. 11375, Peter Parker zip code. Really? That's really awesome if that's the case. Is it a Grail? I think to the right comic book nerd or the person that does know that, like yourself, just find another Brandon Jacobs with more money and it's like really into it, and then it'll pay off. But dude, that's awesome. That's actually really, I didn't know that. I didn't even know they said like Peter Parker's zip code and stuff. It kind of just shows you like how much attention to detail that these writers like put into the comics, or just people that expand the this like Spider-Man universe and stuff. It's crazy. But yeah, dude, that's awesome. You know, if you're looking to sell it, that's going to take you some time. But if you just want to hold it and just say you have it, dude, hell yeah, that's awesome. It's actually really cool. That Frog Curtis, how is the partner statue doing? Good question. I'm assuming it's chilling where it's at, but we will see. Come on, I typed in Walt. Guess I'll type in partners. It's up to 4,800. It's up to 49. Again, who knows if these are confirmed sales. When it was at okay, so when it was at 48 and it goes down to here. Okay, so there's one listing difference. It's either an actual sale or the person just delisted and that's the next highest one. It's impossible to tell. It says previously sold 3205. And again, I'm not sure if Ecomi Wiki knows if that's just an actual purchase or just a delisting. I'm kind of curious to know. I think that's a good question for Omi the Clown. I might ask one time, like, because when I see this previously sold, it's actually pretty accurate with like sales and stuff. But at the same time, I don't know if that person just delisted it and ecomi.wiki or maybe the Veve API just noticed that, hey, this was the last mint at the floor, it disappeared, so it must be sold. Like, it just assumes so. Who knows? Not entirely sure, but yeah, that's where partner statue's at right now. Nathaniel Walker didn't know about Pokemon date in February. That's really good insight. People have been talking about it for a minute. February 27th is Pokemon Day in Japan and some other countries that celebrate that day. And that would be the 25th year anniversary of Pokemon. So either there's going to be a drop on that day or a possible announcement. Who knows? In my personal opinion, I think the app is still a little bit too early for an announcement like that, and just the amount of load that the servers would take before queue system, all that stuff. I'm not entirely sure. Plus, I think the market, especially like the market right now, it's such a weird spot. I don't know if it could even handle that right now. Like, so many weird things would happen. Grails would go down 30%. Certain NFTs would go down 40 to 50, and then of course the lesser popular ones would go down 60 to 70%. Like, and I'm not even joking. That's my estimation. That's how big Pokemon is. That thing is pulled back. Don't know which one you're talking about. That's probably an earlier thing. I don't know. I've never had this many people in my I think I can't see how many people are actually in my chat right now, but a lot of chatting going on, and I dig it. What do you think about Elsa? Got her at 300. I mean, I think she's going to pull an R2D2 soon. Like, it would not surprise me if she just jumped up to like 5,500 in the near future because people are sleeping on her. But yeah, dude, Elsa's awesome. I mean, the fact you got her that early, you probably got her in the secondary market shortly after her drop. Yeah, Elsa was actually the first NFT I got, and I didn't have enough money for Walt, so I sold her for $285, I think, on the market. Ended up getting a Walt and then later selling him. That was literally like my first week on the app. Like, I would say I had no idea what I was doing, but I didn't, like a lot of people, didn't know what they were actually holding. And on top of that, I mean, like I said, I'd already told the whole story about it. Gave me enough experience to actually understand the market and all that stuff, which is cool. But do you think picking this mighty set is worth it? It entirely depends, Uncle Jay, on what your vault looks like. Can you physically afford it? How many gems do you have? How long are you gonna hold it? It depends on a lot of different questions. All I can say is that it's gonna go up in value pretty significantly, I believe, in the next few days, and I'm talking 20 or 30%, maybe a bit higher. I think everything's gonna recover across the board. It just might take a bit more time, assuming there's no more like massive announcements between now and then. So yeah, I mean, is it worth like getting the whole set? That's a decision, I think, for yourself. Yeah, Mighty's value, or the Mighty's undervalued right now. I would say so. I mean, I can pull them up again. And again, like this is new stuff. Like I know Marvel Mighty's been out for a while, but like Spider-Man is new to the Marvel Mighty space, and yeah, I mean I could see Spider-Man hitting like 3, Ghost Spider hitting like 2, Spider-Woman probably hitting like 125. Where are the other ones? I guess it's technically not Spider-Man or whatever, but yeah, I mean, I can see the prices going up. I do think they're a little bit undervalued because people have been liquidating other NFTs to afford other ones, or people even are selling off their Marvel Mighties to afford other NFTs. So once the dust settles, I think over the next day or so, I can see the prices of these going up. Was it meant below 100? That's the plan. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, you got what, $3,000 for it, I believe, for the mini card. How could you sell Walt, man? Dude, it happens. I had no idea. And I'll be honest, I didn't have a ton of money to put into the app, like, at all. I merely use it as a means to, you know, get some money, play the market, understand it, and play it the way I am now. Like I don't have the means of spending a ton of money or throwing it on the app right now. But yeah, I thought the same thing, and I'm like, oh my god, Walt's at 45K. And like my vault value isn't that high, but I think the experience that I've learned, and the amount of time I put in, and like you have to learn things firsthand, right? You can't just look at numbers. You have to also play the market, understand it, because there's a lot of things in between these hours, or a lot of things that are happening on the chart that isn't necessarily. There's a lot of things that are happening that aren't being shown on this chart, and I've done it all. Like I've invested in all the IPs, the hoverboards, the decon items, the 007 items, Adventure Time. I like everything. Black and White series. I've done it all. And I've tried to sell off things. I've tried quick flipping them, doing some midterm holds, like whatever. Like I just know which NFTs do well. I feel like, in my opinion. So, and I feel like so far, not many of my recommendations have led people astray. At least I haven't had someone come in and say, hey, your recommendation completely screwed me over. Then I'm just going to shrug and say, dude, not financial advice, and it is what it is. But I think it's very hard to go wrong with, DC, Marvel, and Disney for the most part. Very, very rarely, I don't mind recommending something that's not in those big three. I think Little Friends Apes might not be terrible. Dragon Girls aren't terrible. That's if you're trying to play like Immutable X. Like Immutable X is a whole different frontier, and I would have to see how that plays out to recommend that kind of stuff. Because I think the best case scenario for those NFTs is probably off market. Like right now, people are so gun ho about. In some ways, I do think the Veve community is a little bit too obsessive about Disney, Marvel, and DC, and they're kind of just like leaving everything else like in the trash. But if you brought that trash out into a different market, and like Little Friends Apes, let's say the silvers, there's 1,000 of them. What if there's only 17 off app, on Immutable X or something like that? Like that creates its own market, and there's only 17. I bet those people would value it much, much higher than what Veve values it. I thought I was going to regret selling my C-3PO at drop for 370, but ended up turning into a partner statue on drop. You got a 427, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, and that's the thing is, you took a risk, you saw it, you got it, and yeah, that's the thing. If you didn't get Walt, you would have regretted it, but you got Walt, so you don't regret it. So, dude, that's awesome though, Daniel. That's congrats. I'm glad other people are enjoying their Walts. I'm enjoying it in a different way. I'm still enjoying it because the money it gave me lets me still play the market and probably encourage me, because if I had Walt and I was only able to put in, X amount of money, not much, into the app every month, I wouldn't have the experience I have or be able to do flipping or recommend stuff. Like I would just be writing my entire Veve experience on just Walt, and that wouldn't have not only not been fun, but I don't think that would have helped me grow and develop as like someone that wants to learn the market and get people recommendations. What do you think about Superman? I got one. I'm thinking I should sell it and use the gems to get a Todd. Let's see. I don't know what else you would have to get rid of for it. If you have the liquid to get a Todd, yes, because I do think if Superman goes up, I see Todd going up as well. I actually haven't looked at Todd recently. If the rest isn't liquid, sure, but if you have to like, you know, liquidate half a dozen other NFTs, and it's gonna be a pain, and it could take you a few days or even longer. Like, I mean, Todd at 11.5 is very solid. And that's why I've kind of said before, like, is Todd even, not Todd, but is Superman even a Grail? He seems to fluctuate a lot with these dips and stuff. I still think he's a Grail. I think he's a low tier Grail, like very bottom of the Grails. So there's S tier, which in my opinion, I guess is Grails. Superman's on the very bottom of it, because I think people do kind of treat Superman as a stepping stone to other Grails. You know, to get to a Steamboat Willie, ultra rare, to get to a Todd, to get to other spots. Like, he does seem to be, and he's one of the more affordable NFTs. And I think he's also a victim to the fact that, you know, the fee is 2.5%. People can sell it relatively quickly. You can get the majority of your money back versus the 8.5%. So there is that. A time will come where Superman will pump, but either you'd have to time it perfectly, where like Superman, let's say, jumps up to just like 7.5K within a couple days, and you need to buy it at its sell it at its peak, but then also jump on the Todd train before he goes too high. Or if the Todd train goes before Superman, then you're kind of out of luck. So not entirely certain, dude. I mean, going for a Todd is never wrong. I'm kind of on the road there myself. I haven't given up on the idea. Kind of like collecting sets, and like I'm not. Yeah, I don't know what to say entirely about that. I don't think you're wrong. At least you're upgrading to another Grail. It's not like you're just upgrading to something random. I can't even think of like another random thing, like some like random Powerpuff Girl thing. I don't know. B-word R2D2 will hit 100K this year, in my opinion. People sleeping on that. Potentially DJ. I could see that. DJ Easy. 100K. I don't know. But like 25, 30, I could see that. But again, there's so many catalysts that could change. Like Disney could implement really, really good real world utility. They could start sponsoring it on every social media platform. They could let all their Star Wars fans know, like, hey, get the first appearance of Star. Like, if Disney really wanted to push it, and or if there's a lot of celebrities that get on Veve in the next year and they're all Star Wars fans, like, dude, so many things could happen that could go in its favor. But then again, if Veve just keeps slam dunking big IPs and big characters over the next year, that could halt that. It could slow it down. I don't think it'll stop it, but it'll slow down its growth. I got a rebound on Daredevil. Got an ultra rare. Nice. Characters over comics. I would say so. Like, I honestly never win comics. I do know there's a big good market for comics, especially if you're trying to go for like master collector points and stuff as well. But personally, I'm just more familiar with collectibles, you know, and characters and stuff. So that's just my take on it. But to say that like there's no value in comics, I think is just kind of like ignorant or whatever. Like, there's a lot of value there. It's just slow and steady, and it's a different market. You have to study it, which I need to do one day. But for now, I would say I like the characters or just the collectibles. Comic, it runs by bots. Comic collectors know how to hodl, slower growth, more stability, and what's yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's what comics and that's what Sleeping Comics would say. Like, there's tons of comic collectors, at least like really serious ones, that will like buy a comic knowing that it could go up 50% in 5 years or 2 years or 10 years or whatever it is. Like, that some are that patient. AR Bollywood bangers, Uniman, bro. Would you buy Goblin for a K? Where's he at? Is that where he's at now? The Goblano. Let's see where he's at. Yeah, I mean, I had considered buying him for a K, but I just waited because I thought the market was dipping. I ended up getting mine at like 870. I think he's gonna go up. To be honest, I do think he's gonna hit probably 1.5K in the near future. Near future meaning a few days, within a week. I can't tell you. Like, he's way too new on the market to give like an accurate thing. But if you're wondering if I buy it for a K, will it be profitable in a few days or a week or a couple weeks? Yeah, I would say yes. Again, not financial advice. No one knows the future, but I think it's a pretty safe bet considering that Red Skull and Doctor Doom have more mints. I would argue maybe a little bit less popular, at least currently, than Green Goblin. Green Goblin has less mints, is more popular, and right now he's the cheapest between Red Skull and Doctor Doom. I think just the math, the popularity, and it matches rarity. Like, it just all checks out in my mind. So I bought a ultra rare or uncommon Spider-Man at 700. Was this a smart move? Oh, the hanging upside down one? Let me see. And then someone else asks, Mehdi, Jamal, do analysis on Spider-Woman, please. I got a mint 317. I can already tell right now she's probably the least popular one of the entire series. Getting a low mint is nice. I mean, you're going to be able to ask for above floor, but I couldn't tell you like how much a 300 mint would fetch versus a 200 or a 500 mint. If you're attached to it or you like it, like just hold on to it. She will go up in value. I mean, she will be the cheapest one in the series. That's just the way it is. But yeah, I mean, at least you got a low mint. You can ask for above floor price. But I can't, I couldn't give you like an exact number or anything. So Uncommon Spider-Man, I'm assuming it's this one at the very bottom, hanging out. Dude, yeah, that's a great purchase. You know, he peaked at $1 grand, right? So he's got like another 300 gems to move. You know, getting him at 700 would have been nice, but I mean, we're splitting hairs here, right? Or like 680 or something. Yeah, dude, it's a solid move. The Spider-Mans everything is going to move up. It's just going to take time. People need to be patient. Even myself, like my roommate or my friend, I was on the phone with him. Not my roommate, but my friend, that we kind of usually talk on the phone when we're going through pricing and see what we got delivered and stuff, like after the market. And, you know, kind of freaking out a little bit about, oh my God, this price is going up. And then I'm like, dude, just chill out. Like, just wait. Like, not even half the NFTs are delivered. Like, just give it some time. And, you know, so I'm like reminding him. So it's kind of the same thing here. People, you know, buy something, they start freaking out. I'm like, dude, it hasn't been 2 days and you're freaking out. Like, just give it time. And someone brought up a very, a good quote. I think, I'm trying to remember which interview it was, and I'm sure you guys might know this quote. Maybe it was a popular stock analyst or something like that, but they said, time in the market beats timing the market, which means, and comic book collectors probably know this, like buying something and just holding it, having time in the market is going to beat timing the market, trying to play every angle and try to buy the newest thing and stuff all the time. I don't always try to buy the newest thing. I just happen to like the last two series. I'm just very bullish on Disney and Spider-Man. But there's a lot of big name NFTs or IPs or drops that happen that I'm like, it's kind of cool, but I'm not huge into it. I'm going to sell it if I win one, but if someone else gets it, completes the set, and they're happy with it, I'm happy. But yeah, like that's just how it is. So, dude, it's a great pickup. Just give it time. Just give it time. I hope that helped Jamal. Like, you know, Spider-Woman is on the low end. I mean, at the very least, I'll pull her up. Spider, I already put in Spider. Why does it only show this? There it is. So Spider-Woman, again, I mean, she's sub 100 gems right now. I kind of knew this was going to happen. Not a lot of people know about Spider-Woman. Again, I'm not trying to dumpster your NFT like you just got it on Drop It Sounds randomly. It is what it is. I could see her getting up to 100, maybe 125 at the same rate that these other ones hit, like 200, 300. It's going to take time. And if and when that does happen, if you don't really care about Spider-Woman, that'd be the time to sell her, in my opinion. What about Steamboat Willie? I'm very, very bullish on Steamboat Willie. Sizzle Dizzle. I really like Steamboat Willie. I think Steamboat Willie, as of right now, is probably one of the best purchases you can get for $1 grand. The fact that you can get a Happy Whistle Steamboat Willie, I showed this like 30, 40 minutes ago, but I'm going to do it again. I don't mind. It peaked at 1,800 gems, and it's at $1 grand. And it's shown history of going above 1,400 and 1,300 in the past. The total listings are pretty level. Like I said, I'd be concerned if the listings started going up to like 600 and it's just going up and to the right, but it's not. It's actually staying pretty level, which means I think this wall of listings is going to get eaten away at pretty quickly, and it's going to reach up to its, maybe not to its all-time high, like immediately. It's going to take some time to get there, but I do think this has a lot of room to move. Same thing with the Jaunty Jig. Ultra rare, holy moly, that's below 8 grand. That is absurd. It's funny because even though it's downtrending to the right, the listings are still going down. So Less and less people are selling it. More people are hodling, even though the prices are going down. There's just bigger undercuts happening. People, instead of jumping, 100 gems, people are probably jumping 200-300 gems to get to this price point, but the listings are so low. So I really, really like Jaunty Jig at not Jaunty Jig, altogether now at 7,750. Like that's a really, really good price point. I'm very, very bullish on just Disney in general and Mickey Mouse and stuff. Especially this. This is such a huge piece of Disney's history. Every Disney collector would kill to have this if they could afford it. At least the ones that can't afford it. What do you think about the future of FA Joker? It's great, Ben Casey. I almost made like I think like my last 2 or 3 videos have been about, not specifically just FA Joker, but I brought it up that he's very undervalued. There's 59,000 Batman mints, not including Batman Who Laughs, because he's more of like a villain and not like a direct villain to another Batman. Like he is Batman, but also the villain, so I didn't count that. And there's only 11,000 Jokers between the FA and the other version. So if there's Bat fans out there that want both, like I feel most Bat fans will want a Batman and a Joker. And there's only so many Jokers to go around. There's a lot of Batmans, but not as many Jokers to go around. So I think FA Joker is looking very, very good. I mean, I'll pull it up here very quick. And I think I did skip a question. Susie the Border Collie. What's up? Yeah, I see a lot of new names in here, and I love seeing that. I like seeing new names. People are finding me. People are getting educated on the market, so I like that. Do you think the Marvel Mighties might get a game? I think so. I'm not very bullish on the idea of the Veveverse just yet. I need to see some evidence or something, because I don't think people fully realize how long it takes to really like design a game, let alone a game with like VR functions, heavy integration with NFTs, abilities, achievements, multiplayer, single shared server versus multiple servers or privately hosted. Like there's a lot of things that go into making a game. And give me a sec. Okay, next song is playing. And if only Vivi's been working on it, I'm not bullish on it at all. Like I need to hear some information. But if Niantic has been secretly working on it for 3 years, I like the idea a bit more. But again, I do think Marvel Mighties in general are maybe a little underpriced, like across the board, like including the Fantastic Four and the Captain America series and stuff. But until we get a thing from Veve saying, look, Veveverse is coming out early summer. We already have some pretty good integration in place for certain NFTs. They might not even say which NFTs. They might just say we already have some pretty heavy integration. With certain abilities and features lined up to be available on launch, that will make hoverboards, cars, Marvel Mighties all skyrocket. But until then, until I hear something like that, or unless I see it, I'm not too bullish on it yet. But I think it will happen. It's just a matter of when again, right? If it's not happening this year, and they say, oh, by the way, or if they delay Veveverse, or if they say, hey, by the way, here's the Veveverse, it's just kind of like a VR thing where you can kind of move you can kind of just do your vault in VR and some other things, but there's no gamification yet. People are going to get upset. People are going to start FOMOing, maybe paper handing something. I don't like to use paper handing, but just people, just FOMOing their way out of that stuff. So I could see it going either way. FA Joker. So here it is. Listings are pretty high, but I'm not too concerned about that. He has an all-time high of $2,000. He has 2 candles, like 2 peaks at about above 1,700, so he still has a ways to move. I think it's a solid purchase. Once it starts getting to about 1,600, maybe there's better purchases available, but even then, I think he could blow by this 2K. I do think this is another NFT that could just kind of just blow up shortly after the Marvel Mighty thing, which already happened, but I think the market's just a bit slow to react. The Batman 2022 movie is based on the Darwin Cook Batman comic. Sick. That's actually really cool to know, Eric. Eric Rakut. Let's see. Let me double time it so I can catch up with chat. And I still need to. I'm so sorry, Mark. I didn't forget the question, but I'm just trying to catch up with chat. If you're still here, just say what's up. If I see it down at the bottom, I will immediately jump to your question because I know you've been very patient and I appreciate that. Let's see. How long before you think Mini flips Mickey, or maybe never? I think they'll be neck and neck. They'll go back and forth a bit. Just depends. I think people are going to want one of each if they want to collect the cards. Like people are going to want one of each. It'll go back and forth. I don't think like one's going to just get ahead and then stay ahead forever. Like they're going to go back and forth. They're the same rarity, the same mint. I mean, they pretty much they come in pair. Like they come in a pair in a way, indirectly, but they do come in a pair in my opinion. Like maybe Mickey in general, like it may be 60-40, like Mickey will be ahead 60% of the time and the mini overtakes it. Who knows? But yeah. Give me the positives of the Veve Immutable X merge. Reno, I don't know a whole lot about that, to be quite honest. That's like a whole new frontier. A lot of the features of the NFT is going to be disabled, like, which is why I'm really curious to know if you buy an NFT on Immutable X, are you able to move it back to Veve and keep all the features? If you can, that'd be amazing. But if not, and it's like forever off app, that could be a bit of a concern. It's a new frontier, and I think there could be a premium to be had if you're one of the first people to do it, and like people buy it, like, hey, I bought the first Veve NFT off platform, or, you know, there's only, 6th Little Friend, Gold Apes off platform. You know, it's a very small percentage. That's a tiny, tiny market. So I don't know. Like, I wish I could give you more information, but I just don't know much about like the whole Immutable X like migration and all that stuff just yet. So I'm not that kind of analyst. I'm sorry. There's tons of other content creators that are very good on that. Like I think like Cavell Anderson, and like there's another guy. God, I think I'm still following him on YouTube. He was on like a recent interview and he was like very well spoken about it. Just give me a sec. I can find it here in like 15 seconds. It was Kyle Wilson. Kyle Wilson had like a recent interview not too long ago, almost exclusively focusing on like Immutable X and a lot of that stuff. And he's much more educated on the topic than I am. May I ask your thoughts on battle mode Voltron? Needed to complete my set. I'm not very bullish on Ultraman or Voltron. Do I think like the Southeastern Asian market will get here eventually? Yes, but when? Who knows? I don't like making super speculative analysis like that. I will say at 410, it's hard to beat that price. I sold mine for 680 a couple weeks ago, and I'm kind of glad I got rid of it then. So I think I sold it on the downturn about right here. Either on, I don't know which side of this peak, but I did sell it for like 680, 650, something around there. I mean, now's a pretty decent time to get it if you want to complete your set. Could it dip lower? Unlikely, but again, like don't. It's hard to tell. The listings are plateauing pretty hard. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain, but again, like if you're doing it to complete the set to hope to like get a big payoff in the near future for Southeast Asian market, I probably wouldn't make that bet. I don't think there's anything against buying at 410, and it could go up to like 450 or 480 in the near future, and you flip it for profit. You completed your set, you got that master collector bonus, and now you want to move on to something else. I think that's fine. But if you're like really banking on like the Southeast Asian market, like it's so speculative. Not entirely certain. That's just me personally. Let's see, let's close that. Let me do this. I'm gonna put on Do Not Disturb on my phone. I keep getting texts from Allison Veve and other stuff. Okay, Joker. Okay, sorry, Keith. I actually skipped your question. Keith Hamilton. Okay, my iTunes and Apple account is locked anyways to get gems on my account. I bought so many, they thought it was fraud. You're probably better off going on like the Veve Discord and asking some of the I don't know, admins there. People are infinitely more educated on. I don't even have an iPhone, so I couldn't even tell you how it works. I do know Apple and iPhone work vastly different than Android when it comes to like adding gems and trading and all that stuff. Like there's way more steps involved, so they would be way more. They'd be way more of a help than I could be. Camille. Let me see. Francisco Colon. I'm just gonna call you Francisco. Should I sell my Steamboat Mickey uncommon at this price? No. I would let it run up. And I've showed this before. Maybe you saw this already. And this is kind of why I want to catch up with chat, because sometimes like I answer someone's question, but like by the time I get to the question, I think it's being asked again that I like reiterate. So plus I kind of like being in chats where they somewhat keep up, or like in streams where they somewhat keep up with chat. At least I try to catch up. Yeah, you'd be selling a Happy Whistle at a low. I'm not a huge fan of it. I do think it'll run up. I showed this graph 3 or 4 times today. I would hold it. The listings have not gone down. They've actually plateaued, which means the jumps between the listings are bigger, which means if people start buying that up, it starts going up higher faster too, right? So let's say a lot of people are undercutting by, because if the listings are going flat and like the price is still going down, that means people, instead of undercutting by $100, now they have to do $200 or $300. But that also works the opposite way too. So people actually start buying these up and saying, hey, I think Steamboat Willie's going to do very well. People will start A, delisting them, or B, because they already got what they wanted, they don't want to sell it. Or B, when people do start buying the Steamboat Willie commons and uncommons, it's going to go back up just as fast, you know, or faster or a little bit slower, but it's going to go up because now there's $300 jumps, right? Just an example. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but that's just an example that the gaps are getting wider, in my opinion. Or there could just be a lot of heavy undercutting at like the bottom portion of the listing. There's a lot of reasons why sometimes the listings aren't going down, but the price is. But because it's Disney, I don't think it's anything bad. If this was like a decon item or something like that, I'm like, all right, that's not the best sign. But at least the total listings aren't going up. It's not up to like 550 or 600 crazy like that. So it has room to grow. I would hold it, dude. Unless you absolutely need to sell it and you're like, I love Green Goblin more than my dog or something, like, okay, sell it, get Green Goblin, like whatever. But if not, then no, I would hold it. What do you think about Pride 1 year from now? Also, the whole Da Vinci set pumped recently, but not too many people are talking about it. Only 1,900 mints on Pride. I think it'll do well. I think it's something that's going to do better off platform in a weird way. I do know there's some of the, I hope I'm pronouncing it right? Da Vinci. It's not like Gavinci or Givinci. It's like Da Vinci. I heard like some of this stuff did pretty well in OpenSea. and this is kind of what I mean by the echo chamber effect a bit. Like it could be good or bad, but I do think the Veve community is so wound up in DC, Marvel, Disney that they just don't look at other things. Then again, Ray Fixie did heavily pump Da Vinci and a lot of other 2D art and stuff over the last couple weeks. So it's hard to say if that's a genuine pump in the market or is it artificial, right? Who knows? So it's hard to say. I'm not a huge fan of when those happen. Like same thing with like Batman Who Laughs. That's why he's all the way down to where he's at now. It's probably one of my favorite looking NFTs. I bought 3 of these when they were sub 100 gems, and I told people to buy these when they're sub 100. But there's a reason why this thing is down to 310. It was artificially pumped, and like people, it's at an all-time high for listings. Went all the way up to 650 or 600, which is cool. But I could have sworn this actually went higher, like 700 or 800 for a tiny bit. So yeah, like, do I think this is what's going to happen to Da Vinci? Maybe not. I mean, I guess I could pull it up at the very least, but even then, I don't think it's going to tell me much. Like, I do think a lot of this art is going to do better, again, off platform than on Veve, but we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, he's up to 15,000. 9 to 12 listings are super low. This just seems fishy. I don't even know. This just like so absurd. Like, I don't know what happened here. Where the listings just went up. What? Like 4-fold? 3-fold? It just seems weird. Honestly, if you have this much, if you have 12,000 gems, just get a Todd. I'd rather just have a Todd than a Da Vinci Pride, to be honest. Just way too much like weird stuff happening here, in my opinion. And like the mints don't matter. Like, I think as the app keeps maturing, I think less people are going to care. I don't say less people are going to care about mints, but people are going to value, again, popularity. and that kind of stuff over mint size. Mint size will play a role, but not as much as how popular it is. If you have popularity and low mint, that's how you get the Ben Riley effect. You know, the 616, all that stuff. That's how you get it to just completely skyrocket. But if it's like, all right, it's like a niche community, there's also potentially some sketchy stuff going on. You know, it's not, you know, it's probably popular in certain circles or whatever it is, but is it low rarity? Sure. Or like low mint? Sure. But I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts on it. Just bought Darwin Batman with a new movie coming up, with a new movie coming March. Easy. Yep. Dude, Darwin Cook is great. Kind of wish I bought a few of him. I still might. I might actually sell some of my Spider-Mans that I've been stacking. Sell some of them and then come in. You can almost 1-for-1 right now. Spider-Man for Darwin Cook. The Notorious God, once we have a chill week, market's going to pump. I think so too. I think people are just kind of finding their bearings. People might wait till, you know, the end of the month to get paid for work, and then they're going to put more money in. Like, a lot of things could happen. I think some people are just waiting for paychecks to show up potentially too. That could be another thing. And then they can start putting some money in the app. Dumb Things Signs, do you think Green Goblins might go down? Briefly, but I really think Green Goblins are going to go up to like 1.5, but it's still too new to tell. Like, I don't know. Let's look up Green Goblin right now. Actually, let me pull up the app so you guys can see what I'm seeing. I usually do this occasionally, so you guys know what the heck I'm talking about. Ooh, that is a lot of monster. I know energy drinks are just terrible for me, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. All right, let's double click this. Give me a break. There it goes. Give me a sec. Command. Do that. Come on, work with me. Let's go. All right, let's see here. Close that. Open up Veve. Let's go. And then what were we talking about? What were we talking about? Green Gobbos. By the way, if you guys are trying to add me on Veve, I'm trying to do some more. I did a couple community posts today. Not too many. I'm going to show my screen in a sec, so don't worry. Where are you? There you are. If you are trying to find me, wow. Ultra rare Steamboat Willie at like 7K. That is absurd. Anyway. Price high to low, apply. Yes, okay. So if you're trying to add me, let's do this. That is way too zoomed in, I'm sorry. A little bit more. Whoops. Why is it doing that? It's so weird. All right. Okay. So if you're trying to add me on, Veve, you go to the ultra rare Steamboat Willie. Why is my thing flipped? What? What the heck? Give me a sec. What is going on here? There it goes. That is so weird. I do not remember doing that. Maybe I hit a hotkey and I didn't know. I'm at 9 million. So if you go to the listing at 9 million, that's the way to add me. So if you guys want to add me on Veve, go ahead and do that. So it's on Veve Vibes all together now. Ultra Rare Mickey, go there. If you want to add me on there. I do post occasionally. I do people ask questions. I might ask in a recent post, like what my next video should be and things like that. If you guys have any like input. Green Gobbo, where are you? There you are. Could he go lower? Potentially. It's really hard to tell. Honestly, if you buy him in the low 900s, I think this is pretty safe to get him. If he goes like mid 800s again, he hasn't lasted there very long either. So I think it's pretty safe to say it's to get him now. And if you're thinking long term, it doesn't matter anyway. If you're thinking more than a couple weeks, the price of this doesn't matter anyway. So that's pretty much my take on it. Let's take a quick look at some of the other guys. Where's Spider-Man at? Spider-Man is chilling at the low 200s. I don't see any significant walls yet. Pretty an okay little wall. Kind of like around the 240 mark. There's a lot between like 238 and 240. Let's see what Ben Riley's are doing. If these are above 700, it's gonna take a while for the market to recover. These prices, as low as they are, just do not make sense. It's kind of boggling my mind a little bit, to be quite honest. But again, I'm just being patient. I'm not FOMO anything. I'm not freaking out. Like, oh my God, sell everything you own and buy this stuff that's underpriced. It's just give it time. I think there's a lot of factors that are involved. Let's go ahead and refresh this because it's probably gonna lag my computer. What should I buy for 660 gems? If you want one NFT, I do think Deadpool Ultra Rare is pretty good. That thing peaked at, it's at 600 exactly, so you got 60 gems left over to do what you want. This will load. I've shown this one before. Yeah, it's peaked at $1,000 at one point. Again, the listings are pretty much plateaued. Which means I think a lot of people are holding on to this one. You know, they're hodling because there's a lot of people that bought above 700. So you have a lot of people that have bought it at 700 and are probably just hodling at this point. So I do think it could reach up pretty good. It has the festive stuff, like I get it, but it's still a first appearance Deadpool. Like that's really the only thing that matters, at least in my book. And you'll probably get to remove it eventually anyway, so. That's kind of like the main thing. Yeah, so. What else? I want to say Jason Fabuk. I'm trying to find more NFTs I can recommend in that like mid-range of like 400 to 800 gems. As like a single NFT, just to kind of keep it simple. I think Dick Sprang is a very good pickup. I mean, this dude peaked at, what, 800? Maybe a bit higher? I could have sworn he went a bit higher. Yeah, this dude went up to like, not as high as Deadpool, but I do think it's a pretty solid investment. Plus, if you're really antsy about the 2.5% fee versus the 8.5%, Dick Sprang's a pretty good pickup. The total listings are a little on the high side, but I think they can get eaten away pretty quickly. F.A. Harley was a bit high. I mean, you could... I'm still hesitant to even remotely recommend Batman Who Laughs. I'm like, I guess you could double up on Batman Who Laughs or get that plus Darwin Cook. You get like a Darwin Cook and Gary Frank. Like, honestly, any of the Black and White series NFTs, like, are good. Like, they're all going to go up in price eventually. Like, these are all, like, heavily discounted. Like, Jason Fabuk was, like, at an 820 not too long ago. That's his all-time high. I do think it'll reach that pretty quickly. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And he has multiple candles above 650, so, like, I'm not too concerned about him, like, returning back to that price. If you want to stock up. So like, that's what I mean. I don't know if you're trying to stack one, or I don't know if you're trying to get one NFT or stack multiples. Jay Lee seems pretty decent. I've really looked too much into Jay Lee. To be honest, I'm not sure how well this one does. I haven't looked at this one too much. Peaked at 1300, but that's really high. There's not a lot of other candles like supporting it. So like, probably safer to assume it's probably going to be like in the 900 to like 850 rather than like, oh my God, it went up to 1300. Like that, it's a very skinny candle that's up that high. And it's at an all-time high for listings. So maybe this isn't the best recommendation. Trying to think of like what else. I'm sure there's some other ones that I'm overlooking or missing, but I just can't think of them off the top of my head. At least like single NFTs as well. So I hope that helped. The Notorious God. Let me skip this. Let me catch return. Okay. Notorious God. I feel like the white Spidey should be higher than the common Spidey. What do you think? The Gwen Stacy Spider-Man, which I think is why it's called Ghost Spider. It's like GS. I don't think. I think Spidey and Ghost Spider are where they should be. I think more people just want the classic Spider-Man over the Gwen Stacy one. I do think the Gwen Stacy looks really cool, but it's just like not classic. So, what's your take on Goofy SR? Is it a Grail? Grail? No. Very high A tier? Yes. But I do think some NFTs could graduate themselves into Grail status, right? R2D2 could be that. It's like the first Star Wars NFT. I don't know if it's the first. I still don't know if it's C3PO or R2D2. I could have sworn I heard that C3PO was the first one minted, but it could be R2. Who knows? But I do think if more Star Wars NFTs get released and or R2D2 keeps going up in price because there's not that many. I mean, there's only 2 Star Wars NFTs right now. If it keeps going up, I think it could be like a nominee into a Grail, if anything. I don't know about Goofy yet. It could just be a very, very high A tier collectible, but it's also too early to tell. We have to see how things shake out. Daniel D, who have the better short-term future, R2D2 or UR Steamboat? I'd say UR Steamboat short-term, but it wouldn't surprise me if R2 overtakes it. It's hard to tell. We're just... Yeah, I would say UR Steamboat. I would say UR Steamboat. What's your price prediction on all Steamboat Willies? I couldn't tell you, dude. Without a timeline or anything like that, and there's so many factors that go into it, I couldn't tell you. What is this super undervalued collectible for under 1K? Super undervalued. Steamboat Willie. The Dane Cook Batmans. Let me see if I can... Not Dane Cook. not the Darwin Cook. I'm like, not Dane Cook. Ooh, Darwin Cook's actually gone up quite a bit. Wow, is that really the case? People really, did they like just announce that movie or something for the Batmans? There he is. He's running a bit. There he is, the Darwinian himself, Cook. Going up to 300. Remember, he peaked previously at 360. I mean, he's not that far away from it until the undercutter starts showing up and taking profits and stuff. But yeah, he's looking pretty good. I mean, I was telling people to buy him when he was this low. I'm like, dude, 225. What the? So I really like that price point for him for a while. So. I think he's still good at 280, but if he goes above 300, that's where it starts getting pretty tight. And at that point, you might as well just get like Zombie Hunter Deadpool or something. Not Zombie Hunter Deadpool. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man or something. Super undervaluable collector for under 1K. Any of the Steamboat, common or uncommons. Darwin Cook, ultra rare Deadpool, super undervalued. That's all stuff I've covered recently. So let me see. Oof, I'm really behind on chat. All right, I'm gonna double time it. If I skip your questions or if I don't seem like as in depth with it, it's not I'm like trying to be rude or anything, but like I need to get through these so people get what they came for. Was able to snipe a secret rare 2099 mint, 2072 for 1700. How much do you think it'd sell for compared to floor? 2, 3x, 4x, 5x? I don't think there's anything special about that mint. I know it's on the higher end, but it's, in my personal opinion, unless you have the absolute highest mint, I don't think you can really ask for a premium for it. It might go a little bit above floor, but I think it's just a floor price NFT, to be quite honest. Reno, thank you. Best info in this verse. I thank you for that. It's much appreciated. In this Veve verse, I appreciate it. Falonini, what's up? Danny, US Enterprise, 1 to 1000. I got a 243 edition today at floor price. That's sick. I haven't looked too much into those. As I'm answering that, I'm going to go through these next few questions. Hopefully, if I just put in USS, it'll show up. Enterprise. Enter. 101,000. I haven't really looked at the Star Trek stuff too much, even though I'm a huge Star Trek fan. I've actually watched, other than the most recent Picard and the original series, strangely enough, I watched a couple episodes. It was just like way too cringy for me. Plus it was, I think I've seen enough. I think I know enough in the original series through memes to understand what the original series was like. So, yeah, that's some pretty hefty dipping going on. I think it's a good time to get one if you really want to get a Star Trek one. I think it's solid. I've for a 41 to 243. You can ask for above floor price, but I don't think you're going to get like a major premium for it. I don't know how much, but low mints, all I do is look on the market, find other low mints in the same region. I try to match the ones I can because, I mean, if there's even a mint, like let's say there's like a 356, it's higher mint than yours, but if his is cheaper than yours, people are more likely to be like, it's only a 12 mint difference. I'm just going to buy his. So if you want to like sell it quickly, you have to undercut a lot of the lower mints around you, like by a decent amount. Thank you, best info. Okay, I already read that. What are your thoughts on Wonder Woman? I think she's pretty good, Notorious God. I don't think she's as good as Steamboat Willie or any of the Spider-Mans that are the same price as her, or God, there's another one for 1,000 I was thinking of. Yeah, I think she's pretty good, but I don't think she's gonna outperform like the Spider-Mans and stuff for the most part. So yeah, so I'm trying to get through these quickly. Ben Casey, what do you think about the future of FA Joker? It's great. I don't know. God, I don't know what I need to do. Like I do feel like I feel a lot of the same questions. I know it's not your guys doing, especially if you guys tune in late, but I think he's great. I've talked about him in 2 of my last 3 videos. I think he's gonna explode. I think he'll do an R2D2 in the near future, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all whatsoever if he did blow up. I think it's going to take some time for people to recognize that, but I think he's doing very, very well, or he could do very, very well. I love to see Iron Man pushing 3K. It's beginning to look like his time to shine. I agree. Alligator Loki, I think they're great. I assume you're talking about the common. I don't know if you're talking about all of them, but I mean, Alligator Loki is 60 gems. It's probably one of the better stacks to have, though personally I'd probably go with Storm. I'd probably rather go with Storm than Alligator Loki's. It's nice to see that the listings aren't absurdly high. It's not like it's rocketing up to like 700, right? It's at a pretty manageable level. So I do think there could be a pretty decent reversal of it going back up. Plus there's also the backing of Randy Chavez and that whole community. So there's kind of like a little Loki community going on. I think it's one of the better ones to stack for sure. Batman, Joker, and Harley, I think they're all great. It's going to be too much time to do an analysis on all of them until I catch up with chat. So what are your, already did that one, thoughts on Wonder Woman? Your top 10 Veve NFTs? It's hard to say. If you're just talking price-wise, everyone knows the top 5, you know. Todd, Rizzo, Walt, like if we're just talking price-wise, but I'm more in the case of like, what's the top 10 best NFTs that are good for their price? I'm talking Joker. Darwin Cook is getting up there now. It's actually getting a little bit pricey. You know, at 220, he was a steal, but now he's a bit too expensive. All the Steamboat Willies are honestly heavily discounted. Some of the Spider-Mans are heavily discounted. So it's like, I'd rather just go based off of like that are affordable NFTs because I think there's a way too much focus. Like I realize talking about Walt and Rizzo and Todd and Secret Rare Spider-Man are the ones that get the clicks and the views on YouTube, but it's like, how many people can actually afford those NFTs, right? Hardly anyone. I'd rather focus on the NFTs that are affordable, that your everyday user, let's say, can actually afford, or they're trying to find a good deal. Pretty much any of the Spider-Mans at this point. Like the fact that Ben Reilly's hovering around 700 is crazy. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man's under $1,000. I mean, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man is quite literally, you know, is half price compared to what he was before, and it did sell at $490. I saw it. Yeah, that's my take. The SR from today seems low. Probably. I would agree. I think it should be a little bit closer to 3K in my opinion. But it is what it is. People are buying up other NFTs right now. Or like the market's in a weird funk. I bought Killer Croc statue at 1700. Do you think this is a good long-term hold? First color Batman and all. I don't know if people are just gonna FOMO into Batman. Like, I mean, a lot of people could say the first of anything. Like, oh, it's the first Spider-Man Marvel Mighties, and it's the first secret rare of the Marvel Mighty series, and it's the second secret rare Spider-Man that exists. I'm not too sold on the battle statue, to be honest. It's also just like too early to tell. When something is like that new, it's kind of hard to tell, at least in my opinion. I mean, he's approaching 1,000. Regardless, no matter what your strategy is, you just gotta hodl. Like, don't sell it for a loss, just hodl. It'll go back up, but it'll take some time. Any tips for landing drops? Susie the Border Collie? I'll do this very quick because you seem like you've been pretty patient. So like this one, I only know Blind Box very well. The other one's not so much. So as we're doing this one, how I win a good portion of my Blind Box collectible drops. I suck at comics, and for the single drops, like Battle Statue, when there's like a collectible drop, but there's only one NFT, I do all right on those. Did I take a picture? So I did take a picture. Let's do a quick recording just so you can like see actually like where I'm tapping. Let's do this actually. So what you want to do is, and I'll draw, switch over here. So what you want to do is like on the Blind Box drop. So you see this little thing right there? You want to start tapping in between these two boxes. Like right there. Right between notify me and that down arrow. Be careful not to click that down arrow right there. And technically the down arrow button, because technically that down arrow button's like right here. So if you accidentally click it, it'll like open up a menu, and like the menu will like drop down and like take up a bunch of space, and like then the buy button will be down here, which will throw it off. So you don't want to do that. But typically what I do, and I have a stylus, so I might have a small inherent advantage, but you want to start tapping right between there when it gets, and you can also refresh the page too. Let me go back. So if you actually scroll down, so like if you actually close that, well, I did not mean to do that. Yes, delete. So if you actually close that of the app, so you saw it was 26 seconds. If you minimize the app or you know, put your phone to sleep or whatever you want to call it, like basically turn it off, and you open it again, you'll see that the timer is like speeding up, right? So your time is off. So you want to make sure that if you basically scroll down to like refresh the page, the time will be up to date. Or at least it should be. Sometimes it's still a bit slow. I like to refresh it a couple times, like when there's 30 seconds left on the clock. And then what you want to do is start spam tapping that area that I told you earlier. So I'm going to do a quick recording so you can actually see where where my button presses are. So you'll see it on screen. So you want to start tapping like right there. I hope you can see that. So right there. You don't want to do too low, and then notify me. It shouldn't be much of an issue. I think they actually fixed that where like it doesn't say notify, unnotified, and then it goes back. Because if you click too high, it'll open up that menu. And like you see, the buy button will now appear down here. It's gonna throw it off. So what you want to do is just start tapping here, and you don't have to tap in the middle like right there. You can tap on the right side, left side, anywhere in that circle right here. I kind of moved it up a bit. So what I like to do is when it gets 3, 2, 1, 0, I literally just spam tap like right there. Like that. You can do left side, right side, you can do the middle, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't accidentally hit that like down arrow like that and it like moves it. That's how I win the blind box drops majority of the time. So yeah, that's how I do it. But comic drops, I can't help you. I never win comic drops. I wish I knew. If I did, I would show you, but I don't. That's the way I showed my roommate. He's been on the app for like a couple weeks and he's won his last 2 drops. using that technique. And I learned it from Veve Vault and watching a bunch of other content creators. So I'm not saying I coined that technique or anything like that. It's just the way I would do it. There's a slightly different technique for a different drop, but I can't show you right now because it's like not on the app. I hope that helps, Susie. It's the DreamWorks first drop though. I don't think it being a DreamWorks first drop is going to be enough to like get people to ape in, right? Even, I mean, there's a lot of firsts on the app, and like again, it's down to popularity at the end of the day, right? Reno, thank you for answering all the questions and being straightforward. Stoked to see your channel grow through this new market. Glad to be part of the under 2K subscribers. Yeah. I don't know. I might be able to like look at my subs and see like who subscribed to the earliest and see like the first 100 subs. I think that'd be kind of cool. I might do a little, I don't know what I would do, but I think it'd be kind of cool to do a little like mint number subscription thingy or whatever. I think that'd be kind of cool. Spider-Man's already pushing 200. Well, it's happening a little bit. No, actually he went down. No, he was at like 215. Sorry, I thought, I said Ghost Spider was the one that was going to hit like 200. Because we did have a market update since we've been talking. Goofy charts. I'll check that really quick. Not Goffy, Goofy. Goofy's almost at 4K. That's solid. I FOMO'd a little bit. I bought him at like 3.6. I could have got him cheaper, obviously, because he kind of did a lot of this. I'm still happy with the purchase at 3.6. I'm gonna hold it long term. I'm not too concerned about him, you know, dipping super low. I do think it's a secret rare Disney. It's the first secret rare that's for Disney, and Disney NFTs in general have done very, very well in the app. They're actually some of the best performing ones on the app, so I'm not too concerned at all. But yeah, Goofy's looking good. I'm happy with my purchase. Love your channel. Keep up the long live streams so I can listen while at work. Okay, top 3 undervalued items in your opinion. Because you gave me a compliment, I'll tell you. Other than like all 3 Steamboat Willies, I would say the Steamboat Willies in general. Some of the Spider-Mans, more specifically. More specifically, why is it only showing 3? Most specifically, I think Zombie Hunter's pretty underpriced. It's gonna take a while for it to get back up to where it was prior. Plus, there are a lot of additions. So, if you're not pressed for time and you're willing to be patient, and you want the most out of your gems, like gem for gem, and you're patient, probably Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. But if not, like, I don't know how the Common Amazing Spider-Man's only at 850. Ben Reilly's at 700. Like, that's pretty crazy. So that's 2. I mean, I know I'm kind of giving you groups here, but like, I couldn't, crash. But I couldn't give you like, this NFT is gonna skyrocket. Like they'll all do well. They're all gonna go up at, you know, one NFT might pull ahead within the first 2 days, and then this other NFT might go ahead of that 3 or 4 days later, and like that one's technically better. But this one was better 2 days ago, and it's, you know, it's not all NFTs are gonna move up at the same time in a linear path. It's gonna be variable. And number 3, again, Batman. Like I know it seems like I recommend the same stuff like over and over, but like Becky Clonan's at 2100. Darwin Cook, I would let that one chill for a bit. F.A. Robin, I think a lot of these are gonna do pretty well as well. I'm trying to think. Deadpool, I forgot about Deadpool as well. I think Deadpool has a lot of room to grow too. Mostly the ultra rare. Wonder Woman's just been chilling at $1,000 for a while. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but yeah. It's hard because sometimes I look at some of these NFTs and I'm just like, wow, that is that low. Let me look at biggest losers, not comics, biggest losers here. Green Goblin at 875. That's fine. Whatever. Gosh, this is back down to 500. Did this like just skyrocket not too long ago? I remember for a while, like I was like struggling to sell this NFT for like low 400s. Yeah, pumped all the way up to 5. Like, again, A lot of the Decon 2D art just feel like it's just artificially getting pumped. Who knows? Javinci could be the next one that ends up like this. It might be a bit slower because it's a lot of money. But yeah. Yeah, not entirely certain. But Deadpool's another good one to pick up. What do you think someone should do with 600 gems to flip? I think I answered that a bit earlier. In my opinion, that low, if you don't want to do one NFT, I think Ultra Rare Deadpool's good. Jason Fabuk. The other Joker that I was mentioning, not Jim Lee Joker, but the other one. God, what the heck's the other one named again? I already forgot. That one's all right, but Dick Sprang, yeah. But there's also, I think I don't think that you can't go wrong with stacking certain Spider-Mans. I mean, you can get 2 for 600. You can get 2 Zombie Hunter Spider-Man commons. You can get a few Storms. So I don't know if you're looking for one NFT for 600 to flip, but because you did say flipping, I'm assuming you want to obviously make some margin out of this. So common Storms are good. I do think she's going to go up quite a bit. I mean, she's only at 75 right now, and she had a peak of 130. So, I mean, she's legitimately half price right now. It's going to take her a while to get back up to here again. I'm not saying it's going to happen soon, but if you want the most out of your gems, Storm is great. Groot, I think it's going to take quite a while. Deadpool commons are good. Get a couple Lokis. Yeah, there's quite a few options. So again, I don't yeah, again, I'm not trying to rush by this, but I'm trying to catch up with chat. Scuba 415. I got Scooby sub 200s, thinking holding long term. That's very smart. That's very smart. And congrats on the sub 200. That's a big deal. You know, it's not the sub 100, whatever, but the time that you do want to sell it, or if you do want to get rid of it, you will fetch a small premium above floor price. Worst case scenario, if you need to quick sell it, as long as it's on that first page, people will buy it. Even if you are well above floor, people will buy it. Yeah, that's a good call. Jail, try the zero sugar monsters. They taste just as good. I do have the zero sugar. It's the, I don't think I should show you. Oh, zero sugar, let's go. It's the blue one? That's a good call. We're thinking alike. I like you already. TDH, Vorex, Jesus save us. True. Keith Hamilton, how do you screen capture on your phone? At least on my phone, I have an Android. If you click the power button and the down volume button at the same time, it'll screen capture like that. So that's how it works, at least on my phone. So let me open this. I'm sure there's other ways to do it too, but let me move this. So it's hard to see. So power button and down volume button, same time. You can't see it. I don't know why it doesn't show it, but it does. Maybe you'll see the effect on my phone. It'll flash. And then it shows a little miniature picture of it in the bottom left. Do you want to edit it, trash it, do whatever? Yeah, so. Yo brother, why do you think everything is dropping like flies? Dropping like flies? Everything dropping like flies? I don't know what you mean by that, Conquer. Everything's dropping like fries. I mean, things are just on a downward trend right now. The market will recover. It's just gonna. I honestly thought a lot of things would recover by now, but I think things are just consolidating. I think I also just came up with this not weird theory, but I think some people are also just waiting to get paid by the end of the month. There's that thing too. Yeah, I thought the market would recover a little bit quickly than it has, but it is what it is. So not sure what you mean by that, but if you want to clarify, please do. Jack Barack. Yo, bro, I got a Green Goblin today. Should I flip it for a Wonder Woman? I think they'll both do very well. Eating that 8.5% fee it's rough. And right now, Green Goblin's actually cheaper than Wonder Woman, so I would just hold on to the Green Goblin. It's an FA. It has very low mints. I think it's a solid NFT, dude. Like you know, that's tough. Like especially eating that fee and where it's at now. Like I would just wait, just hold it. I think Wonder Woman will do well, but I don't think she's gonna like. I don't see her skyrocketing to like 2.5K or anything anytime soon. Or I think she peaked at 1,500, but even then, I do think there's more popular NFTs and superheroes that are going to be going up first, and she'll kind of lag behind. J-Man, can you review Goofy? I already did. I can do it very briefly. There's not much to review. It's so new. It's like I can't give you. I mean, it's 36 hours old. Not even. Yeah, it's 36 hours old. So. Yeah, it's in a good spot. I kind of FOMO'd it and bought it at 3.6. I could have waited a bit longer and get it for like 3.3, but yeah, the listings are about level. It's gonna go up. It's Disney. It's the first secret rare. Like I'm not concerned about it. These cards look extremely collectible, and it sounds like any person that likes Disney or they do like collectibles or like memorabilia, they're gonna want this. So I'm not too concerned at all. We just got to give, believe it or not, we got to give collectibles longer than 2 days to like mature and do stuff, right? Especially since everything is in a like things are recovering from a gen squeeze. I thought things would recover a bit quicker, but who knows? By tomorrow, we've seen prices skyrocket overnight, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see a lot of blue chips or the higher tier NFTs skyrocket, and then the A tiers like Wonder Woman and some of the other ones, and then some of the mid and like lower tier ones just follow. Like it's just an accordion effect. Let's see. Oof. Okay, I'm gonna double time it. I'm sorry, but define a wall is when you see a repeat of the same price on the market for a specific NFT. Pretty much, Reno. Or just it doesn't have to be the exact same price, but if you see a whole lot of 399s and then a lot of 400s, like those are still walls. So it's just things that people are gonna have to go through to help budge the price, and that's why sometimes you can see prices just kind of like explode out of nowhere, right? They're like, oh my god, like this NFT was stuck at 630 forever, but sometimes like so there's 682 listings of Mickey. Let's say there's a wall at 650, so it goes up to 650, but it's just stuck there. It's just not moving much. Like let's say there's 50 listings. Those first 50 listings, the price is only going to budge $1 or $2. But the 50 listings after that, it could jump up $150. So that's why sometimes there's a wall. It kind of not, if people aren't paying attention to it or if they overlook it, and it's hard to find those, you know. Sometimes before you know it, that's what happened with like Groot and stuff. I think there's there's like 3 or 4 like massive sell walls at like 43 gems and this gem and this gem, and like people are like, oh, it's gonna take it forever to go through those walls, and it broke through each one slowly. Then all of a sudden, before you knew it, it went from like 48 gems. You know, actually it wasn't that low. I mean, it's probably like 54 gems, and then it just like jumped up to like 63, and people were like, what happened? Like it just flew up a lot, right? So that's what I mean by walls, but also it does kind of has that effect where sometimes it can just jump up a lot. Connor, yo brother, why do you think everything is dropping right now? I don't know what you mean. Justin Fisher, do you think that the mill / cash out will, like I think you mean MTL or whatever, cash will have an impact on the market? I think so. There's going to be a dip. I don't think it's going to be as big as some people think. It could be. People are just waiting to gobble that up. If people do sell off, there's going to be more than enough money in circulation for people to just grab what you're willing to sell off for a quick buck and recover it. So just as fast as it goes down, I think just as fast it'll go up, in my opinion. Yeah, and especially if Veve does it the right way, which is, hey, we're going to give this to a few thousand users, tens of thousands of users, which still isn't that much. Like Veve's getting apparently 15 to like 30,000 new users a day. So if they said, hey, we're going to give this to, tens of thousands of users each week, we're going to have a little like, a slow release of it, then it won't be as bad. But if they just open the what do you call it? The dam and just flood everyone with it, the dip will be more significant. But again, there's plenty of whales, plenty of people just waiting to invest and take it up. So yeah, there will be a dip. I mean, I think it would be silly to not say there's going to be a dip. A crash. Certain NFTs will crash. The lower end ones, Cryptkins, Ghostbusters, I like the stuff that honestly not a lot of people do well with. They're finding a reason to just get rid of it and cash out, possibly. Those could crash, but Disney, Marvel, DC, or some of the more like some of the more successful NFTs might dip a bit, but they're not going to crash. MTL, yeah, I got that. Even the new Marvels went up instant, then just dropped hard. Yeah. Oh, okay. I got what you mean, Conquer. Like that's. I know you're not accusing me of like. Why do you think this is like? All right, I misread your text. I apologize. Why do I think it's happening? It's because there's so many other NFTs right now that are so underpriced. I think some people either maybe paid too much into Disney and stuff, like I did. Like I spent way more money than I thought I would. But I think some people are. There's also just a lot of flippers too, right? A lot of people bought Spider-Man when it touched 200, then when it like rubber banded back up to 3, a lot of people sold at 3, and then it's like kind of doing this rubber band effect. And people have some gems and they're like, all right, do I buy the new Spider-Mans or do I buy the old Spider-Mans? Like, I think a lot of people are like in the middle of that dilemma right now. And there's a lot of good deals on the market right now. So I think some people are selling off their current Spider-Mans as well, or just like the new Marvel Mighties to just take advantage of the NFTs that already have a track record of hitting, 700 gems, 1,000 gems, whatever, I don't know why. Like I could have done the same. Like I finished my Marvel Mighty set and I still had like 1,000 gems left over. And for whatever reason, I just bought like 3 or 4 more Spider-Man, like the newer Spider-Mans. I could have bought Ben Reilly. I could have bought other stuff because that has a track record of going up that price, or it has a track record of doing well. People already know this NFTs exist, but I just bought the new stuff. I don't know why. I think they'll do well. Maybe I'm kind of banking on the fact that like people might FOMO into them and they'll skyrocket to like 300 or 350. Who knows? But that's my take on it. I think there's because there's so many other NFTs discounted. People are like still scrambling to sell stuff and rearrange their gems into stacking this thing or that thing. So that's my take on it. So yeah, I apologize, Conquer. I thought you were like accusing me of something, and I'm like, what? Yeah, but I know what you mean. Justin Fisher, okay, MTL, Scuba, do you think there's better things to get, or should I hold on to this uncommon? It's, in my opinion, right now, if you have one, hold it. But if you have like 1,000 gems, I think there are very, very few NFTs that are a better deal right now than Uncommon Steamboat Willie, in my personal opinion. It's ridiculously underpriced. So I think now is probably one of the absolute worst times to sell your Uncommon Steamboat Mickey. And if you did want to get rid of it for whatever reason, like let's say you're not bullish at all on the fact of Disney or Mickey, like you couldn't care less, but you love Batman or you love Spider-Man, just wait like a week. Like the price will go up significantly and you'll be able to afford something better. At the very least, like 2 days, like give it like 2 days. And like once the market starts recovering and doing well, and if you think it's going to keep doing better, wait a week. And then if you think it's going to keep doing better, like keep going. But like selling it right now feels terrible in my opinion, unless you got it on drop, in which congrats. I know everything is profit, but yeah. But also eating that 8.5% fee, if you sold it right now, you would get what, 910, 920. You wouldn't even be able to get a Wonder Woman, which I think would underperform compared to Uncommon Steamboat Willie. I don't even know. Nibesu? Should I hold Batman and Croc, or would there be better? Or what would be better holds? I think selling right now, like I do not like selling at the bottom of a dip, in my personal opinion. The only time to do it is if you already have a lot of liquid and you just need that little bit more to like buy something you think is significantly better. That's what I did. Like, I'll be honest, like I'm trying to remember how many gems I had, but I was like, all right, I kind of want to have 3,000 gems just in case the Spider-Man 2099 is above that or around that. So like I sold one of my Jim Lee Jokers. I had 2. I sold one of my Jim Lees for a small loss. Was it Jim Lee? Or was that the other one? I sold one of my Jokers for a small loss. And it sucked, but like I needed that extra 500 gems. I think it was the other Joker. But I needed that extra like 600 gems to like just to secure the drop. Did I need to sell it? No, but I didn't know what the heck the price of the Spider-Man 2099 is. But like I had a plan. Like I sold my NFT having a plan that I was going to buy the Secret Rare Spider-Man. So I had a plan. It's not like I'm just selling it to sell it and I'm just going to sit on gems and whatever. But it sounds like you want to have a plan too, right? Like if you did sell it. So, but I think, wow, I just skipped a bunch of questions, so I apologize for that. Should I hold Batman Croc? I would hold it. Just hold it. It's at a low. I think it will go back up to 1700. Just give it some time. How do you feel about FE Minnie Mouse, considering her over Mickey since I have Steamboat already? I'm just buying her. Buying Mickey or Minnie is completely fine. I put them on equal level. Maybe I'm talking the smallest edge to Mickey. But if you have a Minnie and you're like considering selling it, just hold it. But if you're talking about buying one, you can't go wrong with Mickey or Minnie. I can tell you which one's better. Like I said, slight edge to Mickey, just because he's the face of Disney. But other than that, yeah. MTL market prices. What's your opinions on Uncommon Steamboat Mickey? One of the best NFTs you can get for 1,000 gems, bar none. R2 has overtaken it. Don't know which one you mean. Not sure what you mean by that. We're so early. We're all winning. That is very true. Weintraub, that is very true. Just wait. Just wait for the celebrities to come in. Wait for millions of more people to come in. Even my friends that were very, not even skeptical, but just hesitant to like put money in the app because you can't cash out and this and that. And already they're like, all right, how would I put more money in this? Like one of the biggest things is winning a drop. As much as I hate to say it, but like winning a drop does really change your attitude about the app and stuff. It's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel when you play and play and you play and you don't get a win. You see everyone trading and doing well, but all you need to do is win one drop. That is a big part of it. I probably did it a little incorrectly. I was kind of really trying to sell my friends on the drop aspect, and like really shouldn't be like, my personal opinion, you shouldn't be doing that. You should focus on the big IPs. Here's the secondary market. People have been buying Spider-Man for 150 and they end up selling it for 350. Isn't that cool? And this and that. Like getting a drop is just a bonus. Like it should be just a bonus, but yeah. Francis Bob, what do you think about Ghost Spider price wise? I think she's a bit low. I think all of them are a bit low. Again, I think right now the market is just reconsolidating and figuring out its bearing. Just give it some time. I could see Ghost Spider at like 200, maybe 175 in a couple days, maybe sooner. Could happen overnight. I have no idea. I thought the market would recover much better, but yet here we are. I'm this week's drop, Minnie or Mickey. I'm leaning stack Minnie. Either one is fine, Mark. And Mark, you're still here. Thank God. I'm so sorry that I know you asked me probably over 2 hours ago about your $7,000 question. $7,000. $7,000. If you want 2 NFTs, I was gonna say like Superman and Iron Man, but I think that's a little bit too much. I think that puts you at 7,500, which are both very solid. If you wanted 2 NFTs, if you want 1 NFT, if you want 1 NFT, why does the bottom look like that? What the heck? I'll give you a 1, 2, 3, and like a 4 scenario, maybe 5. If you're looking to get, why is it showing me this? Mickey? Hello? Heck. There it goes. If you have $7,000. We forgot about Sorcerer's Hat too. All together now, ultra rare Steamboat Willie. It has peaked at 10 grand. It's 30% off. Listings are actually going down, meaning that there's more people hodling. The walls are pretty thin between probably this point and this point. It's a lot of people call it a grail. The community has already called it a grail. If you want 1 NFT, this is what I would get. If you want 2 NFTs, I would try and get, if you're willing to pay the extra like 500-ish gems. Superman is very undervalued. I think he's going to springboard very hard. And then Iron Man. Iron Man, $3,000. Oof, that's $8,000. Yeah, it's a bit high. Trying to think of some other options. Where's Elsa at? I'm just gonna type in golden moments in general. Why you do this to me, ecomi wiki? Where's Elsa at? What the? Elsa's chilling at 3.5. Let me just double up on Elsa's. I know it seems silly. That's an option. So I would say any combination, however you want to do the math. I like Iron Man a lot. And these are ones that I think could like legitimately just springboard up, in my opinion. And do very well. I think these are being slept on. So Elsa, Iron Man, if you want to buy one NFT, Steamboat Willie ultra rare. Any of the other Steamboat Willies just to kind of round out the amount that you want to get. Those are all very solid. Spider-Man's. Jumping into action has actually been holding pretty strong. I still think it has a long, just the fact that it's been holding on to its price and not like heavily dipping like the other Spider-Mans, I think does says something. So I like the Spider-Man jumping into the action as well as the other Spider-Mans like Zombie Hunter. Like ultra rare is pretty good. I like the Zombie Hunter common as well, just to kind of round out things. Common is great. I mean, that's on the loading screen of the Veve. I thought about this one day, like I want to buy every NFT that's on the Veve loading screens, you know, when you boot up the app. I think even just having those alone, people are gonna be like, whoa, like I saw that on the loading screen. And you're like, yeah, I know, I have that NFT. I have the one that's on the loading screen. And it doesn't seem like anytime soon Vive's gonna be like adding more NFTs to the loading screen. I mean, they might, but I think there's like Batman Who Laughs, Amazing Spider-Man, and there's one or two other ones I can't think of. They also have those like weird cartoon ones that like aren't NFTs and they're just like extremely just generic looking monsters. I don't know. Those are all solid. Batman's I think are a good way to also like round out the pricing of certain things. You know, like any of the black and white series Batmans. I know obviously you've heard me talk about. But if you want to do like FA stacking, like Jim Lee Joker, you can legitimately get like, Elsa, Iron Man, which puts you at what? 6.5? Ugh. Elsa, Iron Man, you can get like a Jason Fabok or get a Dick Spring Joker. But if you don't really like the 8.5% fee and you want to stack a lot of like FAs, you can get like I said before, Iron Man, you can get a lot of those Spider-Mans. I'm trying to think like what's like the most underpriced black and white series like Batman of all these. I couldn't really say, like they're all pretty underpriced to be honest. I would say it's if you don't go for Steamboat, like ultra rare Steamboat Willie, and you're spending $7,000, by not getting a golden moment or some level of Spider-Man, I think is a small mistake. Not a mistake, but like it's hard to invest $7,000 and not pick up a golden moment or a Spider-Man, in my personal opinion. I think you need to, if you're gonna invest that much, you might as well just get the big hitters and sit on them for a while and do well. I think what you could do is spend $6.5 on heavy hitting NFTs, and if you like to play flipping or you just want to stack something for 500 gems, get some cheap stuff like Storms, and some other, like some of the black and white series stuff, and like that way you can still play the market, understand it, you know, make a little profit here and there to kind of grow a bit. That's always fun. But I hope that helped, dude. I'm sure there's some other suggestions I'm missing. I'm not sure how big you are into like Deadpool. Yeah, not entirely certain. I'm trying to think of some other ones. If you like Coke, snow globes aren't terrible. I wouldn't stack those. That'd be something I would get as an afterthought. So, you know, get the big hitters. Like, don't like jump into a secret rare snow globe or anything like that. There's definitely better NFTs to buy. But, you know, if you find yourself with a few hundred gems left over and you want to buy some stuff, like Comet Snow Globe is solid and some other stuff. So like, I think that's good ways to kind of like round it out. So I hope that helps, but that's, if I had $7 grand, if you don't get the ultra rare Steamboat Willie, I would get the, I would get a golden moment and a Spider-Man, and the rest is up to you. I think it'd be cool if you got a DC, a Marvel, and a Disney. You get one of each. That's pretty solid. Let's see. Double time. You guys remember, God, what was it called? Taibo. You guys remember Taibo? That like boxing kind of fighting, like exercise. Not even boxing, it's just like that boxing-esque exercise videos. I remember watching my mom do that on VHS for a while. And he would like do boxing. He would do boxing, like, he's like, Taibo, he's like, he'd be like, punch, punch, and be like, double time, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's what I'm gonna be doing with questions now. So I'm gonna be going double time. Just to make it a bit easier. Or just so I can catch up with chat. I think I already answered that question. I think I already answered that. Rewind, collective logo, a good hold. If it's at its lowest, I would just hodl. Like, don't sell any, like, if your thing's at its lowest price ever, just hodl it. Like, you know, unless you needed this many gems to buy another Grail or like another A tier NFT, then just hodl it. Rewind logo, what's that at $1 grand? What was it prior? I don't know. All these Da Vinci NFTs just seem like pretty artificially pumped. Where it's at now, it does have room to grow, but not that much more. I just don't know. I haven't really looked at a lot at these like NFTs. I mean, you could sell this for a Wonder Woman, a Steamboat Willie, ultra rare, Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, FA Harley Quinn plus a like FA Joker, not FA Joker, FA Robin. Like, you can get some decent stuff for like $1 grand, but then again, if you feel like it's gonna go above beyond this, great. If not, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not too familiar with the Da Vinci art pieces, to be quite honest. And it does seem like, I mean, there's a lot of artificial pumping that's happening on Twitter and doing all the 2D art and all that stuff. So it's hard to tell if any of these pricing is like true, or is it just strictly or just purely hype. So Vision, thanks for the question. Sorry, I need to read out some of these. Mark, on this week's drop, Mini or Mickey, I'm leaning to stack Mini. That's a good, you can't go wrong with either one. And even if you did pick the wrong one, the price difference is probably gonna be like 5%, less than that. What do you wish to see in a drop one day? X-Men, Wolverine, specifically. That'd be awesome. Jurassic Park would be cool. I like to see something Dungeons and Dragons related. That'd be awesome. Not huge on like Battlestar Galactica, but you know, it'd be cool to get some Cylon ships or the actual Cylons themselves. Gosh, what else? There's so many just like good IPs out there. I had a video earlier this year called like IPs. Let me show you guys. I made this video, gosh, a little while ago. Your videos. Let's see if I can find it. Three weeks ago. Here it is. Let me mute it. I already had the so I'll just read the list here. So this is the list I made. I've already forgot. Dungeons and Dragons, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Firefly, Lord of the Rings, Pokemon, Zelda, Konami, most specifically Metal Gear Solid, Yu-Gi-Oh, Warhammer 40k, Jurassic Park, Battlestar Galactica, more Marvel entities, which I think I said like Wolverine and stuff. Yeah, Wolverine. Let me speed this up. Hulk NFT would be sick. Punisher would be nice. I think I mentioned more than that. Thanos NFT would be sick. Instead, Justice, like rest of the, like Green Lantern, Flash, Yeah, I would say that. And then, yeah. So, you can tell me, I like sci-fi and fantasy. I like both sci-fi and fantasy. I don't know which one I like more. They're both great. I know it's sci-fi is a subgenre of fantasy. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. But if I had to like stick with like Marvel, okay, so for DC, I want to see the Flash. For Marvel, I want to see Wolverine or Hulk. Probably more Wolverine. And then Disney, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a movie that Lion King would be cool. I'm sure there's some other Disney movie I'm like forgetting that, like, oh god, that's a Disney movie. I completely forgot. That's so cool. So I forgot about that. But that's a good question, Daniel. I like that. Rigged, favorite place to chill and gather info? Glad to hear it. Do you think prices on Spider-Man Mighties is going to climb from here or dip? It might dip a bit more. I couldn't tell you, dude. It might dip a bit more, but I think overall it will climb. Overall, I do think they'll climb. It's a more popular IP. It's the Spider-Man series. It's Marvel Mighties. I think the mints overall are typically lower than the other series versions. So the fact that they're lower mints, more popular, I think they're going to do better and go up from here. It's already proven that people are willing to invest in Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's the most successful superhero on the platform and the most well-known one in the world, apparently. So I decided to sell a bunch of collectibles into Superman. Couldn't go to bed at night knowing I had the ability to own one. That's a solid move. I was trying to push Superman earlier. I think it's a coiled spring. I could definitely see him just taking off in the near future. Like 5K is really low for someone like him. It's a beautiful NFT. FA Superman. The most iconic DC superhero. So yeah, I agree. I think he's just kind of getting slept on because he's one of the more affordable-ish of the grails. Yeah, he's just kind of in an awkward spot right now, but I could see him blowing up. Tyler Hall, okay, read that. Road to Victory. Thoughts on Iron Man in 1 month? I think he by then he should have done an R2D2, which is he's at like 6K or something. I could totally see it, but again, not financial advice, but I could see Elsa and Iron Man blowing up very quickly. You know, some of the lower tier NFTs following suit, or like the lower tier golden moments following suit, but like the way R2D2 just exploded from like 3.6 to like 8. I don't know if it'd be that intense for Iron Man and Elsa, but I could see something similar happening. Like maybe he's at like $5,000 or something. I could see that. Marin, I got the Ultraman set, thinking of selling it and getting Mickey all together now. What do you think? I think more people know Disney and Mickey, and it's a little less speculative. How much is that Ultraman set? I mean, if you're looking to make a move like that, I mean, all together now, Mickey's at 7,000. I mean, at this point, I don't even think it matters if you have to make up the gems. I think that's a solid investment, to be honest. I think Ultraman's a bit too speculative, and who knows, it might bite me in the ass in a few months when they come out with like Japanese localization and Ultraman skyrockets. But even then, from what I've heard from Japan, like this is not this is the OG Ultraman, and I've heard it from multiple people. This is the OG Ultraman. The posters, not this. And from what I've heard from some, for some people that are familiar with the Southeast Asian market or that live there, as far as I know, I can't confirm or deny it. They just claim to be from there. That this is like the Marvel Mighty version of it, from what I've heard. So, if I could turn a speculative set into something that's consistent and is world renowned and is considered a grail in the community, I would make that move. Marin, I after today, I don't think Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare is ever going to get as low as it is today, because I think after this he'll spike, he'll go up a lot, and then even next gem squeeze he'll go down a bit, but like nowhere near $7,000. So I think that's a solid move, and that's the kind of thought process you need to like, how do I take this set that's meh or like speculative or I'm not feeling it, to what's something that's consistent, that's considered a grail in the community, that's Disney, that's other than Walt, is considered the highest tier NFT in the Disney IP. That's a good move. Road to Victory, Iron Man thoughts. Okay, I already read that. Surge this week. Small increase this week. I don't think it'll surge, but potentially. I do think people are stamping on it. Stamps price predictions, to be honest, I haven't looked at the stamps like at all. And I'm not very good at speculating on sure as hell stamps of all things. I'll be honest, if I want a stamp, I'm just gonna flip it. Part of me might wait, depends on the rarity. Part of me might wait to see, you know, wait on the market and try to get the best price possible. But if I get it delivered early, I might be like one of the first people to get rid of it and buy something else. Yeah, I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Even if I did look at the prices, the two stamp collections between the Day of the Dead and the Christmas ones, even those seem pretty different. So it's kind of hard to draw a conclusion, especially if we're doing $120 sheet now, and then we're also doing like low. I think this new set is a lowish mint, so not entirely certain. I wish I could help you out more, Susie. Keith Hamilton, my bad. I should have clarified. I meant record it. Record it. Record it. Let me drop my phone. Let me refresh this. So it's. So if we did this, for me to record it, if you put your thumb or your finger at the top. Again, I have Android. I have no idea how you do this on iPhone, and of course you can always just YouTube it. I put my finger at the top, which like opens the menu like this. I do it again to like open up the menu a bit further. I need to put my finger here. I scroll to the right and there's a little thing that says screen record right there. And then it'll give me some options like, do you want to record this and this? And do you want it to record your finger or like actions on the screen? So that's how you're able to see me tapping. So you know exactly where I'm tapping. Yeah, so that's how I do it. Again, I have an Android phone, and it's not even like a high-end Android phone. It's I think I got this at T-Mobile for like $250. I'm like, I just need something that's pretty good processor, and yeah, like, and that's it. Like, I'm not with those kind of, and I'll probably hold this for like 3 years, like 4 years. Like, I'm not one of those people that needs a new phone every year, and I need an iPhone, and it needs to be $1,000, and have a, you know, a go, you know. I was gonna say an octa-core, but that's, even this thing has an octa-core, you know, thing that needs 24 cores and all this stuff. It's like in a super nice camera, like who cares? It's not like I'm like doing like video editing on my phone or anything crazy. Like I'm on Veve, I watch YouTube videos, and that's what I do 99% of the time. I'll be honest. But yeah. Jonathan S. Also, NFTs seem to do better when crypto is doing well. That could be it. Plus, there's also a holding pattern. I know if you're trying to liquidate crypto or move it around, you know, or if you're trying to get rid of stocks, some people might be doing that. And like, there's a bit of a waiting period. So maybe a lot of people had the same thought when crypto was crashing. They're trying to move it from one wallet to another. I don't know. I haven't really done I haven't done any crypto investing, to be honest, but I do know it takes some time to transfer stuff and all that. So I know there's a bit of a holding period, so I mean, it's not like it's all going to happen in one day, but it could happen over the course of a week where a lot of stuff just boosts up a ton. Seems like crypto's doing well. Okay, Pluto. I'm considering selling my Pluto for Wonder Woman. Thoughts? I think you asked that before. Maybe someone else did. I would hold it, to be honest. Eating that 8.5% fee to buy a Wonder Woman. I do think Wonder Woman will do well, but I do think I think Pluto will do a little bit better. It's hard to tell. It's hard because Pluto only has to compete with the other Disney NFTs. There's only one set of cards, but with Wonder Woman, she has to compete with all the other superheroes. And even if you're only doing DC, there's a lot of Black and White series NFTs like around $1,000 or around it that either you flip her to afford the higher end ones, or you sell her off to afford smaller ones, or whatever it is. So I think Pluto. I would hold on to Pluto, even though he's down a bit or whatever. Like, don't just give it time. Thoughts on common Steamboat's current price buy time? Now? We're gonna get a price update here in 6 minutes, but let me check where Steamboat Willie is on my phone. And so y'all can see. Let's see. I don't know when they started flipping it, where the X-Men's at the top now, and now I have to do this. I don't know when they started doing that, but not a fan. Common, where's he at now? Now, if we look at the, I think now's a very good time. Any auctions expiring soon? Occasionally it's nice to look at auctions occasionally. One's ending in 7 hours, and it's already at 800. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, none of these. One's ending soon, but it's at 5K, which is ridiculous. Close this. Let's go here. 845. So this one at an all-time high of, I believe, 1200, which already puts it in the realm of, like, if something is discounted 33% from its all-time high, and usually I don't take all-time high into consideration that much, but when you're talking Disney or Marvel, like, it could happen again. 1300. So it's discounted even more than 33% at this point. Listings are plateauing. Like, I know it sounds like I've been repeating myself. So any of you guys that have been watching me for longer than like a couple hours or an hour, I know I repeat myself, but there's a lot of margin to be had. I mean, this thing still has 50% to grow, another 400 gems potentially to grow, or even higher. And the listings aren't going up to 600 or anything crazy. Like, it's doing very well. Matter of fact, let me look at not the auction, the buy now price. Okay, so you can see like the front page, there's a 50 gem difference between the floor and like the front of the page. And then, so you see what I mean? Like, so this is, I believe, because my text is small, so this is 11 listings. So 11 listings, the jump is 50 gems. Okay, so what is that? 7 whatever. And then the next 11 listings, the jump is 100 gems. And then, so this is a wall. The next 100 listings, the next 11 listings is, moves 10 gems. And then the next 11 listings, I don't even know what this is at. Yeah, barely moves again, 1 gem. So there's a wall of, I mean, even if you buy it for 845 and the wall gets stuck at, let's say, 995, that's when it starts getting into like 1 gem increased territory. But like, yeah, I'll admit there's a solid wall. Probably 30 listings between 995 and like here, where it only moves up 50 gems. But even if you buy it at 845, eventually it's going to get up to the point where, like, even if it gets stuck at the wall at 990, you could sell it at 990 and make like a 60, 70 gem profit, which doesn't sound like much, but that's like worst case scenario, right? That's if you like buy it, you get impatient, you FOMO, and you're just like, I don't want to hold this anymore. Like, it's going to go up in price, but like it will break through that barrier. And eventually, like, and I've even done this too, where I'll price mine like up here, and then as I'm seeing that wall get thinner and thinner, or if it starts like really going up quickly, I just delist it. I'm like, all right, it seems like it's going to blow past 1K. It could go to 1.2 or 1.3. That is possible as well. So if you buy 845 and like even like a week from now, if you just like FOMO and you're just like, or if you just, again, I don't like using the term paper hands, but you're just like, maybe this was a mistake, and you sell it like 990 or like even at 950, like you're still making profit. Like that's how low of a price it is right now. I think it's a bit crazy. Let's see. But yeah, Chaka, that's my take on it. Road to victory. I'm just scrolling down, like looking at the comments quickly. Just be patient. If I don't get to your question, it's because I still have to go through it. If you keep spamming, I'm just gonna have to time you out. Like, not even to be rude, but it's, I mean, you posted it 4 times. I need to catch up on chat. Yeah, I think I've already answered that by now. I know I'm just behind on chat. Would you rather have the Avenger Golden Moments logo or SR99? The secret rare, in my opinion. I think the Avenger logo is probably, if it's, I think it's in the bottom, like, I think it's in the bottom 3 of Golden Moments, probably the bottom 2. Maybe the worst, I don't even know, but I do think the other ones will do better. Green Goblin, Wonder Woman, or Steamboat Willie? Steamboat Willie. You use so many option trading terms, it's funny. Yeah. It's, I don't know how else to, like, it sounds fancy too, but it's also just like, it's all speculation. Like the NFTs aren't tied to how well that company is doing or anything like that. Or it's like, it's not based on like a real world market economy or anything like that. Or it's not like, well, oil is down, so that means these businesses are gonna not do well. Like maybe do that with like crypto and NFTs. I don't know, like that's even, it's still a new frontier of stuff that we're trying to figure out. And like literally, as you can see with some people like Ray Fixie and stuff, I don't have anything against Ray Fixie. Like he can do whatever the hell he wants. He can pump all the prices of stuff he wants. Like it doesn't matter. Like it's a free market. People can do and buy what they want. I can care less. But if all it takes is a couple tweets from Ray Fixie to have the price pump a ton, like how do you even take that into consideration in price predictions or anything like that? Like if someone told me that, oh yeah, a lot of the 2D art is just gonna randomly pump in mid-January, late January, I'd be like, what? Like why? Why would it pump? Like I guess Immutable X, but even then, like why? It's like, oh, like Ray Fixie's pumping them or whatever. Like there's so many factors that even just the community themselves could just say, hey, by the way, this is gonna happen, or you should pump this. Like you can't take that into consideration. Ermic Soroyo, what about Spider-Woman? Is she low? What about Spider-Man Woman? Is she low? I think she's just like, honestly, just visually, she's probably like the least appealing or like least exciting superhero visually, but also she's probably the lesser known of the ones that are in the series. Like, I mean, it honestly doesn't really surprise. I knew she was going to be the cheapest. I knew she was in the uncommon. Her mints are lowish, but I knew she was going to be the least expensive just because she's just not that popular. Not a lot of people know her. I know I thought they're making a show or something of her where, I mean, she might get more popular, but again, it's, I don't know. This kind of typically what happens when you come up with usually just a gender bend version of like another existing superhero that exists that's doing well, right? Like sometimes they'll do well, sometimes they won't. It depends on like how much that IP wants to push that series, or Disney, how much they want to push, you know, Ghost Spider and all the other different Spider Girls and Womans and the other versions of Spider-Man. Same thing with DC. If they want to push Catwoman and this, like that's fine. Like nothing against like the female superheroes, but you know, even if it is like a male character, it doesn't matter. Like if it's just a lesser known version, or if it's just like nothing special, it's just, oh, it's a female instead of a male. Like kind of want something more exciting or different than just that. I think it's fine that happens, and it happens all the time. Like DC and Marvel both do it. That even just the outfit, I'm not just the outfit just looks a bit weird in my opinion. Do I hold or sell Ghost Spider? I would just hold her. Just hold her. I think she'll go up. She could go up to like 200, I think, in the near future. Should I quick sell my Pluto for the common Steamboat Willie? I think eating that fee is gonna hurt, but I think Pluto still might do a bit better. Not by much, but like a little bit better. It's so neck and neck. That's a good question. If you have to sell your Pluto, I would say no. If you own a common Steamboat, if you ask me the other way, like should I sell my common? Well, first off, you can't afford it, like just because common Steamboat is cheaper. I would hold Pluto. I would hold Pluto. Nathan Grabber, uncommon Steamboat Willie or Wally? I think Wally. I would go with Wally. Not by much, but it is a golden moment, and I think the golden moments are gonna pump soon. Captain K, typically, how can you tell if something will increase or decrease in price for flipping? it's a lot of different factors. If it's brand new, it's just hard to tell. Like, how can you even read this graph? Like, it's 12 hours old. Like, how do you read a graph like this? Like, but if there's a bit of history, I mean, you see something like this. First of all, I know it's DC, or not DC. It's Zombie Hunter Spider-Man is actually a very good example. Like, I started buying these when they were at like 250, and then on the way up, and I sold quite a bit around here. Like 265 is a very good price point. The listings aren't too high. I mean, listings actually, it's like a 200 listing difference between here and there, but even then overall it's not too bad. I just have a lot of confidence in things like Spider-Man. Like, I know they're going to do well and go up eventually, so it's a lot of factors that might dictate its own video where it's like, how do I know if this is going to flip or do well? That could be its own video. One day maybe I'll do it. What about shrimps with 400 gems? Yeah, there's plenty of stuff you can get. Batman Black and White series. Atman, whatever. That's typically what I'll go to. So if you got 200 gems, I think if you pick up, if you wanted one NFT, I'm trying to think like what's good for like 400. Also, what has the most room to move? Gary Frank like isn't bad. If you wanted one NFT, so like what's Catwoman at? I feel like she's probably gonna be a bit lower, right? 320, yeah, she's down a bit. Batgirl's up a bit. Honestly, any combination of the stuff I'm showing you, like Batgirl, Catwoman, any of the Black and White series Batmans that you can afford, I think are pretty good. Like if you're brand new, Thomas Livingston, because I'm assuming you're gonna want to flip, right? Like you don't want to buy something for 400 gems and like it'll grow in value, but it's not gonna accumulate a lot of growth. I don't know. You tell me, Thomas. Are you looking to hold long term? Like, I want to buy one NFT, hold it long term. I just want to play the drops. I don't want to concern myself too much with like being on the market constantly and do flipping. But if you're that person that might have a little bit more time on their hands, they want to learn and all that stuff. Hey, I do want to stack 3 to 4 NFTs and I want to flip and kind of grow my portfolio, even though it's going to take some time. Yeah, let me know. And I think I'm catching up with chat right now, so it shouldn't be too bad. So let me know, Thomas, and I'll help you out. Maverick, someone just listed a ghost spider for $16.99 and I missed it. Yeah, just so many people sniping and bots. They do exist, believe it or not. Thoughts on both Ben Riley's? The common or uncommon is ridiculously underpriced, considering that it peaked where it was before. Ultra rare, how far down is it? Where'd it peak at? 15 grand or 14.5, whatever. Do I see it peaking at that like again very quickly? Unlikely. It will get to that point again. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to happen in a couple days or anything like that. Like, they still got a few listings to go through, and I think right now, like where Spider-Man's at, I think some people are considering picking up something like Steamboat Willie. Like Steamboat Willie ultra rare is at 7K right now. It's like for 9,200 you can pick up an ultra rare Steamboat Willie, plus if you have the extra 500 gems you can pick up an Iron Man. That's really solid. Or you can pick up 2 Steamboat uncommons. You can pick up ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man plus a Wonder Woman. I mean, there's quite a few options around. Okay, even Pluto. Like, I think that's okay for a grand, because I do think that one will go up to like 1,500 in the near future as well. So, yeah, not too certain about the ultra rare. I think that's out of range of most people on the app, obviously. But 700, when he's peaked at 1,100 at one point, and he has multiple candles or just multiple times that he's hit 850 and higher, it's good enough for me. I mean, ideally you grabbed him when he was 600, but better late than never. I do think both of these are very solid pickups. I would edge out Ben Riley over the uncommon, not only because it's cheaper, but also because the uncommon version of just like the the normal Spider-Man. It's a bit more expensive. I would pick Ben Reilly though over this Spider-Man hanging out. Yeah, that'd be my take. Thoughts on Iron Man in 1 month? Yeah, I think I already answered that. I think I said like maybe 5,500. I could see it pumping. And yeah, I've read your comment down below. Like, I know you didn't mean to spam the question. Dude, I did that before too. And that's why I've been in other people's chats or streams, and you know, it doesn't annoy me. It's nothing against them. Like, it's hard keeping up with chat. Like, I'm literally doing it live. But I know it can be occasionally frustrating at times for a viewer when you ask a question, you have to wait 20, 30, 40 minutes, sometimes an hour for your question to be answered because it's just taking so long. I get it. And like mine's a bit different. Like I'm doing like typically market breakdowns and crunching numbers and showing examples and stuff. So that's a bit different. So mine's taking a bit longer. So sometimes I try to speed through it. But I try to get to it quickly because I know some of you guys, some people could be under a time pressure. Like, oh God, this NFT is at this price. I don't know how much longer it's going to be there. Let me ask this question. Maybe. I think that's why eventually you're going to have things like, I think I applied to get monetized. I hit 1,000 subs and I got over 4,000 hours of watch time. So I think the options for super chats will be nice. I don't even know what price point to put it at or anything like that. But if you do have like a burning question, like I guess that seems to get the streamers' attention. I don't know how to hook all that stuff up either. I would also like to do the thing where like it pops up their question or like I don't know if I want to have actually chat on screen. It's just hard because there's already so much mess on the screen. Like you're looking at the picture here, you're looking at the other versions here, like the graphs in the middle, my camera, like there's already like a lot of clutter going on. So I don't know if I want to put actually chat on screen, like live. Plus I'm like behind on chat. So I'd rather have the little thing that pops up with like the question. Maybe that'll be better so people actually know what's going on. So yeah, I'm not upset with you or anything, Road to Victory. It just, yeah, maybe you thought I was just like skipping your question or something, but that's not the case. I try not to skip questions. Sometimes I do, you know. What do you think is the ceiling for Mickey and Friends prices, like long term? I couldn't give you a ceiling. The cards, at this point, I don't think anyone knows the ceiling of anything, of any NFT. And if they claim to know a ceiling, then I think they're full of it, to be honest. Like to say, oh, Todd's never going to go above 80 ever. Like that's silly. Or, you know, Mickey and Friends is, you know, Goofy's never going to go above 10K. And then like, how do you know, you know? And long term, does that mean a year? Does that mean 10 years? Like, yeah, I think there's literally no way to know. And I think that's a good thing. No one knows the top. Then that's good. Let's see. What else? Winnie the Pooh would be fire. I heard Winnie the Pooh is like, I know he's not big now, but like Winnie the Pooh's very big. I'm trying to remember, I was watching a stream or a video, but like Winnie the Pooh is pretty big deal, and like pretty much like any children's toy, a blanket, little body wrap that you put on the babies, and like anything like that, like a lot of them is Winnie the Pooh. And I know in some parts of the country or even the world, like Winnie the Pooh is like bigger than Mickey. So Winnie the Pooh would be very, very big, Torian Brown. I agree. You know, as you get older and, you know, maybe you don't have a kid or you don't really care, like I could see that. But to some people, especially maybe in the older generation, like Winnie the Pooh is a very, very big deal. Javitha Barber, I'm so sorry if I butchered that. Gotta wear Invisible Woman. Do you think that's a long-term hold since she's the first one? Was she the FA? Is the FA version rare? Because the FA is technically the uncommon. Got a rare Invisible Woman. Do you think that's a long-term hold since she's the first one? Because the FA is actually this version, which I'll show here in a second, if it's not lagging too much. This is the FA version, technically. This version is the, I don't even know if it's even FE. And as much as I hate to say it, kind of across the board, these Invisible Womans are doing nothing but down and trending to the right. The listings are just going up and up and up. Like even now they're like still, I mean, plateaued a bit, but they're just going up. A day will come where she will rebound and like go back up. Like I think she will, it will come. I think she's just kind of going through like the growing pains that Storm did initially, except Storm had to go below box price to do it. But I those days won't happen again where like Marvel NFTs are going below box price. Like that's come and gone. DC, Marvel, like Disney, like that's never going to happen again. If it does, it will get instantly scooped up. But gone are the days where like, why is this going below box price for weeks? It's not going to happen again. Or at least it's extremely unlikely. The only way I can see it happening again is like Pokemon or something. Other than that, I don't see it happening. But Invisible Woman, as much as I hate to say it, I don't like either you're gonna hold her very long term until she does get profitable, or you wait till she has her next little peak, wait till she gets up to like she hasn't been above. I mean, she hasn't even been out that long, so we don't even have that much of history to pull from, but I don't even know what else you can invest in for like 90 gems. Like honestly, I think Common Storm will do better than Rare Invisible Woman at this point. As much as I hate to say it, but it's true. Like I think Common Storm will do better than Rare Invisible Woman. So I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about, but I could be wrong. Maybe you put the wrong name or something, or maybe I misread it. Arslan Ula? Sorry if I killed your name. I like, actually, it makes me look silly, but also relatable, because like I like seeing, you know, there's a lot of international names or just people and cultures that I don't know how to pronounce because I'm American. What do you expect? I only speak American. Hey, how do you get the subscription for Ecomi Wiki? I click on the subscribe button, but nothing seems to happen. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if you click on subscribe, you just put in your debit card info. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. If that's an issue, then Iron Man or Homer and Bart. Iron Man all the way. Iron Man, like sad 350. Yes, Iron Man all the way. And plus the price differences are pretty far apart, right? Where are they? If Homer's even getting remotely close to Iron Man, you know Iron Man's gonna pump. Okay, Iron Man's going up a bit. Where's Homer and Bart? 2,000. Okay, it's still 800 away. Thoughts on Invisible Woman set? I think she's not only is she like one of the worst performing Marvel NFTs. I mean, she is the worst performing Marvel NFT as of now. And that's not just like price point. Like, well, Groots are cheaper, but it's like also look at the mint numbers of Groots and all that stuff. I think she's one of the worst performing NFTs on the platform. She's done nothing but go down to the right. I don't see her like ridiculously pumping. She will go up. Like, don't get me wrong. Especially maybe if they announce the Thing or Mr. Fantastic or the Human Torch to finish the rest of the set. Maybe, but to finish like the Fantastic Four set, not her set, obviously. But not a huge fan of it. Like I mean, the Rare dipped as low as like 90 at one point, or 95. And I don't see it changing anytime soon. Again, it will pump up. Maybe she'll go up to 110, maybe even 120 to a certain point. But like investing into Invisible Woman, I would not. But if you already have the set, I would just hold, wait till it goes up, and then, in my opinion, I would sell it off for something better. Like, I think you could consolidate the Invisible Woman set for something better. Like, let me see here. I'll do it very quickly. And like, I'm not trying to dumpster it, but I'm just looking at the numbers. Like, you'll see this same trend across the board. Come on, work with me. There we go. Yeah, it's like jump up, consolidate, go down, plateau, down, That's the rare. If we look at the common, common did have a nice little boost. And I think people like the common more because it's cheap enough where you can actually afford it easier. But it's just doing the same thing. Down and to the right, listings are going up. It's not moving much. If I had the Invisible Woman set, because even if we sold it at floor price right now, so what is that? Let's just call that 1,500. 1650. I'd rather get a rare Spider-Man or a uncommon Steamboat Willie plus any of the Batman sets, black and white sets to like round it out. Like literally any of those I think will do better than the set. I mean, look at the secret rare. It's done nothing but go down to the right. Listings are just chilling. Gone down a tiny bit, but I'm very bearish on the Invisible Woman set. Will Spider-Man Mighty Common be more than 200? I think so. Yeah. Spider-Man, isn't he already above 200? I'm pretty sure he's already above 200. He's been above 200 for a minute. Yeah, he was 200 not too long ago. He'll go back up. I'm not even worried about it. I think people are still just selling these off because they can. Just wait. just wait. Hell, I might even buy up some of these if they keep going down. You think Zombie Cap a good buy right now? I think I answered that one earlier. I would say no, I'd rather buy Storm. Like the common, this is 10 gems more than Storm. I think it has more room to move. Common Storm peaked at like 130. Is she gonna get there again like right away? No, but I think more people are more bullish, or like, as much as people like despised Storm or whatever, I think she's gotten a little bit more respect in the community, and she's a FA Storm, FA X-Men. Yeah, I'd rather have Storm than Captain America, Zombie Captain America, in my opinion. If you're talking about the ultra rare, personally, I would still rather have like, 700. I think that's a bit high. 360. Zombie Hunter. I mean, not Zombie Hunter. I think that one is okay. I think I would still rather have Zombie Hunter Captain America though, or Zombie Hunter Spider-Man though, plus anything else to round out that 100 gems, a Storm or yeah, that's just me. 2 Groots. I don't know. There's always options. So. Did you get any Spider-Man Mighties? I got a Goat of Goats. What's up? I got a Spider-Man, which is cool. I got the set. I aped into the set. Seems like some of the NFTs are still withdrawing a bit, or yeah. I mean, they're still they're doing fine. I'm not too worried at all whatsoever. I think Spider-Man will hit 300 by like easily by the end of the week. Once people find their footing, they invest in what they want, they're going to look back at these Marvel Mighties and realize they're underpriced and buy them up. So I'm not too concerned about it. What do you think of Minnie Mouse? I think it's great. I think she's great. Like, any of the cards are great. Whichever one you can afford is great. If you're debating Minnie or Mickey, either one is fine. And even if you pick wrong, I think the percent difference is going to be like plus or minus 5%, like most. Like, oh no, I picked Minnie, but Mickey's at 600 and Minnie's at 580. Like, it's a 20 gem difference. Like, I think it's going to be more along those lines. So yeah, that's my take on it. They're great. I think the cards are very, very good. Is Pokemon coming to Veve? Jay Rivera. I hope so. At the end of this month, I hope not. But later this year, next year, I hope so. I don't know if the app is ready to have Pokemon just yet. On top of that, I think they're still trying to work out a lot of kinks with the Mutable X, as well as just the app itself. And are they going to do the queue system before they do Pokemon? Yeah, I'm not entirely certain, but yeah. It'd be nice. I think it's more a matter of when, not if. Just a matter of when. Stop spamming. He knows. We talked about it. So me and Road to Victory are good. I appreciate it, Robert. Nortex Newberry, is Spider-Man Mighty a sell or a hodl? What about Marvel Mighty Ghost Spider? They're all hodls, Nortex Newberry. Just wait. I think by the end of the week, Ghost Spider will be at 200, Spider-Man will be at 3, Black Cat will be probably 200. I think the Spider-Woman will be at like 125. Green Goblin will be at like... He's not going to stay at this price forever. I think people like Green Goblin more than Doctor Doom or Red Skull. He has less mints than Red Skull and Doctor Doom. He's part of the Spider-Man series. Like, just the numbers, the rarities, and the popularity just all make sense. So just give it time. Just give it time. Market is still figuring itself out. Let's see. Stat Neon, prediction for Pluto, thinking about hodling for a few months. It's a bit far out for me, but it wouldn't, honestly, would not surprise me within the next few weeks. Pluto can get to 1.5k. Next couple weeks, it would not surprise me at all. So a few months beyond that. So if you're worrying about like how much profit, is it profitable? Yes. How much? I couldn't exactly tell you, but it wouldn't surprise me if Pluto in a few weeks hits 1.5k. But the market is being a little right now. I don't know what's going on, but there's still there's still millions of gems getting pumped into the market every day. I do think people are just in a slight holding pattern just in case there's a Pokemon announcement a month from now. And honestly, if there is an IP that could hold the market at bay, or like at the very least make people hesitant for an entire month, it's Pokemon. If so. Prediction, okay. What else is in the bottom tier of golden moments? I would say right now, I kind of have to look at them just so I don't forget any. In my opinion, working from bottom to top of golden moments, in my personal opinion, it's honestly a tie between Avengers logo and skateboard. Like, I know people like Avengers logo, but it's a thing and it's not a person. Like that's like my only logic with it. Plus Avengers logo, where is it? Yeah, it's like rare, but even the low mints, it has half the mints of some of the other characters, and it's still cheaper. It's still cheaper than Iron Man. Same set, literally half the mints, still 1,000 gems cheaper, so it doesn't matter. Skateboard and logo at the bottom, then probably Wally, Pizza Planet truck, then Homer and Bart. I think in the near future, I think Pizza Planet truck as well as Wally could flip Homer and Bart. It depends on how many Disney people get on the platform and like really get into the golden moments. I could see Homer and Bart being below Pizza Planet truck and Wally at some point. It would not surprise me. And then I think it's like Iron Man. And then R2-D2 C-3PO is so weird to judge. I think it's Iron Man, C-3PO, Elsa. Even though it doesn't show it now, I think it's a tie between R2 and Sorcerer's Hat, and then Walt. Like, it really depends. Like, there's such a huge community of like Disney people that will buy anything Disney. There's Discords with 100,000 plus followers that don't even know what NFTs are, let alone Veve. And if they hear about this, what are the first things they're gonna buy? Probably can't afford Partner Statue, but what are they gonna buy? Sorcerer's Hat, Pizza Planet truck, Elsa, Wally. Like, that's what they're gonna buy. And if they're really obsessive about, if they have a lot of dough and they want to complete the set, I mean, they have to buy these other ones anyway eventually. But I think that people are going to want the Disney Direct like IPs. They think characters directly related with Disney, not Iron Man. And like, I think Iron Man will still do very well. I think it'll pull an R2-D2 in the near future. Same thing with Elsa, but it's hard to say. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Sorcerer's Hat though. Like if Disney fans get in here, Sorcerer's Hat, in a way, it's its own character. I'm trying to remember what her name is. It's like Magic Veve or something like that. NFT Pirates had her on his like interview a few days ago, and she had some very good insight and said like Veve collectors are just big Disney fans. Like there's quite a few shows where like the sorcerer's hat is its own character and it's like jumping between scenes of different Disney movies and like Mickey's like chasing it or something like that, something along those lines, and it's like it's its own thing. And like if there is an item that's gonna compete with characters or do very well, it's gonna be sorcerer's hat. All right, let's go through here. Thoughts on Harley Quinn FA and Joker FA? They're both great. They're both going to go up in price significantly. It might just take a bit of time. I do think they're being a little overshadowed by like the Batmans, the Spider-Man, and that kind of stuff. I think they'll have their day, especially Joker. I think FA Joker's just waiting to explode. That's why he's in my video that I said FAs that are ready, or not FAs, but just NFTs that are ready to just explode in value. Joker is one of them. Winnie the Pooh and Friends would be an awesome Disney drop. Yeah, is Winnie the Pooh Disney? I have no idea if he is. I have no idea, but that would be huge. Torian Brown. Union 3, Storm was even an FA for X-Men and the character. It doesn't make sense how she got crushed on the app. Must be the NPC graphics. Not entirely sure. I think that was just a different time back then. But now I think gone are the days where things are going below box price or even like remotely close to box price. Like if something's a 50 gem NFT and it's Marvel or Disney or DC, like people aren't going to be selling it for 60, 70 gems anymore. Like they're smarter than that. And if there is someone that does list it for that low, it's going to get instantly sniped. But people are much more knowledgeable now. There's more history of NFT releases and series. People have a good idea of how much things should cost and where the floor should be and all that stuff. So that's my take on it, VVM3. But yeah, keep up the awesome content, dude. I know I've been watching you recently, and you do good stuff. And I know I didn't have your daily market thing today. I was exhausted this morning, but at some point, I don't know if I want to do it daily, because honestly, I don't know if I could get up in the morning and do it every morning at that exact time every day. Maybe I'll do it on drop days, because you know there is that period for an hour on the market where there's just you can't see the market. You know, the market is closed. So it's like I would like to have my video release probably like right at 8:15 Pacific time. So you can jump on there 15 minutes before the market closes. You can make your stuff. But also that way you have a video to watch during the market close, because people are doing what for 30 minutes between market close and the drop? What are people doing? Nothing. They're not doing anything during that time. So it's like, might as well watch a 10-minute YouTube video on where the market is at before it opens again, because that's pretty much a snapshot of what the market looks like before it opens again, right? Unless there's been some major moves going on between the hours, but Jeff at the Barber, thank you. That's the Invisible Woman I was talking about. Okay, I hope that helped. The FA Invisible Woman, the first appearance one, well, let me pull it up again. I know I focus more on the other set or series. Come on now. This one, I would hodl her. Like if you bought her, if you purchased her already, just hodl it. But if you're looking to like possibly buy her or invest in her, I would just cough up the extra 9 gems and get a Storm, to be honest. Like I know I'm just talking about Storm incessantly, but she's one of the cheapest NFTs that's had like the highest peaks recently, in my personal opinion. So that's just my take. I would just hodl her maybe until she gets a bit higher. Like even if you sold her right now, like you can't really afford much with her. I mean, you can maybe get a Groot. You would eat that 8.5% fee and you'd like be able to get a Groot, which might do better, but just hold it. So that's my take. You think your Pluto a good buy under 1K? I would say so. Like honestly, I don't think people realize how and it might take even longer than that. Like I don't think people realize how collectible these cards are for Disney. Let's see here, Mickey. Like it would not surprise me if Pluto hit like 1,500 in the next few weeks, maybe even sooner. Who knows? Like I'm hesitant to kind of say some stuff, because there's been multiple times where like I'll go to bed and the price of something is this. The price of something will be 500 gems, and I wake up the next morning, it's 750. You know, stuff like that happens all the time. and the money just gets moved around in different directions. Sometimes people FOMO into certain IPs or NFTs. You know, things just happen. Like, I mean, Goofy was 4.2k less than an hour ago. Now he's down 500 gems, 400 gems. Like, I thought he was at 4.2 earlier. Maybe I was looking back here, but like, I mean, it's less than half a day. He's already swinged 500 gems. Like, you know, 12% swings. Like, it happens. It's also just way too early for Goofy. It's 36 hours old, so. Yeah, but I think Pluto is, let me actually pull up Pluto if I'm trying to make a point. Below a K, I think it's pretty solid. Is there a chance he could go down to 950, 900 before he goes back up? Potentially, yes. Is there a sale here? Oh, a 205 at 1500. It's pretty solid. Yeah, someone looks like someone bought a 205 for 1500, 1600. I could see Pluto getting up to 1500. I mean, the fact that he even peaked at 1200, I don't consider this is very early, but I could see it going up under 1,000. If the mindset is the long-term hodl or even medium-term hodl, it'll go up. But if you're thinking like, all right, can I flip this in a week or a few days? You know, there's probably some better suggestions or better NFTs to do that kind of work. Phineas and Ferb would be a lit NFT in my opinion. I don't even know who those are, but you got me curious. Who the heck is that? I really hope this doesn't like... I hope this is not a troll to make me look up something crazy. What is this? Oh, those characters? I've never seen the show, but it looks... I'm sure it's funny. I've never seen the show. Why Ben Riley Spidey over hanging out uncommon? I think just the overall, just like the lower mints. I don't know, like I could be just aping into the fact that like the mints are lower. People like the Ben Riley. Some people also just like the look too. I'll be honest, like I like the classic look, but the Ben Riley just outfit is just very unique. I also just like the stance too. I know the uncommon hanging out is like also iconic, but for the price point, like, what's this graph? I guess I gotta click the graph again. Sometimes I have to click it twice. Couple reasons. One, like the all-time high is a bit higher, which, you know, isn't the end-all be-all of when it comes to these NFTs. But you also just have like less people to compete with. I mean, there's 159 listings. There's only 5,000, let's call it 5,400 total of these. But the Spider-Man hanging outs, there's 350, there's 16,000 total. There's just a lot of people that can undercut you. Honestly, you can't go wrong with either one. Like both charts look almost identical, but like I'm just seeing this like super steep increase of listings going from 209 to 350 over the course of, I mean, that's over the course of 10 days, but still it's doing nothing but going up and to the right. Will it eat through this wall eventually, or just these listings? Of course, it's Spider-Man. I'm not too concerned about that. But if you look at something like Ben Riley, come on, like it's actually going down at this point. It's already gone down 11. I mean, you don't have to deal with hundreds, thousands of other, like hundreds of other people undercutting you. And with this, you're only dealing with, you know, 6 here, half a dozen there. Like it's not too many. I think it's just, this just has more room too. I think if you have a popular IP or character plus low mints, that's where you can really see some movement, in my opinion. So that's my take on it. Plus it's just, I mean, you save yourself 50 gems. It's solid. This one's had its, like, again, their peaks aren't that different, but again, I don't think you're wrong either way. And maybe I'm wrong in the sense, like, maybe the difference between the two is like 10%. There could be a chance, there could be a point where Ben Riley only goes up to 1,000 and hanging out or whatever goes up to 1,100. You know, it's hard to say. That's just my personal opinion on it. So, Said, I hope that makes sense. That's just kind of a snapshot. I'm sure I could probably go more in depth, but That's just kind of what I'm initially thinking. Now, if we're talking like common Spider-Man, the one that's like on the loading screen, which I think is still undervalued, to be honest. Like, oh, you can buy any Spider-Man today, wait a week or two, and it'll go up in value. Like, don't even trip. Yeah, like this one. Like, honestly, if you can afford the extra 150 gems, like just get a common, in my opinion. But Ben Reilly's also a very solid pick. I'll weep if Pokemon arrives before Q. I don't know, I've had some pretty good success on Blind Box, and I think if they do have Pokemon, it's just I'm not going to be able to compete in the secondary market. That's my only issue. Like, and if Q system comes out, it's gonna be ridiculous. I'm not sure what your luck is, VV and 3, with that kind of stuff, but Blind Box have pretty good success. But those single drops like Batman, comic books, I do terrible in comics. I've tried Rhythm Gate, Align Gate, timing. I've watched all VV Vault's videos, and like I've watched dozens of videos on how to time it and do this, and like hook up your thing up to the Wi-Fi directly, put on airplane mode. Like, I've tried everything and nothing works for comics. I think I've won 2 comics in 3.5 months. But I do pretty well for what's it called? Blind Box. And the single drop system, I do okay on. So like, I didn't win the battle statue, but like those collectibles that it's like a single drop collectible, I don't know how much I win. It's definitely more than comics, but it's less than Blind Box. So that's just my take. Is Iron Man too high near 3K? No. I think, I've said this before, but Iron Man and Elsa, I think, could definitely do an R2-D2. They could pump really, really soon. And I think the Pixar ones, like, not Pizza Planet Truck. Pizza Planet Truck, like, if we get more Pixar and or, like, Disney fans on the app, I could also see Pizza Planet Truck and, like, Wall-E do very, very well in the near future. I think all the gold moments are going to go up, but I think the ones that are going to go up the highest, like, percentage-wise will be, like, Elsa and Iron Man, in my personal opinion. I think they are being slept on. But Palm, I'm not even going to attempt that because I don't want to embarrass myself or you with that last name. But Palm, yes. Is Iron Man too high? No, it's not too high at 3K. I would still buy it if it was at 3.2, 3.3. And that's still not even its all-time high. I think its all-time high is 3.3. So even if it hits 3, that's still not even its all-time high. Conqueror, hey bro, why do you think everything is dropping? Crazy how the Spider stuff move up and just drop drastically. I think I answered that question. I think you asked that earlier too. Maybe you missed it. I think there's just so many other deals right now. To be honest, it caught me off guard too. I said like Spider-Man's going to be anywhere between like 300 to 400. That's where I thought it was going to settle at, roughly. But then again, it's still too new. And I thought Green Goblin was going to be like 1.5 to like 2K, which it could settle at that point. It might take a couple weeks, but I think just because legit everything else on the platform is anywhere between 10 to 40% off right now, sometimes even 50% off compared to like where it was 2 weeks ago. People, I think, are just selling things that they can to buy that. And I think the people that won the drop were like, all right, do I sell my Green Goblin? Do I not? And like, okay, maybe I just sell it. And maybe they just waited too long, or people are just flipping right now. Who knows? That's my take on it. And again, there's that big shadow of Pokemon just towering over VV right now. And like I said, if an IP can even just speculatively could just stall the market, it's Pokemon for a month. If there's an IP that could do it, it's Pokemon. Even if it's like, even it's speculative, it could hold it. It could just not, it's not gonna like pause the market, like no movement for a month. It's just like, there'll be gains, but instead of it going up, 10-20% week over week, it might go like 5-10% week over week. It'll just slow it down, but it's not gonna like put the market in a complete standstill. Now, when there's an announcement, everything is gonna be discounted. More likely crash, but yeah, I see Rails going 10 to 20% off, high tier to like mid tier NFTs being 30 to 40, maybe even 50% off. And then all the, lower tier, lesser known IPs, Cryptkins, Ghostbusters, independent artist stuff, those will all be 60 to, 50, 60, 70% off. I could see it happening if Pokemon is announced. But that's my thing, Conquer. Krusty Krab Pizza, do you think I can flip Marvel Spider-Man common right now? Flip? No. I think he's starting to hit his bottom, to be quite honest. Like, I'd be very surprised if he goes below 150. I just not see that happening. If you wanted to flip him, like I did, not even to like brag, like, oh, look at me, I flipped him. But like I saw, like he was kind of chilling around 200, 220 for a while. And there's a point where he did hit, I think around this time, like 300. I do have quite a few Spider-Mans. I think I have like 5. I won one and then just bought a few more because I'm like, oh, I do have a few more gems than I thought. And it's, so I sold one for 300, one of my 5 for 300, and then it's going down. So flipping, like selling it at 184 and you think it's gonna like bottom out at 150, it's unlikely. I would just hold it, dude. Just hold it. Brandon Neff, I think if Mutants 98 was named Deadpool #1, it would be 10 times its price. Maybe, who knows? I do need to invest in comics, but part of me is a little bit hesitant until they fully complete the the Master Collector Point program. Because as far as I know, I don't think it's fully complete, right? It's like a version 0.2 or whatever. So it sounds like there either needs to be one more iteration or like one more review, or it's like the final one's coming out soon, which I think the final one's coming out soon. So who knows? They might rearrange some of the things of comics. Like they might make the rares 2 points still, but now the uncommons are 1 point, and like they could change that. And like I think it's unlikely they're gonna like they're not gonna make things worth less points, because it's gonna upset a lot of people that have been buying rares or buying sets and stuff. If anything, they're gonna increase points. So I could see them potentially like increasing the points of commons and uncommons. Who knows? Like I could be wrong, but I need to what's it called? What the hell's the term? I'm just kind of like waiting for the final version to come out. Let's see. Road to Victory. Is it worth to sell the whole collection for a grail? Just curious on your experience and what you've countered this. It entirely depends on what your collection looks like. Is it at the bottom of a dip? What grail are you trying to secure? It depends on so many things. In my personal opinion, I would say no. Like if you aren't able to put in more money in the app, don't just ride your whole VV experience on one grail like that. It's not fun, and there's not a lot of room to grow in that. It will, don't get me wrong, like it will grow, but there'll be times where, like Todd right now, I mean, he's been kind of plateauing and not doing much for a while. Great pump not too long ago, but then he's been kind of just chilling out, which is kind of boring if that's all you have. So it really depends on the grail we're talking about here and how big your vault is and what you're getting rid of. It's a little bit too open-ended for me to answer such an open-ended question, but if I had to give an answer, I would say no. If I had to give an answer, I would say no. VVN3, I think Wally and Pizza Truck will pump as soon as Pixar starts pushing on the app. They are the Pixar Foundation NFTs, good entries for both of those. I think so too. I think all the golden moments will go up quite a bit. Jail just bought a Green Goblin for $7.94, mint 17. Good. Hell yeah, dude, that's a great buy. Below 800, that's cheaper than me. That's 80 gems cheaper than I got Green Goblin. To think that Green Goblin will go less for Red Skull than Doctor Doom just makes no sense. Same rarity, more popular superhero or villain, and less mints, same rarity. Like it just makes no sense. It just needs time. Just hold that. That is a very good deal. That's a great buy. Yeah, just like Vant says. 369 Wise Mind Crypto. Don't sleep on Bart and Homer too hard. That piece is by McFarlane. Yes, but I've said this before. If you have to explain something to a person, people want to get stuff at face value, right? I don't think McFarlane's a huge thing in the VV community, but if new people are joining the community and they don't auto Todd or whatever, it's like I don't think it'll matter to them that much. And I'm not trying to, like, I think Homer and Bart will still do well. Like if any of the golden moments go up, Homer and Bart will. It's not the worst NFT by any means. I don't think it's as bad as, honestly, I don't think it's as bad as Skateboard or Avengers logo. And I think it's pretty much in a way on the same tier as Pizza Planet, Truck, and Wally, but I do think those could do better if the right crowd gets in. But nowhere does it say on the NFT Todd McFarlane or anything like that. If you basically have to reference a third-party source to a different website and show a statue or something like that, I mean, maybe, but again, if you, in my honest opinion, typically if you have to explain something to someone like, hey, Todd McFarlane's a big name, that's the one of one for a statue of Todd, you know, of the Batman McFarlane. By the way, Todd made the design of the statue of the toy. So here's the picture of the toy. Here's the third-party website that represents that or says it. And it doesn't say it on the NFT, or it doesn't have a signature that shows. I mean, there's a signature, but it's not Todd McFarlane. It's just like too much to explain. And like, I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it's going to do bad, but I don't think like someone's like, you know what? Todd McFarlane made Homer and Bart. I'm going to drop $2,000 on it. Like, I don't see that happening. I could be wrong. Maybe there's someone out there that wants everything and anything and everything related to Todd McFarlane. I could be wrong. But I don't see like that being the selling point why someone spends $2,000 on a golden moment over some of the other golden moments, in my opinion. It's not something to disregard, but I don't think it's a big of a catalyst as some people think, I guess, in my opinion, or like a selling point. Let me catch up with chat. Ooh, okay, it's getting there. That's a great buy. Conquer Pluto hit 1,500 today for a minute. That's great. It's already the fact that it even went that high for a brief period of time means it can hit that again. Green Goblin should it be at least 1K lower mint than Red Skull and Doom? That's exactly what I'm saying, Vanty. And it's more popular, same rarity. It just doesn't make sense. Just give it time. Maybe with someone else, maybe. Just need time for Green Goblin to go to stronger hands. Yeah, or just not even just stronger hands, but just the market in general to just figure itself out. You know, people are selling this to flip that and buy this golden moment and buy this Steamboat Willie or this Batman and this thing. Like, everyone's like just moving their gems around. And some people are taking a loss, some people are taking profits. It just moves around. What do you think about Secret Rare Hulk? 347, thanks. I'm not a big comic guy, dude. Like, I'm very sorry. I mean, I could take a look at like the raw numbers, but like, I couldn't tell you if this Secret Rare Hulk or like, can you buy this other Secret Rare that's better? Like, I can't give you as in-depth as an analysis in this compared to something else. And when you just say, what do you think about it? I'm not entirely sure. Like, at 290, I can already tell you, like, I'd rather just have a secret. I'd rather just have a. Oh, that's the ultra rare. My bad, man. Secret rare. I'm like, this seems really cheap for a secret rare. I'm like, why is that so cheap? There it is. You peaked at 1800. I don't know how good this comic is. I mean, I guess I could look it up really quick on like vvrank.com or something. If you don't know what that is, you should, you know, go check it out. It's called Veve Rank. Will this actually type up as me? Yeah, vvrank.com. That's what I would do. Let's see what Mr. Sleeping in Comics thinks of this. Let's see what he thinks. So y'all, I'm gonna just do this. Come on. Hulk 347. Okay, he rates it as a what seems to be a wait, where'd it go? Seems to rank it as like a mid B tier. Maybe like lowish mid, but I think whatever it is. Low mid run, Mr. Fix-It, the Hulk's gray alter ego. It seems good enough. Kind of surprised you put it above Journey into Mystery. 85. I think it's mostly because it's a lower mint run. I couldn't tell you, dude. Like, I'm still not sure that like even an okay comic with low mint run, like, is that good enough to carry it in the collectible world? Like, in the collectible section, typically not. Like, I mean, you see it with the Spider-Mans and some of the other ones where it's like, or even the Golden Moments, like, Avengers logo is half the mints of Iron Man, but people just want Iron Man over a logo. So I don't know how that translates in the comic realm. If you have not checked out that website, you should. In my personal opinion, if you have 1,300 gems, like, and you really want a comic, this one might be all right. And like, that's the thing. I just don't know other secret rares that would be better to purchase for that same amount. In my personal, and I'm only going to translate it to this. If I had 1,300 gems, personally, I would pick up a, at least on the collectible side, I would pick up a Steamboat Willie uncommon and spend the last 300 gems, 250 gems on a Zombie Hunter common Spider-Man, which will probably go up to 450 at some point in the near future. And Steamboat Willie's graph looks, this graph looks almost identical to this. So you see how this peaked at 1,800, it's peaked at 15, 14. It's also seems to be just kind of just trending down to the right or whatever. But I mean, everything's been doing that recently, so I'm not too worried about this. But Steamboat Willie also peaked at 1,800. I know it's a bit more steep, but peaked at 1,400. So, and I don't know. That's just my take. That's, again, I know collectibles, not comics that well. So. What do you think about Ultra Rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man versus You Are Deadpool? They're both like very different in price, right? Like You Are Deadpool is like 400 gems cheaper than Ultra Rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. I would say Ultra Rare Zombie Hunter Spider, like if you had to pick between the two, but I do think there's something to be said to like pick up an Ultra Rare Deadpool plus a common Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, or because I mean you still have like 400 gems left over, like the price difference. Maybe 300 gems, so either one is fine. I mean, you can't go wrong with either one. I think Zombie Hunter Spider-Man might go up quicker, but Ultra Rare Deadpool could have a higher peak-ish. Not entirely certain. I want to see a Mario drop. Daniel Riviera? I think so too. And Daniel Jovic, thanks for the question. I try to read people's names before I read them out, so Ronan, good question. Man, I remember when you could buy multiple comics before it even sold out. Ronan, yeah, those days are gone. I was not around during that time. I started during Godel moments, so things being sold out within a second is all I know. Pavle? Idemo? Yes, I don't know what that means, and I know I butcher your name probably every time, but forgive me. I think I also need to... I think I need to do this tools settings. I need to like, this sometimes helps like clear things out. Here we go. Cool. So back to chat. Took a gamble on copying a Spider-Man 2099, mint 136. How do we feel about that? Great. I think it's great. I don't know how much you paid, but it's a great collectible. I mean, I aped into one at 2.3, I think. What did I buy? Yeah, I bought it for 2.3. I think it'll do very well. Again, time in the market beats timing in the market. Or timing the market, yeah. That was a quote I heard the other day, and I kind of like it. It's like, time in the market beats timing the market, which I think if you're good enough, of course you can time the market. It's a lot of this is speculative, but that's why I think the majority of I'm trying to time some stuff on the market with not even timing, but it's like, just buy during the gem squeezes, flip during when they're up high, right? It's hard to dictate when the next gem squeeze is going to happen, but yeah, so it's like, I try to work my way up to the point where I can afford NFTs like Secret Rares or Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare and stuff like that, or Secret Rares, where it's like, cool, I have it, now I'm just playing the time in the market game with these NFTs. But these other ones that I am flipping and are stacking, this one I'm trying to do a bit of timing, and if they don't work out or if it dips, all right, that's fine. But the goal is to eventually get to the point where you're stacking or you're getting able to afford NFTs that you could just sit on and just wait, and they just accumulate value over the long term. That's kind of my goal. But knowing, I think that's one of the better NFTs to get a lower mint for too as well. Javitha Barber, common Zombie Hunter Captain America, undervalued, FA1. I'd rather have a Storm. I've covered that NFT like 4 times today. For literally I think, what is it at? Let me double check. Yeah, for 10 less gems, you can get a storm. She's had a higher high. I just feel way more confident with her, and I think more people would want an FA Storm than an FA Zombie Captain America. Plus, there's a lot of Captain Americas between the Marvel Mighties, the other sets, the Zombie Hunter, not Zombie Hunter, but just the Zombie series. There's a lot of Captain Americas to kind of like to buy. I'd rather have Storm, to be quite honest. Yeah, that's just my take. Daniel, those are Daniel. You make a comparison earlier? Okay, I don't know. Those are good comparisons. I prefer Zombie. You are personally can't go wrong with Spider-Man. Exactly. I said Zombie Hunter personally, but you can't. I mean, with those extra gems with Deadpool, you just get something else, right? I mean, you can get some of the cheaper black and white series Batmans or something. I got one too. I think it'll do well, especially if they make a game for it. That'd be true. True Arts, are you a botter? I don't know. I don't feel robotic. If anyone uses a bot, they'll be banned eventually. Not worth it. Exactly. Kayua, Jez. I bet Winter Olympics drop soon. Maybe that'd be kind of cool. I don't know how you would negotiate that kind of partnership, or you show athletes, or I don't know what kind of NFTs could like drop with that. Brandon Neff, I'm sure you talked about this, but I'm really worried about the stamps dropping for 120 Tuesday. What about it? I'm curious, what about the stamps on Tuesday dropping for 120 are you worried about? You worried that they're gonna like make the market dip even more? Are you worried that that you're gonna win and that it's not gonna like sell for above 120? I'm kind of curious what your take is on it. House of X Men, first NFT ever. You're welcome. House of X-Men, first NFT ever. Play to earn. Yeah, I know Veve identifies those differently. They identify comics versus the 3D collectibles differently, because yeah, technically Green Goblin first appearance happened like over a month ago with like the Spider-Man series with the Green Goblin, but they still consider, as you can see here, this Goblin, at least in 3D format, or at least 3D collectible format, as the FA. This is the FA version. Even though they had the comic where he first appeared a while back, this is what they consider it as, in my opinion. Not in my opinion, that's just a fact. That's how Veve identifies it. Okay, House of X, Veve 3. Do you have an NFT that you quickly check how the market is doing overall? Like an NFT that's swinging super heavily with market flex? Not necessarily, and honestly, if things do swing that much, I tend to not necessarily avoid them, but if you're like really risky and like speculative, and you could like some like really swing trading NFTs, or like the Adventure Time ones, like those ones swing a lot. Especially like Finn Mertens and Jake the Dog. So these things have been, Finn Mertens was like 250 like not too long ago. It's not like a daily thing, but like these guys just swing a lot, it seems. And like the total listings go up and down, and like there were some opportunities where you can make some profit, but I think indirectly some people are concerned that there's rumors of pump groups with Jake the Dog and stuff. So like, I don't know, I'm not too big on Adventure Time, at least as of right now. I do think even like, I think that even the other season one NFTs will see their day. Adventure Time, Powerpuff Girls, Back to the Future, Ghostbusters, like all those ones, yeah, like those are like those are not like no-namer IPs. Like people know what those are. Adventure Time maybe not, but like people know those brands and know those IPs. But until Disney, Marvel, and DC price themselves out, like these are always going to be overshadowed. And as long as these things are below the 200 to 300 gem mark, they're always going to be one of the first NFTs you sell off to afford other NFTs, right? So that's seems to be typically what happens that I've noticed. If your NFT is under 200 gems and it's not, even if it is part of the big three IPs, I mean, it'll still get affected. But if you're not, if you're like a Kripken, or if you're a skateboard, or if you're an art piece or whatever it is, and you're below 300, 400 gems, like your thing's going to get hit pretty hard because people are going to sell those before their Spider-Mans, before their Batman, before their any of their other superheroes. They're going to sell that off first. Are Mickey and Friends are Mickey and Friends considered rookie cards? Sean ZZ, that's an interesting term, rookie cards. Like first appearances or whatever. That's kind of a small debate in the community. They're considered first editions, but this is the first time we've seen Goofy, Daisy, Donald, Minnie, as well as Pluto. So I think the way Veve identifies those is that unless it's like a 3D format collectible like this, where it's actually like a figure, they consider that the FA in that format. But if it's a poster or a card or something like that, apparently they consider that an FE, a first edition. Maybe they consider it a first edition because that's how they do it in print runs, right? Cards, posters and stuff. Maybe it's like, hey, it's a first edition. Like they don't call it a first appearance Charizard. It's a first edition Charizard, right? So maybe they kind of wanted to keep that same verbiage for the, like, and that's the thing, like maybe Veve needs to come up with not a completely different category, but like comics, cards, posters, whatever printable things they want to call first edition, and then collectibles for that, and they make that FAs. Maybe they need to do that, who knows, because right now they're lumping in these posters and cards with the collectibles, and people are like, wait, is this FE, FA, like what's going on? So I'd say there's a small debate in the community whether they're FE or FA. All I know is that they're the first, and they're extremely collectible. FA, yeah, okay, that would increase the value a bit, but any Disney collector that gets on the app are going to want those cards regardless, you know. And first edition for some people is still good enough. Like people are saying like FE is just trash. Like it's not like, I don't think anyone's saying FE is trash, but it's like, oh, it's not FA, it's not FA. It's like, okay, but it's like still FE. And I think years from now, people are like, all right, FA is God tier, but like FE is still like extremely high A tier. Like people are still paying a premium for those, in my opinion. Play to earn. Omi heard strong Donald on OpenSea 1 million floor, Duck versus Apes. Don't even know what you're talking about, dude. Friends FA and signed. I don't know what you're even spamming, to be honest. Stamps will become holiday traditions on Veve in a few years. Fun collecting them. Yeah, I could see that. Especially some of the holiday ones. Like I think a lot of the holiday NFTs, especially the ones that are like heavily holiday themed, like the Christmas stuff is going up a bit. Mostly the superheroes and like the snow globes are just chilling. Snow globes are actually another one that do a bit of margin trading too. They tend to move a lot. Like it's a strong enough IP that people do consider them. I've put Snowball. That people do buy these up shortly after a pump, but they also do sell off quickly if people are trying to get rid of them as well. So I do think snow globes are decent. But it might take a whole year for people to be like, oh, look at this second set or this second series of 12 Days of Veve thing. Did you know, hey, do you have the first snow globe? Do you have the first set of stamps during the holidays and stuff? So like, it could take a few Christmases for like the first set of the Christmas stuff to go up in price because people want to know, do you have the first Christmas set of this or that? Or, you know, it's its own FA in a way, but it could take some time. Superman, Iron Man, Joker, Harley Quinn, I'd keep Uncommon Steamboat Willie. Road to Victories. Yeah, I don't know if you meant to like lump those all together or... yeah, so it's like get either a Superman or you can also get Iron Man, Joker, Harley, and Uncommon Steamboat Willie. Yeah, those are all good. That's solid. B grade picked up 2 of the 42 Batmans for 120 each. That's good. Are they that cheap? Am I missing something here? Darwin Cook. Oh, okay, you got those a while ago then. Yeah, because those have not been that cheap for a minute. The Darwin Cook ones. Yeah, these guys were like 220 a couple days ago. I'm like, dude, these are 220? Like, you guys should be picking these up, or like 225. Like, that's the very good price point. Like, these guys peaked above 300 multiple times, and 360 was its all-time high, so it's like, it's done very well. You know, it's kind of getting up there. If it goes above 300, like maybe you're better off getting Zombie Hunter Spidey or getting, you know, stacking like something else like Deadpool as well as a Storm, or maybe an FA Robin. But I still think Darwin Cook has always outpaced FA Robin by a little bit. At least this Robin. Like, I know there's multiple Robins, but I also need to probably refresh my screen because it's getting a little laggy. Hello, help me. This one, yeah, 250, 260. It's like the prices almost keep step with this Batman, but I still think the Batman does better. It just has more candles above 300. It just shows more history of just being consistent. Listings are pretty high, but I'm not concerned. But I think Robin's decent. Choco Jersey got Iron Man mint number 176. Think that's a long-term model. Chaka, yes. I don't know if you're trolling, if you're not, like, and you're just new. But I think if you know enough to buy an Iron Man and get a low mint, like, you know what you're doing. So I think that's a very good steal. I don't know how much you paid for it, and honestly, it doesn't matter because it's gonna do great in no time. I've said before, I think Iron Man could pull an R2-D2 in the next month, where it just jumps up to like 5.5, maybe 6K. Who knows? $220. Oh no, that's still great. Still great. Yeah. I wish I got Iron Man. That's a hold. Yes. Brandon Neff. I think I'd rather buy an Uncommon Storm for sub 80, save 40 gems, than buy 120 stamp NFT. I'm worried that that price isn't worth anything. It isn't worth trying to drop. I mean, I'll probably still try the drop. Yeah, I just don't know, because that is kind of pricey. I feel like you should always at least try. Worst case scenario, I mean, it's a 4.5% fee. I mean, you'd have to sell it for what, like 140? You would have to sell it for like, you would have to sell it for like 125, 130 to like lose money or something. I think it'll do fine. I think you should always try the drops because you never know where people are going to price it. Like, just give it a shot. Will it do great? I don't think so. I have no idea. I haven't looked at the mints or anything. But I think it's at least worth a shot. You never know. Maybe you get 250 gems, 300 gems out of it, maybe more. It isn't an entire sheet of stamps, but who knows what those stamps are even good for? I don't. It's the first sheet. It's the FA sheet of stamps. So there's that. TC does comics. The only thing Ghostbusters has going for it, it's season 1. Yep, pretty much. I do like the Ecto 1 as the car because it's a fifth of the mints of the DeLorean, but I think more people know DeLorean. Like, even just internationally, I think more people know DeLorean than Ecto 1 in general. Like I said, I think for a lot of those IPs to do well, and Ghostbusters does have that weird interactivity with like the Ghost Trap and Slimer and all that stuff. Like, that's pretty cool. It does have a vehicles and stuff, which is cool. But I do think in order for those NFTs to do well, Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, Powerpuff Girls, Adventure Time, in order for those to actually start seeing some increases, we need like Marvel and everything else like price themselves out. Like, we need to get to the point where like, all right, the cheapest black and white series NFT is like 500 gems. You know, the cheapest Spider-Man is 650 gems. You know, we need to get to that point before those ones are like, all right, hey, like there's these season 1 NFTs that are pretty low mint and not a lot of people are buying them. Like, maybe we should buy these. Like, that's when it'll finally see some room, but that could take 6 months, a year. I have no idea. But TC does comics. I agree. That's kind of the only thing it has going for it. And then maybe aside from a small handful of like diehard people that like Ghostbusters. Yeah. Nick, I feel like this whole collection is super undervalued right now. I'm guessing minimum 1K for each in a month or less. Don't know which one you're talking about. Greg. Let me see. I'm assuming you're talking, based on kind of what you're saying, I think you're talking about the card series. Yes, I think they are. It's a matter of time Honestly, at the end of the day, you could literally say anything on the app is underrated. It depends on what timeline you're talking about. Are you talking 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, 6 years? If you're talking 6 days, yeah, some things are undervalued. Some things are like right where they need to be. 6 months, everything is undervalued. You know, talking 6 years, yes, everything is ridiculously undervalued. Like, what are you thinking? In 6 years, this is going to be worth $1 million. Like, what timeline, right? So when people say undervalued, it's not my favorite term to use. I catch myself saying it occasionally, but you got to say timeline alongside it too, right? Like, at what point do you think, you know, I do think all the cards eventually will hit a K, but in the next like week, unlikely. You know, few weeks, unlikely. It could take a few months. I have no idea. They could announce Pokemon. They could announce some other hard-hitting Disney or Marvel NFTs or DC. They could introduce, like, you know, who knows? Like, March could be anime month, and all month of March is just nothing but anime NFTs. Or if Dragon Ball this. Yeah, I know Pokemon's technically an NFT, but like, let's say they don't put that in anime month, but they just, it's anime month. Every week we're going to release 2 things of anime. So there's going to be lots of different things that you can watch, you know, or get. And it's just like, that's going to also crash the market in a way. So it also depends on what kind of announcements come up next, right? And how many people are getting on the app. How much does Disney want to push the NFT market to their fans and community? Because if Disney really wanted to, they could just put out a bunch of posts on all their social media platforms and start releasing you know, flyers at Disneyland for the next month and just be like, hey, go to Veve.com or go to Veve, check out our NFT limited edition run collectibles with real life utility, go buy them. And if that happens, everything just skyrockets. Like, literally anything could happen. So it's hard to say if things are undervalued. But yes, Daisy is underrated. This is just the lesser known of all of them. Let's see. I agree, Greg. That was my pickup. $4.99. Yeah, I have the whole set. I bought them all. I have the full set of the Disney cards. I have the full set of what's it called? Of the newest Spider-Man and stuff. Maybe I should have probably bought more of the cards. I have the full set. Maybe I should have stacked a couple Mickeys. I do think Donald, a lot of people are just sleeping on Donald in general. Like, there's a period of time, a couple times where I saw Donald Duck the same prices like Minnie and stuff. I'm like, what is going on? That is not right. Not only just from like a rarity point of view, but also just, I don't think people realize how significantly important or how well loved Donald Duck is in like the Disney community. I think I heard a stat like Donald Duck has more screen time than even Mickey does. Just across all entertainment mediums, like all shows, movies, everything Disney has done, like Donald Duck has had more screen time. It has like more historical, not more historical significance, but he's appeared in a lot of different historical time periods and stuff. I don't know how to describe it, but I could have sworn he had like an ad for like World War II or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but so many cool stats and things about Donald Duck that I kind of forgot. I meant it's a trade-off while keeping Uncommon Steamboat Willie. Yeah, I'd say so. Chocolate Jersey, it's the only drop I've won. Couldn't believe the mint. I live in the UK, so I presume I was at a disadvantage on drops. Well, congrats. Good job on that. But that low mint Iron Man, just hold that. If you do decide to sell it, make sure that you're going towards something and not like, oh, I just want gems, I'm going to sell it. Like, you know, there could be a drop announcement, or there could be, you know, you're going to have the Medium article information beforehand. But if there's an IP or if there's another NFT that you want more, that's when you know, make sure you're going towards something and not like, oh God, I think the market's going to crash, let me sell it now quickly. Like, you know, don't sell it because you're running away from something, which is, you know, a dip or a crash. Make sure you're selling it to go towards something, right? I got drop Ronin. I got 2 Elsa on the drop. Sold the first one for 300, then the second one for 1.3K. It happens, dude. You're talking to someone that sold a Walt not too long after they got it. But Dion Cybico, Hitman, here for another great stream of yours. I asked yesterday about what to get for 1K and asked about Wonder Woman. Actually went with Joker instead. FA Joker, I assume. Both are great. I do think Joker has more wiggle room to expand, but at the time I think he was like 300 gems more than Wonder Woman, so I didn't know how much more you have to make up. And that's why I ask sometimes. People say a K, but maybe they actually have 1,500 in the wallet and they're like not sure what to buy, but you know. But Dion, congrats though. That's a good buy. Nick, the collection was Mickey and Friends for the 1K each. Yeah, I gotcha. Morales, Rabbi, how many hours after market opens is peak price, you reckon? Entirely depends on how many get delivered. It's weird, like if the market opens and there's not a lot delivered, like let's say less than 25%, prices will go up and be weird. And then eventually people, as more deliveries happen, people start undercutting each other. And then once deliveries get, I've noticed around, I don't know, this one was different, but I start buying when it gets to like 75%, 80, 60% deliveries. I just get a feel for the market or like the floors. But once that happens, and once people start noticing that like people stop undercutting and like the number of listings starts slowing down or it stops altogether for a while, people start panicking and they start buying up the floor. Then it starts going back up. It just like has like a weird rubber band effect where it goes like too high, then too low, then too high, then too low. So I can't give you an exact time. It entirely depends on how many of a certain mint are released. Are we in the middle of a gem squeeze? Is it something like Spider-Man and these cards where it's like, here's a blind box drop and here's legitimately 6 different unique characters that you need to buy all of them if you want to complete the set? Or is it just like, hey, here's 6 different Spider-Mans, buy the one you could afford or buy the one that you want the most and that's it. Like there's some differences there too. So, but the biggest determining factor is how fast the deliveries go out. Jail, one way the Veve community could combat bots is to let them all buy the stamps on to let them buy all the stamps on drop and not buy them on secondary market. Let them eat that loss. I guess. Like as fun as that sounds, I mean, trying to convince hundreds of thousands of people to agree to that. If you could pull that off, I'll be impressed. But yeah. Kua Jez, undervalued is typically used in a present time reference. Yeah, but you're comparing it to what though? Right? Like when things are like at their peak or like barely retraced, I don't know. That's just my take on it. Maybe I need to talk to someone that's can like maybe define the terms a bit more clearly, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like you're talking like right now it's underpriced compared to what though? Are you talking, oh, it should be at this price like this minute, or it should be like this later? And like you're comparing it to a certain price point though, right? At a certain time. Yeah, that's a weird concept. I know it's a bit weird, but I see what you mean, Jez. I don't know. Maybe someone. Also, it's also probably because it's a little late. It's like 11:30. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and my brain's going a little bit slower than it was earlier today. Craig Inglesby, what is your take on Ultra Rare 150 Flipper Huddle? Is that a comic? Because if it is, I can't help you much, sir. It's a comic, right? I don't know, I just assumed it was because it had the 150 in it. Right? Mind High, is that not a comic or is it a collectible? It's not a collectible, is it? No. Are you trolling me? Am I just too tired to figure this out? Not one of these, right? Ultra Rare Spider-Man. No, that's Zombie Hunter Spider-Man number 1. Sorry, F.A. Spidey. I'm like, what? First appearance, the rare? Yes. What's your take on the rare? I mean, I was telling people to buy this when this was at like 1.3, 1.4. I mean, this thing peaked at 2.4. Even if we went it down here, 2.2, like it still has so much more room to grow. I think it's one of the more undervalued Spider-Mans. It is at an all-time high for listings. Again, I don't even look back here for the most part, but 288, but I'm pretty confident it can eat through those listings pretty quickly for the most part. I do think this is one of the better purchases for 1,500 gems, or like in that weird in-between spot. I've been recommending this thing for like weeks. So up until the point it gets to about like 18, 1900, that's when you're like, okay, maybe I can buy some other stuff instead, assuming like the price of everything else stays the same. But if it goes above 2K, I think you might as well just get like some other things. Get like a Steamboat Willie uncommon, and then you know, grab a ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man instead, if that stays at $1,000, right? You know, or around there. That's my take. Mint number 150 ultra rare. Dude, that's awesome. Hold it forever. I don't know. Well, first off, I wouldn't sell it now. It's at its low. Like, wait till it gets up here. You know, wait till it gets to, at the very least, above 2K and try to get a premium for it. Like, don't sell it at its bottom. Definitely hodl. And honestly, if you ever think about flipping or hodling something, 95 times out of 100, you can't go wrong with just holding it. If you're unsure, just hold. But if you want a second opinion, that's where you ask me or someone else to do it, right? So, Yuvraj? I could be wrong on that. Your thoughts on Ultraman collectibles? To be honest, too speculative. We don't know when we're gonna get localization. We're not sure when the southeastern market is gonna get in. I think they're a bit overpriced. One guy was like, "Hey, should I consolidate my Ultraman set plus some gems to like get an ultra rare Steamboat Willie?" I'm like, "Yes, you do that 99 times out of 100." I do think it has its place, but I think just way too many pieces need to fall into place in order for it to work. I'd rather spend gems on NFTs that are recognized in the big countries, but also just more recognized internationally than just like try and focus on a very, you know, Southeastern Asia market, which, don't get me wrong, there's a shit ton of money there, but at the same time, from what I've heard from multiple sources, that Ultraman, that this is the FA version in their mind. This is the actual first appearance. This is the original OG Ultraman, not this. And from what I've heard, who knows? It could take a year for us to get localization for Mandarin or Taiwanese or Japanese or, you know, whatever languages we need to get localization for to get in the markets that will appreciate Ultraman. But like, this is not the OG to many people. This is not the OG. So it's like, that's just what I've heard. This is what people have claimed. I can't say for 100% certainty. But if you own the set, I would hodl and just wait for it to go back up. If you're looking to buy, I would buy any of the other superheroes other than Ultraman, in my honest opinion. So yeah, that's my take on it. If you want like my honest opinion, I'd rather go with something that's consistent and internationally recognized to be very popular and liked, rather than wait for this catalyst, this thing to happen. Because people were freaking out because like, oh, China's going to legalize NFTs, but they could literally force their people to buy government-made only NFTs. That's the only thing you can buy a government sanctioned blockchain through the Chinese government, and that's all you can. Like, who knows? Like, anything could happen. You know, I'm not entirely certain. So a lot has to go right on both the governments of the Southeast Asian just area, as well as our government, as well as localization, and just way too many things need to fall into place for it to pan out, in my opinion. M Youngblood, I think I'm doing this wrong. I buy to complete sets and hold. Others seem to buy at low price with plans to resell at higher price. Dude, that's completely fine, dude. You can never go wrong with buying a set and just holding it. Even if you did overpay a little bit on market value, like, You know, let's say I paid 1.5 for Green Goblin. I paid 1.8 for Spider-Man. Like, you just wait long enough, things will go up in price. As of right now, what you can do is, if you want to do both, Young Blood is like, what I like to do occasionally is I have to complete the set, but then I buy a couple more Spider-Mans. I buy an extra Ghost Spider, and then I flip those. You know, I still want to enjoy the set while having enough doubles where I can just sell them off. And sometimes you just find lower mints. Like, I just buy a couple more on the market. I'm like, wait, mine's a, 4,000 something, but I'm like, oh wait, there's a 2,000 here. Let me just buy that. Like, it's at floor price. Like, people are just undercutting each other, whatever. So that's typically what I do. It's hard to double up on the secret rares, the ultra rares, but doubling up on commons, uncommons. Didn't really care to double up on Spider-Woman because I knew she'd be the least expensive. Same thing with the cards. I think I completed the set, but I bought a double of Mickey and I sold them at, I forgot what I sold them at, but people do that. I mean, you can, there's nothing wrong with taking a set and just holding it. I think there will be a point in the future where you can maybe sell complete sets just to make it easier for the buyer. Like, maybe there's some value to that, but I'm not entirely certain. The only thing I know of as of right now is just extra master collector points, some clout, and it's super cool, right? So that's my take on it. I'm pretty caught up with chat. I am getting a little bit tired, to be honest. So I'm gonna hang out for like 3-4 more minutes. If you guys have any like burning questions or things you really want to know, that's it. Before then, good luck on tomorrow's drop on the stamps. Let me double check. It's in the morning, right? I could have sworn like one of the stamps was in the morning and the other one's like in the afternoon, weirdly enough. Yeah, so this next stamp collection's in the morning, or at least for me, 9 hours from now, 9.5 hours from now. But the stamp collection, or the stamps for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, that is at that is like in the afternoon. That's like 4 hours later, I believe. It's 4 hours later than like the typical drop time, so. Yeah, no problem. So Pavel, you've been streaming for a while. Good stuff. These mint stamp sheets are the biggest thing on the app now, on the app. Wow. Biggest thing on the app. I don't know what you mean. 120. Yeah, I have no idea how well these will do. Are these just a copy of the previous day stamps? Okay, so you can either get individual stamps tomorrow, or you can get the sheets the next day. That just seems pretty odd. And if you're getting a sheet, wait, let me go back. And if you're getting a sheet, how many stamps do you get? I'm curious like how many stamps you get, because if you're getting 6 gems for a stamp, that means what? You would need 20 stamps to make up the difference, right? Because 10 would be 60 and then you double that. So, I mean, as long as they give me 20 stamps and make it an equal value, I'm happy with that. But I don't know how many like stamps you get. It doesn't even say. I think it's just like a themed thing. I have no idea. Like, it doesn't hurt to always try these. Like, you might as well. That second price point of 120 is, it's not even like, see, that's the battle statue. Like, what? I don't know. It's worth a try. If you can afford it, go for it. I think you should always go for drops. And like, if you do just miss the drop, just buy something else. Just buy Storm, buy an uncommon Deadpool, buy a I don't know, I'm trying to think of like what other stuff is like around 100. There's some other things I'm probably forgetting, but thank you. Just joined the live. You spoke about Donald price predictions. Donald he's gonna do well. Just wait long enough. I think Donald would be over a K in no time. Just hodl. So sorry if I'm a little bit late, but yeah. Meaning it's a sleeper. These mints are sheets. Oh yeah. These are. You're right. The mints are low. That is something I did kind of like overlook because even the common has. Common's kind of high. 12,000 mints for the for that, and then 7,000 for that. So not too bad, but when we look at the sheets, that's probably a different story. Sheets are, yeah, sheets are less than 2,000. Secret rare. Yeah, 888 for those sheets. So yeah, nice, cool. Thanks for getting that. That's a good heads up, Pavle. You know, I'm just gonna call you Pavel. And if it's wrong, I apologize. You can correct me next time. But trust me on the stamps though. Huge sleeper. Wish you good luck with them. Thank you. You too. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for stopping by. Don't forget to sub. The channel's been doing really well. I've been putting a lot of time in streaming. I like streaming more than making videos, to be honest, but I think I need to keep up with videos if I want to keep growing the channel. People like videos. It's much easier for them to access it. They can, you know, they don't have to be on YouTube in this like 4-hour time span to watch me. They could literally just watch the video the next day or watch it, you know, at their own convenience or put it on while they're driving. Like, it's just different. What do you think about people buying the Veve NFTs in real life statue format? I got myself a dude, that's awesome. MT Fisher. If I owned a Todd, I would try and get one, but honestly, I wouldn't be able to afford one in real life because the prices have gone up significantly. And yeah, I do think there will be a time when selling an NFT alongside a physical will be really cool. And I think collectors do want that, especially if you have a matching mint number and stuff. They'll be hard to get and you'll see the price after. All right, I'll take you up on that. We can maybe talk about it more tomorrow. I might stream tomorrow. Might need to recover. I've streamed like 3 days in a row, I think. Maybe I skipped yesterday. I don't even remember. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Hope you guys